just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar. And just a reminder, it is getting closer and closer. Zoo versus Fondora 2. I'm going over to Vegas for this huge card. I cannot wait. July 20 when it's on. It's going to be one of the biggest fights we've had in an extremely long time. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. And also, don't forget the Kayo $1 for the first month offer ends today. So get in now. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Hit that like button. It takes you 2 seconds. It really, really helps us in the algorithm. And also, leave a comment, and we'll try to get to it. Give us a follow on Spotify. Leave us a positive review. That'd be great. And also, mention code BLOKE to Luke Camilleri for a special price for a car this end of financial year. We'll be drawing the Mazda BT50 for the Bloke Club very, very, very soon. But the great Soward has joined us. How you going, brother?
I'm good, thanks, boys. Yeah, looking forward to digging in ahead of Origin next week.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm a little bit unkept. I just can't wait for this game, dude.
Oh, man. I can't wait.
Feel a bit like Matty.
Feel a bit like Matty?
Yeah, just letting it happen.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
Caring, I've got a hot missus. You know?
Which is still one of the great mysteries.
Oh, it's so mate.
Unsolved
There's an
mysteries.
all-time Sir Donald's. Like, he should carry a cricket bat around himself. But no, good to be back, boys.
Speaking of good melons, Timmy, how you going, mate?
Good melon, mate. Yeah, one of the best. I'm very excited. Keen to be here for another show and to have one of the most influential men in rugby league at the desk with us. And I don't mean Jamie Soward.
Oh, don't worry, we'll get to that. Hammy, how you going, brother?
Yeah, very well. Tough start to the weekend, if I'm being completely honest, on Friday. Recovered nicely on Saturday.
Learnt a lot.
Learnt plenty. And then recovered nicely with F1. Went to see the new Brad Pitt movie on
How
Saturday.
was it? Was it good popcorn flick?
Excellent popcorn flick.
Okay.
Treat yourself to gold class, get in there.
IMAX? Should you go IMAX, you reckon?
Yeah, could probably see that one working in IMAX.
Okay.
We didn't, but I mean, you know, great cast.
Gold class?
Yeah.
Cashed up.
Great cast, great plot.
Okay.
What more could you want?
You honestly couldn't want much
Seriously. No, very good. He did a great job, Bradley.
more. Okay. Thanks, Bradley. We'll be watching that movie soon for
How's
sure.
your weekend?
Yeah, it was actually a nightmare. Little kid was sick, so we were up all night.
Yep.
But he's over the hill at the moment. So sorry to start the show on the downer, but
I just love hearing like when you go from 1 to 2 kids,
Yeah.
and they're sick, and you're just always tired. Like,
yeah, and you go and
welcome.
And when like from one kid, when you first had the kid, you're like, wow, this is really hard. This is like life changing. And now one kid is easy. Like that's an easy stuff. So, but yeah, the little Rain, he was a bit crook over the weekend, but he's all good now. He's all good. He's a trooper. He pulled through. He's a lot tougher than his dad. Okay, let's face a bit of music. Brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet.
Make sure you give Denon a follow on the feed. Not a lot of luck for him this week
Got close.
on the feed, but the good news is he's still got a couple of World Series baseball futures bets pending. So
Get around me.
No better time than now to get around Denon on the feed.
Absolutely.
Before I get into face the music, Benny's for Brain Cancer round, obviously, happened across the weekend.
Yep.
Great round, one of the great rounds of the year.
Seriously.
So much money raised for charity over the course of the weekend. 60 tries scored as well.
Okay.
So I've got this bad boy here.
Oh, wow.
There it is.
What?
I don't know if you'll be able to fit that in shot, but 60 grand, $1,000 each try.
No way.
From Sportsbet to the Mark Hughes Foundation.
Can you actually cash that, or is that a fake check?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I took it on the Matty John show last night and Heidi started biting it. I think he thought it was full of chocolate. But anyway, that'll be on the way to the Mark Hughes Foundation, but a great cause and good to raise a bit of money for that as well.
Mark Hughes on the ABC said, I don't know if you saw the quote, but he was asked about what the Knights need to do to turn their form around. He said, I'll stick to solving brain cancer. That might be easier.
That is great stuff. Hey, mate, he did the podcasting rounds before the round.
Yes, I saw.
And some great yarns. He was in our podcast last year. He's got some good yarns.
One of the greats.
And he feels he's responsible for the 97 great win as well. So if you want to hear that yarn, make sure to listen to one of the podcasts. I'm sure it was there. But, mate, let's go.
Let's do it. Face the music. All right, so the round kicked off. Panthers 8 defeat the Dogs 6 in one of the games of the season so far. Not the best start for the Beanies for brain cancer donations.
Yeah. What are they?
Tight asses.
Yeah, kind of like they hate research.
Anyway, thankfully we recovered well later in the round. But a tight game. Are the Panthers back? I think they might be after that.
I think they are.
They're into $7.50 to win the comp now.
Yeah, I get it.
$27 at the start of the month. $7.50 now. So.
I'd love to, like, wouldn't have been one of the biggest, reductions in cost I get. Oh, no, what's the word?
In price.
In price, sorry.
Yeah.
But geez, it would be. What do you reckon? When they were on the bottom of the table, it was about probably $70 or something like that.
I don't think they ever got quite that far. I
Okay.
think they were always a bit conservative. They thought it could click here eventually, but
Okay.
I think they got as long as about $27 or $30.
Oh, okay,
So,
fair enough.
Yeah,
fair
yeah.
enough.
But anyway, so this game was an absolute ripper. Points for Denner and myself. We had the Panthers head to head, $2.20.
Easy
Guru
money.
had them 1-12 for $3.20. So off to a good start there for the Roo. Next game, Manly 28 defeat the Tigers 10. Bullshit rigged. Only Timmy was brave enough to roll with the, we call it the Ella Casmar in the business, the Manly 13 plus. You pocketed $2.75. So
Huge. Yeah, well done.
well done. Only points in that game.
Yeah.
A few other people getting around the Tigers. Unlucky there. So the next game, Knights 18 defeated by Raiders 22. Points for Matty and Timmy. Timmy back to his stock ball when the Raiders won at 12, $2.80. Matty had the Knights plus 8.5. They did well to cover there. Then we get into the Saturday games. Broncos 26 defeat the Warriors 12. Everyone was on the Wars except Kempy. You had the Broncos minus 5.5. Well done to you. A couple of points there.
Thanks for coming.
Dragons 34 defeat the Eels 20. Kempy and Matty had the Dragons head-to-head for $1.65.
Smart betting. Smart betting.
Soft.
Yeah, Roo had the Eels 13
Coming
plus.
from you, Mr. Winger. Anytime try scorer, give me a break.
You got a bit too cute, Timmy. You had the
Sucked
Dragons 1-12.
Yeah,
Oh,
too
so-
cute, mate. Yeah,
So sucked in,
get
mate.
conservative, mate. Stay soft.
Lomax killing me with that offload at the end.
Yes. Next game, Dolphins 50 defeat the Bunnies 28. How did none of us have the Dolphins 13 plus?
Yeah,
How did we
look.
let that one slip?
Yeah, silly.
Don't really know. Complete strip out. Nobody got any points in that game. On to Sunday. Storm 30 defeat the Sharks 6. Roo, Matty and myself, we had the Storm minus 9.5. Thanks for coming. Only people to get any points. And then the last game of the round, another strip out. None of us had the Cowboys head to head. A lot of 13 plus chat from both sides. Only one of us had a head-to-head bet. It was you, Kempy, on the Titans. So no points in that one. Not our best week, if I'm being completely honest. So round 17, Kempy, you actually came out on top again.
Honestly,
By
it
6
is
cents.
too easy, bro.
$5.76. Matty had $5.70. Timmy $5.55. Roo had $5.10, and I had $4.11.
What's the end scores now?
Well, Denon, you've got $144.62 out in front. You're leading Matty by 14 cents, $144.48.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
Roo's got 115.37. Timmy 103.51, and myself 102.47.
102.
Yeah.
It's getting
Well, we're
ugly.
all over 100. So
It's getting ugly, isn't
nah,
it?
keep it. There's still plenty of football to be played.
You guys suck, man.
Mate, plenty of time.
Yeah, thank
off
you.
the bottom.
Plenty of time. You would need to win, you'd need to go on a bit of a run.
No, I'm just going to get a Origin man in the match at like 30-1, and then I'll come flying home.
Oh, my
If Tom
God.
Dearden ends up being the Roy Lewis medalist, you guys are in big trouble because I think I had him at $61. So
Nah, he's not getting it.
right now he's 13. So
Yeah, he's not getting it. It's wishful thinking, mate.
Well,
Wishful
see.
thinking. Harry Grant get it.
I'm just in awe that people follow you blokes after the weekend.
No, you got to understand. So because we're added the value to where it's 13 plus, you get like $11 or whatever. Sometimes we're swinging for the fences. It's not just straight tipping.
You swung for the fence in the Titans-Cowboys game?
Yeah, of course.
You picked the Titans.
Yeah, you just never know. That's the whole point.
How big's the field if you're swinging for the fences?
yeah, he swung for the fence in the Dragons Eels game too. Dragons $1.65. So really opening those shoulders
You're dead
up.
set.
I'm
just
winning.
putting bat
You're
next
talking to the
pad and
winner.
Hoping it hits the
Hang
bat.
on a sec. You're talking to the winner right now. If you
No,
want
no,
to, if you
mate.
want to have a
You're
yarn,
going
speak
good.
to
You're
these
going
guys. They don't know
How
shit.
many,
You're
comps,
going good.
how many comps just in the history of the game have been won in round 17?
Oh, I know some comps that have been lost. That's for sure.
Oh, that's just low blow. Matty, can you forward
Cheap
that?
shot.
Clip that up and forward it to Bloke HR, please.
Oh, that's Face of Music brought to you by Sportsbet. As always, a massive thank you to our friends over at Sportsbet. And anything else going on at the moment with Sportsbet?
Bits
Try
and
July.
pieces-
When's that happening? Ooh.
Well, tomorrow. Kicks off tomorrow. Get those try celebrations ready.
Come on.
Best time of year.
Literally.
June, Mark Hughes Foundation straight into Try July. So
Is there any markets for who's going to have the most celebrations?
leave that with me.
Because
Leave that with
who's
me.
going to get into it the most? I want to back them.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. It's a good point. We've had
Where can it go, the try celebration?
Because
What
it's gone-
haven't we seen that
You know what
wanna
I was
see?
saying? They do like a full play, like a full-on 10-minute play.
acted out.
Act the whole play out.
What do you want to see, though? That hasn't been
A
done?
10-minute play. I honestly, if they did like Romeo and Juliet, like a 10-minute version of it, that would honestly be the greatest try celebration of all time.
Yeah, it is the best time of year because you get a chance to see the expression of some of the individuals. The only part is the coaches probably hate it.
Hate it. But come on, it's for a good cause. It's for a good cause.
Tui Pilotu get the
Yeah, geez.
cash out
Does he get to charge that back?
Surely the ban comes off.
Oh, he's done his hammy though, hasn't he? Was he his hammy?
Yeah, I don't think
no.
he might be in for. Yeah, he warmed up. He's 18th man on the weekend, so he might be in for.
But did he do his hammy in the warm up?
He heard it in warm-up, I think.
He heard it in warm up. So it may be back by week 3 or 4. Hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Get the money
But
man back.
Any players out there watching, give us your best. It's for a
Here's
good
something.
cause.
It's for a good cause, and you get clipped up, you get viral. So tell all your mates how
Exactly.
great you are. Maybe some lovely young ladies are watching. They say, "Oh, well, but he's really hot." All that stuff. It's good.
Someone should do the Soward fend off GI, like something like that.
Just steamroll his opponent.
Just like
his
halfway go,
teammate.
and he just jumps back across the Olympic
Oh,
track.
that's good stuff. That's good stuff. Okay, it is time now for the code story of the week. Guys, don't forget codesports.com.au/bloke. Enter code bloke and you'll get access to a very special discounted. And this discount, I'm assuming, Mobs, is going to probably end soon because obviously financial year is over tomorrow. So it's ending very soon, guys. So get it before it ends because it's probably going to end today. Don't miss it. How you going, mate?
Yeah, good. We're going to have a talk about that discount continuing if this collaboration keeps going. So
Yeah,
I like
absolutely.
Alina on a Monday. This is nice.
Seriously.
Yeah, mate, seriously.
Couple of first grade games. He wants to throw out the contract. He wants a new upgrade.
it's
He'll
true.
be threatening to leave teams
That's
soon.
true. Something like leveraging me against
Yeah.
other podcasts. Go speak to the buy round or something like that.
Well, you may have noticed that someone did get a start in our
Yeah.
most influential list that we've put out
We'll have to
today.
get a big check printed for you, Mobsy, so you can kind of get the deal going.
Hey, mate, there's no corruption here. This is all. It's just that's how they measure it, mate. They've got all the data, all the numbers put together.
All I'm going to say is, did Shibasaki make Origin before or after you don the Shibasaki mo?
That's a great point.
The Goatee.
That's a great point. That there's influence for you guys. And so people that are listening are going, what are you talking about? Look, I was hoping one of you would announce it, but you're all dogs. It's official. I have been rated the 50th most influential person in rugby league. Thank you to me.
Well done,
Thank you
well
to
done,
me.
mate.
And
Who else is on the list?
Can I get
PVL's
any
51.
respect? Can I get any respect from any of you? Like any congratulations for
I
that?
tried to do it at the start, mate.
No,
You brushed
come on,
me.
mate. It was
Who
all.
else is on the list though?
Yeah, but
who's number
I
one?
come 50th. So
We've got Nathan Cleary number one. So, and this is this. Power and influence are very different things. So let's just put that out there. But it's also, we want to have a bit of a look at the list as far as impacting the rugby league landscape. Because if you went for just pure power, you'd go...
Landy's one.
Volandi's one. You go all the TV execs who decide what gets done where and your venues, New South Wales, about who plays where and all that. But if you're a punter and you the way you are influenced by rugby league, and this is like not peeing in your pocket, Dan, but this is where you come into it because you're engaging a different audience in rugby league and the way that people consume their footy at the moment in different ways. And podcasts are a way. Were you the original podcaster, or had to be one of them?
I think so. So 2015, I think I started. So I think in sport I was in Australia, the first one, but like maybe there was other ones. I don't know. I don't know definitely.
Yeah.
I'll claim it though. I'll claim it.
TV and media personalities. Influence a lot of what goes on. Have a look at Clint Newton with what happened over the weekend, where they've disputed the ARL Commission's overarching powers into the judiciary. So that's been put on hold at the moment because they've put in this dispute till that's sorted. So guys like Clint Newton and the RPA have a lot of power and impact on the way the game is structured and the way things look. So it's interesting to go through and have a look at the different ways that people look at the game and what they deem to be influenced. So go on there, click on and have a look. And if you disagree, Michael Carianis, his name is, I can give you his email address, and Brent Reed. So
Yes.
Yeah, well.
Any obviously, so like people that were included this year that weren't there last year, that obviously aside from Denon, but obviously any key inclusions or people that were disappointed to miss out?
Yeah, well, you look at Mal Meninga comes in quite influential back again. He was in there for a few years previously, Mal, and now obviously with the Bears. So a fellow by the name of James Marape runs a little country called PNG and quite influential soon coming as well. Ray Hadley would have been a mainstay, very influential over the years. I'm hearing him on 2GB, no longer a presence there.
So I've just pipped Ray Hadley.
Yeah.
Yes. One
Hadley
shock
out,
to another.
Kemp in.
I will say, just quietly, like you put 250,000 Instagram followers. We've also got a lot of Facebook. I just check the Facebook numbers.
Mate, I saw 300,000 Facebook, 250,000 Instagram. That's a big following.
You know what? To be totally honest, we're just lucky we're one of the first. That's seriously the only difference between Bloke and anywhere else is we were just first. That's it, literally.
Yeah.
That's why, because like to try to do Facebook now, oh man, it'll be tough to start a Facebook now. Who else was there? Who's the biggest mover? Is there any big movers?
Well, I thought Clint would go a little higher than where he was on there, but so some of the ins, you've got guys like Laurie Daly's come shooting back in the list now through Origin.
Yep.
Craig Bellamy's always a mainstay there. Ash Klein as well, 400 first grade games, and geez, I tell you what, if from Origin on Wednesday night, you would have thought he robbed a state the way people carried on. But and he'll be back for game 3. But so there's a fair few. Yeah, it's
who's outside of me? Who's the biggest one you disagree with?
Oh no, I didn't disagree. Who's the biggest one I disagree with? Okay,
You're like, nah.
Where did Ash Klein come?
I think he was in the 40s. I'd have to go and double check.
The list is
I've got it here.
The list is all.
What do you reckon he should be at?
I know Michael Carianis and Brent Reid very well. Happy birthday, Carianis. It's his birthday today. How do you just go off followers? Do you go off what people like? Like, what is it?
I don't know how many followers Ashley Klein's got. He's number 24.
Well, we
I believe.
talked
24 as most influential people in NRL. You're kidding.
Oh, wow.
I could name 200 more influential.
This is we might need a follow up to this. I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
I
like it. Who's for you the biggest shock?
Let me have a look through.
Was my mate Guru in there?
No, where's the root?
Not in the top 50.
Not in the top 50.
Hey, listen, I only had a certain amount of influence to my friend over here. So,
that is tough. That's tough.
I'll tell you what. He's at 11. Nick Politis, I think at 11 is unders.
Massive unders.
I'd have him
much closer.
Yeah,
top
I'd have
5.
Him, well, he might be helping keep a little team like South Sydney away from Allianz Stadium for a little while. He's
definitely top 5 Politis, surely.
I just don't know how you have a ref in the top 50 as influential.
Well, he did influence a Origin series with Game 2s.
I'm glad you admitted that.
But he did it last year as well.
I'm glad you admitted that.
Can you admit he did it last year as well?
All I know is we won the series last year.
Okay, mate, but you've actually, all jokes aside, you've actually got a really, really good story on Code Sports this week.
Yeah, what about this? Because on the weekend you had Dragons, Eels up against each other, and we were looking around as to what we could do around that. And Brent Reid stumbled on a really great yarn around Isaiah Yongi, the accident. He was almost the accidental NRL player. So Ben Harron, who was Pathways, I think he was doing everything bar changed everything at the sheds at the time because everyone during COVID had to streamline their approach. But he got tipped into a young bloke in Queensland at the time. A kid by the name of Jack Garrett. So he went up playing for North Devils in the Colts up there. So went up and had a look and watched this guy play. But there was someone else that took his attention, and it was the number 14 off the bench, and it was Isaiah Yongi. And watched him over a period of time. Came off the bench, played hooker, played 5'8", slotted into a position called fullback, which he seems to be doing okay at now. Yeah. But sort of this accidental footballer and just the ability for the Panthers to identify this talent, and they end up signing for 2 years a total of $14,000 for the first couple of years to get him down to Penrith. And young Jack Garrett came down as well, and he since went back to Queensland, played at the Gold Coast. I think he played a pre-season game last year. I think he's doing a bit of boxing now as well. So that actually brought him down and Isaiah Yongi down together. But he identified a few of the things that you see now with Isaiah, with the tackling ability, his tackle bust, because when he made his NRL debut last year for Penrith against Newcastle, 170 metres, 5 tackle busts on debut, so everyone saw what was happening. And as luck would have it, Parramatta had actually booked in to chat with Isaiah that week that he'd made his debut. Just happened to look at where Rilesley was going to go with his team. So amazing story on this guy that, for a guy that comes into first grade Sowie with 60 reserve grade games under his belt, you don't see that a lot now before you get a chance in first grade, right?
No, is that Ben Harden out at Penrith?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's one of the names out there that's never really spoken about. They've got a lot of good people at that organisation, but he's one of the smartest brains in terms of his coaching as well. But yeah, playing reserve grade, it's seen as a detriment to a young bloke's career at the moment. All female coming into that space, which is crazy. But why he is being able to get through those ups and downs is because he played 60 games. And Sam will tell you the same thing. Yeah. Like, when you play 1 or 2 games, and I think COVID really took that out for a lot of those players, not being able to play 2 or 3 seasons, or Bud Sullivan's another guy who I think of that could have really benefited playing 30, 40 games straight in reserve grade. Yeah. Because when you do have a dip in form, you know that you have to get yourself back out of it versus not playing reserve grade and then going in and you struggle for form and stuff like that. So he's been fantastic, Isaiah Ongi. I said last week on our pod with Roo, he'll be the Rookie of the Year, and it's not even close.
It's crazy how the generation has changed, where when we were coming through, it was like a badge of honour getting through 2 years of resis. Like, you had to, it was almost like school to a degree. Like, you had to get through it to even be considered for a first grade squad, let alone. Nowadays, it's, as you said, it's almost like, if he's in reserve grade, he's not good enough to play first grade. That's why he's in reserve grade. You know what I mean? Like, if you're 18...
The 20s comp, you jumped from there. I mean, Bryce Cartwright was another one who jumped straight from 20s to first grade, and he'll probably tell you, like, he struggled a little bit himself coming into grade because it's totally different, the speed and preparing every single week. So I think that's why he's been able to be successful. He's taken his time, he's learnt how to play against men, and now he's excelling. Yeah.
So with Iongi, for the listeners, the scout went up for a specific player and then saw a 14 off the bench, not even a starting player. Yeah. And there were just certain things that he brought. Because, like, the one thing I've listened to the CEO talk about their recruitment process, and they say fitness is actually, if I remember correctly, apologies if I'm getting it wrong, but they say fitness is actually their number one part of their recruitment, and then everything else falls underneath that. And Iongi is clearly an extremely fit player.
Yeah, well, they've got a great setup there at Penrith. Jimmy Jones has been doing recruitment for years, and Ben Harden. Sorry, I said Harron before, didn't I? Ben Harden. He was doing pathways, Jersey Flegg. He's a cup coach now, and so he went up there and identified, who we wanted to see, and then Iongi was the one that stood out. And he said, "Look, it's just those attributes that
off the bench. That's impressive. Like to the fact that he's off the bench."
Yeah, crazy. I mean, and this is what Penrith do, right? Even the physical setup of their academy, they've got field on the right-hand side, centre of excellence, field on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side of the field, looking at it, is reserve grade. Mm-hmm. So, and you physically have to make your way through to come out the other side as a first grader. So you go in as a reserve grader.
That's smart.
You've got your sheds, you've got everything else, and then you come through the centre, you come out a first grader out the other side, and this is what they do. It's little wonder they do so well with what they've set up out there. I mean, I know Liam Martin said one time that he didn't even realise he was being scouted. He played a rep game back down in Temora and didn't even realise, and got a call, and they invited him up and signed him like that. So it's the way the Panthers, I know they do a lot of young Penrith kids, but pathways and talent identification, such a big part of what they do.
It's a thrill walking out to the first grade, not so much walking the other way.
When you go
I've walked the other way at the back end of my career, and it was pretty shitty.
I'll tell you,
it's colder out the back.
It's funny how, don't get me wrong, as a game we've always got to progress, and there's always these new things being brought in, but that traditional, it got lost a bit in some clubs, that traditional idea of, like, you don't get a locker till you're a first grader, you've got to earn your right to be in the first grade shed. There were some clubs that like, no, we're all one. Like, if you're a 20s or a first grader, it's all egalitarian. And I reckon that's nonsense. At the Broncos, we used to have, until you got your name on the locker, you weren't a part of the first grade squad. And a matter of fact, even if you were brought in for the pre-season with first grade, you had this one little box that we all put our boots in, and you sat around that little box outside of the first grade locker room because you had to earn your right to get there. I think that's like, I'm all for progress, but at the same time, there's certain things that have lasted the test of times, and I think earning your stripes is one of them.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's all now thrown in one basket. You've got to treat everyone the same, and that's not the way.
No.
The best clubs...
Just not true.
No, because you've got to be able to go at players, the senior players, a lot harder. I'm sure every club goes through it, but, what Penrith have done, there's no surprise to see that they've kept those standards and picking up a player. When you go to trials, it's funny because you're there to watch someone else, but... you end up watching everyone and how they carry themselves, how they prepare, what they're doing, talking to the team, and that's what's got Isaiah obviously a big contract.
It's a great story for anyone younger listening or people that have kids. Like, you've got a guy like Iongi who's on the bench as a youngster, and usually when you're in a first grade, like, I think a lot of people would assume Iongi coming through the grades was always the big dog, always the man, because usually anyone that's in a first grade side, anyone you see playing first grade is usually the man from where they come from. So their local league, everyone talks about them. Whereas I like the story of Iongi where he's clearly not the man. He's number 14. He's come off the bench. It's a great story that, like, those early years don't really mean, they mean a little bit, but they don't mean everything. You don't have to be the man growing up to play first grade.
Nah, definitely not. I think, if you think you're the man, usually everyone's the man from their things when they come there. So you're looking for the little things that set you apart, and that's obviously what he did. That's
a huge eye opener when you do get to first grade, especially straight out of school, and you're so used to growing up as like you can just towel anyone up in whatever you want in whatever sport. But that's what everyone else is. And so when you get into first grade, you're like, holy shit, they're all pretty much exactly like me. That's a great story. What a bloody good story. What else is going on at the moment on Code Sports?
Yeah, well, it's all Origin at the moment, isn't it? We sort of turn our attention to the next 10 days to see what happens there. Billy Slater had his press conference this morning to confirm the changes. Shibasaki in, which is huge. I want to get your thoughts on Josh Papali'i, who's in the same week that he's basically confirming that he'll be heading overseas, hearing St Helens are interested, that he can't see himself playing against the Raiders, and 2 years since he's played Origin, and whether he'd made that decision or he was told behind the scenes, look, you're a legend of the Maroons, we're going to go in a different direction, and he's back for a decider. It's a big game, right?
I'd love to know Billy Slater's process of selection, because I feel like, although I like Papali'i coming in, I still would have looked at Big Red, Corey Horsburgh and Jairo, but I do think Papali'i is going to definitely offer more than Fodawaker did. So I do like that decision. But just what more have you learnt about Papali'i over the last 6 weeks that you didn't know before game one? Why all of a sudden is it Papali'i instead of Horsburgh? I just would love to know the thought process. In regards to Papali'i, I'm so happy for him. Talk about just an old grizzled warrior that continues to provide impact off the bench. I know he started on the weekend, and sometimes he starts, sometimes he doesn't. Just a bloody good story. He is he's an absolute legend of a bloke, but also of a player. But yeah, I would love to sit down with Billy and go, what process do you go through when you select players? Sowie, what do you reckon, mate?
I don't care about the Queensland team.
Maybe.
I think.
Keep this close.
Obviously, it's a decider in Sydney, so it's a hostile environment. So he knows what he's going to get from Josh Papali'i, which is obviously why he's gone after him. I think that. Yeah, we all questioned Billy in game two about some of the changes and if he'd start Loiero and all that kind of stuff, and they were able to get the job done. So, I'm really worried for New South Wales, because this is a series that they should have won. They should have already won the series, in my opinion. But when you make changes like that, you've seen something. I think the biggest one is probably Hamiso Tabuai-Fidow. I don't think Walsh could have done much more on the weekend in terms of what he's done to that Brisbane side and how he's turned them around the last couple of weeks with their excitement. But, yeah, when you get an old head like that, they probably did need to drop Mo Fodawaker. If you're looking at it from a neutral point of view, you want someone that's in form. And unfortunately for Mo at the moment, he's probably struggling with a little bit of form, and as the Titans are. So it's definitely going to be interesting. But, yeah, I'll be interested to see whether he starts him or brings him off the bench, because he might only play 15 minutes.
Yeah, he probably will only play 15 minutes, you're right.
But maybe even less.
Just, you know what? You probably would start him, wouldn't you? Just go, mate. I need the best 15 minutes you've ever got, and just go crazy.
Yeah, you probably won't even put a time limit on.
Yeah, just go
see
to
how you go, because he'll find a way to keep getting there. He's done in the middle for 321 games, so they look a lot more dangerous, Queensland, this time around than game two, I think.
Yeah, what do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, Big Papa, awesome moment for him to sort of get that farewell at the end of his Origin career. Obviously, he retired 2 years ago, but I just think it's a great selection. And, pardon me, head-to-head with Mo Fodawaker, I think it's just a better selection. He's playing better footy week in, week out. It's the pressure of a decider. You bring Big Papa in, who not only will be able to impact the game on the field, but just the leadership he's going to bring to this side, which he's done at the Raiders for a long time, and he's been a stalwart of the Queensland Maroons for a long time. He'll bring so much to their camp, as you said, in a do-or-die game, serious decider in Sydney. So I think Big Papa, as you said, he could start, he could come off the bench in an impact role. He's at the back end of his career, but he's still got decent minutes in him, and you probably don't need him to play more than, as you said, maybe a 20-minute role. But if he has to, and you need 30 or 40 out of him, if the match pans out that way, he'll be able to do it. And I think he's a great selection.
I love his selection off the field, because the one area I looked at that Queensland forward pack is who's the old head, big dog that everyone, as soon as he talks, they turn to. Now, I know Tino is a gun, but he's still relatively young in regards to his Origin career, even just his age. You've got Carrigan, he's about 27, 28. But who's the old warrior? And I think that's an area where if you need a guy to get Tino to go to another level and to get Paddy to go to another level, all these forwards to go to another level, it's Papali'i. When they're behind the try line and Papali'i says something, or even just before they run out, everyone's listening. And I'm not saying they wouldn't listen if Tino did it or Paddy, but extra weight comes from Papali'i. Extra weight comes from him. So I love it from that perspective.
And he's been named in the number 8 jersey, boys.
Yeah.
So unless there's any ducks and drakes, which we sure never happens at Origin level, but he'll be starting. So
yeah.
That's
Hammy, what do you reckon,
20
mate?
minutes.
I just wondered whether Billy wanted a decent backup goal kicker for Val Holmes. Is that why he struck that one beautifully the other day in his record-breaking game? So, great selection. I think for the reasons you said, just good to have a bit of leadership there leading into a big decider when they're probably going to need a little bit of that. Probably something that they've lacked a little bit.
Yep.
Obviously, moved the captain on during the series too, so he'll bring a lot of experience, and I'm sure he'll do a great job.
Are we still a bit confounded with the Corey Horsburgh Jairo just not even close to the squad?
What has the Red Dog done to piss off Billy Slater?
I know, he played outstanding on the weekend.
They put Jermaine Hopgood and Josh Kerr on the extended bench over Corey Horsburgh. Like, I understand the Raiders are playing this weekend, so maybe they thought... But, like, if there's an injury in their 17 and they need another middle, does that mean Kerr or Hopgood are playing over Corey Horsburgh or Arrow?
No, it'll be Big Red if something happens, but you let him go. He
hasn't even been a part of the squad this whole time.
Was he squad for
No, he was on the extended for game 1.
Oh, sorry, game two.
Game two.
Part of the squad.
Yeah.
But, like, why not keep him in the squad? I don't get it. I know, like, the chances of him playing pretty small, so you can pull him in midweek if it...
Yeah, he could be on the extended bench and get released for the game this weekend.
No, but as in, like, can he be pulled in now? Or once you name that squad, he can't be pulled in?
I think it's the 20 week off, so they've got this week. So if something was to go down during the week, I'm sure they'd make a call or make a change.
I just don't understand why you wouldn't have him. I mean, I'd nearly have him in the bloody side, but, like, just been a bit strange, to be honest. A bit strange.
What about Shibasaki, who 12 months ago was playing Q Cup in Townsville, rejoined the Broncos in November on a $1,000 train and trial deal?
Incredible.
Playing Origin.
Mate, it's an incredible story. And, like, first of all, it's an incredible story for Shibasaki. You know, when these things happen, it's just such a good story about, you know, there would have been so many kind of things in life telling him that his career is done, or he's had his try and it didn't really work out. But just that little fire inside him that knew, you know what, there's more in me. There's more in me. Just to follow that and just flame it a little bit. And I've got to say, so it's a win for Shibasaki, but Jesus, a win for Michael Maguire. Like, you know, there's been a lot of talk about his ability, coaching, and how harsh he is and how harsh he isn't. He's got Haas in career best form in Origin, and now he's got a guy that was in Q Cup all the way into an Origin selection. And I actually think it's a fair Origin selection. I like the selection. It's an incredible story, absolutely incredible, but just about self-belief. Like, think about all the social cues that were telling Shibasaki he was done. You know, he had the opportunity at multiple clubs, didn't really work out. A lot of people said, okay, I've had my chance and it hasn't worked out. He just had that little bit of fire in him that just said, you know what, I believe in myself. I reckon it's going to work.
Before round 1, like early in the preseason, there was a bit of chat coming out of Brisbane that Shibasaki was going to get a starting spot, and I was like, like Jamal Shibasaki from the Cowboys, does he move clubs or something? No, Gurmat Shibasaki.
Crazy.
He's kind of, he had a stint in Japanese rugby a couple of years ago as well, and to see his rise to now be in the Origin team, it's mind-blowing.
Well, we thought, and we'll just be honest, we thought that selection was all about sending a message to the other players that are more naturally gifted. That's what we thought. The younger outside backs at the Broncos were getting sent a message by this veteran, I guess you could say. But it wasn't that at all. It was like, no, he's the best person for the position.
He's going to be out of a job next year. They signed Grant Anderson. Well, they're not moving Katoni. I'm serious.
He's not going to be out of a job.
Well, where's Gimmack going to play next year?
He'll play on the wing, wouldn't he?
Well, they just
Shibasaki in the centres and
Grant Anderson
on the wing.
and Katoni Staggs.
No, I would go Anderson on the wing.
Anderson will play wing.
I think Karapani will have his spot next year.
Oh, maybe that's a chance, but I think Anderson signed more as a winger than to take Shibasaki's spot.
Yeah, I just think I thought the Anderson one, was a weird one when you've got guys there that you've done. I know it was done in the preseason, but he could potentially miss out next year if Grant Anderson comes up as a centre, because Michael Maguire, that's his guy. He's brought him in. So it's going to be interesting to watch. But, yeah, you love hearing those stories of perseverance and playing Origin. Off the back of that is a great story.
Yeah, incredible. What do you reckon, Hammy? The GOAT.
He hasn't signed for next year, has he?
Kevin? Not sure.
I think he has. I think he's signed for next year. I think he is.
Yeah, great yarn. Great, probably didn't really see it coming.
Yeah.
A bit of a surprise, but there's been a couple of them this series, and they've all done pretty well so far for Queensland. So, hopefully he continues.
Mate, if you look at Shibasaki's statistically compared to a lot of other centres, he's had an outstanding year.
Yeah.
An outstanding year. I actually think tries-wise, he's up close to the top at the moment, or at least for centres. He's been outstanding. I think in the first few games this year, defensively, he had some moments that were, he needed to work on. But since then, his side's been a stronger defensive side than the right side, which is super interesting. Obviously got a veteran in Stags there on the right side. It's a great story.
Second most tries in the comp.
Second most tries in the comp.
Hammer's got 15.
Wow. And Hammer scored 4 on the weekend. So, jeez.
We've got some heat maps coming. We're looking into this on the Broncos. We'll do this later in the week. But when they were struggling earlier this year, a lot of their first touches on plays were on that right side of the field in the 30-metre zone. Last month or so, really even spread around it. And I wonder if that's got to do with it. Also, with return of Ezra Mam helping that left side out a little bit more.
Yep.
Return of Reece Walsh, who likes to sweep down that side. But, yeah, they're starting to show a little bit, aren't they, the Broncos?
Yeah, definitely looking a lot better. What do you got there, Matt? Easy. Oh, wow. Could you imagine? You play Origin, I think he'll get re-signed, surely. Maybe the Broncos are trying to load.
If you had to re-sign him a month ago, everyone would go, 250, 300.
Yeah.
You're an Origin player now. He's probably going to demand 450.
Yeah.
500. Which
Mate, you know what?
they don't have.
Maybe his manager.
I'm not trying to be smart ass. They don't have it in the cap.
No, I'm with
if
you.
If they weren't going to sign Selwyn for 300,
they're not going to sign
they're
him
not
for
going to sign
400.
Shibasaki for 450.
Yeah, Billy's just netted him another 250.
I will say maybe that's why he hasn't re-signed yet, because his manager's gone, listen, you're in first grade now. Like, if you can just stay for this year, you're going to take your minimum contract from 150 up to potentially 400. Interesting.
Do they have it in the cap, the Broncos?
Well, listen, with that old cap talk, we know it's all, we got no money. And then if you really want someone,
you're in the top 50. Aren't you?
But when the whole we've got no money.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be interesting. You had Cobbo there, who's an
you.
Origin player, and that's gone south very quickly. And now you get Gamet, who's had an amazing year in Origin. If they were to lose him at the end of the year because of salary cap pressure, because he's not going to be a minimum guy next year, right?
No way. I mean, I think he'd already put himself past being a minimum guy.
Getting picked for the Maroons has already added 100K to his next contract per year. If he comes out and kills it, and the Maroons win the decider, you'll add another 300,000 to that off one game.
But how do they have it?
I'm not saying it'll be with the Broncos.
Yeah, it'll be probably with somewhere else. But in saying that, as I said, Sal, bro, that they have the ability to find money when they say, we got no money, but then they want to keep someone. And maybe they won't do that for Shibasaki. I'm just saying that whole we got no money, it sometimes can be a bit misleading.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be an interesting storyline for Brisbane if they let Cobbo go. How old's Cobbo? 23?
23, yeah.
Yeah, they offered him 300, and if you come out and pay someone else 450, 500, and it doesn't work out the way next year or whatever, there's some decisions there for sure.
Absolutely. Okay, just finally, Hammer at fullback, boys. Thoughts? I'm torn on this one because I like Hammer's size, his physicality for Origin. I know he's not the biggest fullback, but he's always bigger than Walshy. However, Walshy's ceiling and ability to create points, like Hammer he finishes points, whereas Walsh creates points. And I just think that's going to be a big question of which direction you head in, whether it's Walshy or Hammer. Because I'm a bit torn on it, I'm unsure which one I'd go. I understand Hammer, but geez, Walshy's ability to just create a bit of magic, they might need it. I'm not sure, boys. What do you reckon, Sally?
Both have speed. Both are in really good form. I think you look at what Reece has done the last couple of weeks for the Broncos has certainly changed their attack, as we just heard. But for the Hammer, it's half opportunity into a try. Yeah, he can influence a game and doesn't need the ball, whereas Reece probably needs the ball. So, I think Billy knows fullback better than anyone else.
Yeah,
he
fair.
knows what he wants, how he wants to play, how Munster wants to play, and how Tom Dearden wants to play. So, I think it's an interesting one. But like I said at the start, I don't really care about Queensland.
It does seem to suit. We spoke about it game 2. Their game plan would be very similar to Storm, which is like quick play of the balls, flat foot footy around the ruck, short passing. Hammer suits that better than Walshy does because obviously he's a support player. He's got speed and can be there, whereas Walshy, decent support player, but it's not his strongest suit. What do you reckon, Timmy?
I'd have gone Walsh. I thought they would have. I mean, the fact that also to accommodate this Hammer move, you're bringing a debutant into the Origin Arena for a decider in Sydney. Like, it is a huge call to do that. Whereas you could have had a Hammer who, has tried, tested, proven at centre. We know he can do a job there. You don't need to change too many more combinations. But the big thing for me, mate, is Queensland are going to need to score a decent amount of points, like 20 plus points to win this, because the Blues have so many in them. We're going to go in as heavy favourites to a decider in Sydney. I don't think the Maroons necessarily win it in a 10-8 grind kind of thing because of the points the Blues have. And yeah, Reece Walsh can be hot and cold. We know that, and he can equally win your game or lose your game if he has an off night. But the ball playing's there, the creativity's there. Like, even we saw Hammer score 4 tries on the weekend. It was essentially all off support play. It wasn't him creating as such. I know you can't do this the whole game and in certain situations, but you can get Hammer roaming and being in around the ruck and supporting and scoring tries like he did for the Dolphins on the weekend, whilst having Reece Walsh there as the creative playmaker in the back line. And yeah, I thought it would have been Walsh, and I'm happy it's not.
Yes.
Hammy, what do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, I didn't mind the thought of moving Hammer to fullback. I thought the way they might have done it was put Holmes back at centre and thrown Taulagi on the wing. I thought he's been pretty good in the last couple of weeks for the Cowboys. But then Walsh has had a great couple of weeks. So if they had have made that call, I could have seen it as well. I just didn't think it was fair to play Hammer on the wing again. I don't think that was his best game last time. He was out of position, never plays there. So, I'm excited. I don't think he's had a crack at fullback for Queensland before.
No,
really.
I don't think he has.
Just played sections of games maybe. But, I think he's been in great form this year, Hammer, so I'm sure he'll do a good job.
And I will add to it, Hammer was tremendous on the weekend, but the week prior, against the Knights, I think it was, he was caught out of position twice at fullback with just kicks in behind the line where there's nowhere to be seen. He didn't contest the bomb at the end of the game, which basically decided the game and that fixture there. So Hammer's been great this season, don't get me wrong, and he'll be probably tremendous and could get man of the match in Game 3, but it's not like he's come in with sound form the last few weeks, so I don't know.
What do you reckon, Mobsy?
Yeah, I feel like a bit of a fraud when you've got an Origin half here and you want my opinion on things, but...
oh, man, he fucking hates Queensland anyway.
I'm not objecting to that. I get frustrated every year when Queenslanders talk about New South Wales team. Who would you pick? I'm like, who cares what they think? Honestly, who would you go with in the halves? You're like, no, we're not listening. So I respectfully... I just don't want to comment on Queensland's team.
I've got to praise that because the amount of former Blues who came out after Origin 1 on their various paid gigs, which you're going on with advice for Queensland on what to do in Game 2, I saw that and gritted my teeth.
I'll answer it. Like I said,
doing?
DCE should have been dropped, but I'm not going to go in and Timmy's just said about Hammer missing kicks. I want to keep that because I want New South Wales to exploit it.
I don't think Billy Sad's listened to me too much, to be honest. But.
Mate, he's a big fan. He's actually in Supercoach, he said. So.
I think it'll be interesting to see the difference between Hamaso and Reece Walsh with that halves combination of Munster and Dearden. Is that where they think they'll get more out of Hamaso there with the types of players? Because I think if DCE's there, maybe you do have a bit... maybe they do go Reece Walsh then, with a bit more of that structured 7 guy for mine than what a Dearden is. So maybe, and obviously Tommy Dearden's played a bit with Hammer in the past. So
they're all ball runners. That's going to be the key.
That's it.
They don't need to play shape, and how they won in Game 1 necessarily wasn't through Game 2. Beg your pardon, wasn't necessarily through stripping.
No, it's through the middle, really.
Run through the middle and then take your chances off the back of that. So that's what they want. Any half chance, they want to see Munster, Tabuai-Fidow and Dearden in the frame and then take opportunities off that. Let Harry Grant be the guy who's be the ball player, but other than that, you've got 3 ball runners.
Yeah.
See that first dummy half straight out to first receiver. That's when you're not going to get my input. You just take that.
Yeah. Well, I'll be fair. I like your opinion on Queensland, mate. I think it's really interesting, and I don't like your spite though. That's a bit unfair.
I'm just it's not fake on it. I just could not give a rat's. I want New South Wales to win 1,000,000.
Yeah.
$1,000,000.
$1,000,000.
Yeah, whatever. I just don't want to.
That hurts, mate. Come on.
I just don't care.
Come on,
Ash Klein won't let that happen.
He won't let that happen. No, maybe $1,000,000 penalty.
Well,
counts.
he's the 24th most influential person. Imagine that if you were 25. You're like, what? A referee's beat me. Who was 25? Jeez.
Well, go to Code Sport and find out.
Yep.
Mate, thanks, Robbie, for joining us. We appreciate it, guys.
Cheers, boys.
Go to codesports.com.au/bloke. Use your code bloke. It's going to go very, very soon. Once it's gone, I don't know what the next discount, if there will even be a next discount code. So use it, guys. Massive thanks to you, Mobsy. Appreciate it, mate.
Cheers, boys.
Alrighty, on to the New South Wales squad. And also just quickly, guys, if we have to condense some of the teams, some of the games this week, apologies, but obviously with Origin, we speak about Origin at the start, makes the podcast too long. So sorry about that. But the New South Wales team look pretty short, pretty quick. They've stuck with Stefano at 17. There's been no changes. Matter of fact, Keon has not even been brought into the squad. I will say, I respect the fact that they've gone, this is the squad we're going with from game one, and it's going to stay like that all the way through the series. So I understand the thought process. However, I do feel like I would have made the change with Stefano. I would have brought Keon in, at least to the squad. I'm a bit surprised that the change wasn't made. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm not.
Just stay close to the mic.
Oh, sorry.
You can move it as well. You can move it.
Nervous. We're talking about the Blues now. I'm interested. Yeah, Stefano, I've picked him in my original side for game one. I think potentially they should start him. I don't. Sometimes, bench players are specialist bench players, and Hudson in that arena has been exceptional coming off the bench. So maybe bring Max King on, who's a little bit sort of up and down, but can create some offloads, and allow Stefano to be the wrecking ball at the start. But it's a strong side. This is the side that we expected to come out. You could have bring Kolomatangi into the side. I get that. I see Lindsay Smith is there. I know they think very highly of him, but it's if you're not injured, it was going to be the same side for me.
Yeah. Okay, Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
I'd have picked Keon for sure over Stefano. I just don't think Stefano's done that much this year. Defensively he's improved and he's been quite sound. He's missed 7 or 8 tackles all season. So defensively he's been good. I get that. They're not necessarily looking for a game breaker in that role. They just come on, do a job, hold up defensively more than anything. But, mate, since Origin 2, where I thought he was underwhelming at best, he's gone back and played 2 games for the Storm, and he's run for 60 and 66 metres. They're games where you need to put your hand up and say, no, that Origin jersey's mine, you have to pick me. I just don't think he's done that, whereas Keon week in, week out, in big minutes, he's just impacting games, running for 250-plus metres. I thought Keon was the play.
Yeah, I think as a Queensland supporter, I don't find, I'm probably happy they've stuck with Stefano. I don't kind of fear that as much as a Keon coming off the bench or some of the other options that we've kind of spoken about. So, look, he probably didn't have his best game in game 2. I think even he would admit that. But, yeah, I just don't think it's a particularly good point from Soward. Coming off the bench, does it give you that much punch or impact? Or I'm not sure that it does. So
I'd even argue, Max King starting in Origin. I know he starts in Clubland, but I feel like he probably wasn't as impactful as he was in game 1. And I know that obviously the game result was different, but I feel like Max King first 20 wasn't as impactful as his bench. And I just wonder, are you losing quite a bit by having 2 people, Stefano and Max King, that aren't necessarily impact players, especially when Payne Haas can play the longer minutes, when Connor Watson obviously can play multiple positions. I just wonder whether you even need another big front row on the bench. I don't know if it's necessary.
No, I just think that Max King was so good in game 1 coming off the bench that they should have stuck to that, and Stefano should have just ripped and tear.
Yeah, okay.
Like they're going to get Josh Papali'i. I think the Isaiah Yeo part of it as well, they left him off the field too long in game 2. I wouldn't be surprised if he went to front row and went into that front row rotation, and Hudson Young or Connor Watson gets on and plays 13 instead of 9.
Yeah.
I think that'll be the play there, and they'll limit Stefano and Max King's minutes. But the other part, what I said to Guru on our pod is Craig Bellamy's on the coaching staff.
Yeah.
He knows what Stefano's, what he can do. So, yeah, you're not going to always have 150 run meters, but they were 2 points from winning the game.
Yeah.
And he's defensively, that might suit him better, starting, not missing those tackles. That's what Jake was going to be picked for, was defensively. He wasn't to bend the line back. So, it's a big game, but I've had him in my squad also.
I think you're right, Sao. If you're going to pick him, I'd be happy to start him and just play that first 20, get through that dirty work. Doesn't necessarily need to impact the game. It's more about just doing a job and holding up defensively in the middle. And as we said, Max King was so good in game 1 off the bench. Max King could still play more minutes than Stefano, but in a bench role coming off.
That's something that we've mentioned, that even though I would have Key on there, it's something that people aren't giving enough credit for. Stefano's got one of the best defensive records statistically this season, and it's half the game. It's literally half the game. It never gets spoken about because we always look at the guys that run for 200 metres, and you could argue we're guilty of it, but to suggest that there isn't any part of Stefano's game that isn't top quality at the moment this year is just not true. His defence has been pretty outstanding.
And they almost won game 2. You know, you look at that second half, their bench is made up of Hudson Young, who's, you know, a bit sort of unorthodox, runs the ball, footwork. Spencer Lenu's a wrecking ball. Connor Watson's fast. So, yeah, they needed another big body in case they lose someone early.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
You can't just replace it with another back rower. Or I just think Stefano's a big body. I would be starting him and I'd be bringing Max King off the bench. Then I'll feel a lot more comfortable with how their makeup is.
Okay. Anything else on the blue squad, boys? Kira's obviously bringing 18th man. Winger is 18th man.
Matt Burton a little bit stiff to be overlooked for 18th man for this one, do you
Mate.
think?
I think the Bulldogs they'd put in a complaint if he was 18th man again.
Yeah, I know. But now they just replaced it with another Bulldogs player at 18th
It's
man.
huge ramifications because they play the Broncos this week and second v fifth. So if no Carraz, no Crichton, yeah, that's
Queensland have got Walsh as 18th man,
Damn it.
so he won't play.
Shit.
Is that
He's like
serious?
all our attack.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So what, Cobbo's back in the side this week?
Be interesting. Oh no, Dean Mariner has been 18th man, so they'll probably put Jesse Arthurs to fullback, I'd assume. Maybe give a young fella a debut. Sorry. Okay, Bradman Best. I love seeing him there. I think when he's on, he is on. Bradman Best.
Did I see as well that Isaiah Katoa been added to included
Yes.
in the squad or something, but he's not in the 20 or
Katoa has been brought into camp.
Good.
Has to have happened.
Absolutely.
If they didn't bring Katoa into camp.
Yeah.
Seriously, what are we talking about? But
Yeah.
we'll actually speak about Katoa very soon. Okay, guys, it's time for the Menulog Hungriest player. And listen, there were some really, really good performances this week, but I gave it to this guy for two reasons. I made a mistake over the weekend, but also we haven't been guilty of this, but I think the wider audience of rugby league are guilty of it. So the mistake was this. When I put up voting for the best back row in the competition in my story, I forgot this bloke, and I shouldn't have forgot him because we've been one of the very few podcasts that always give this guy raps. This week's hungriest player is Eli Katoa. That is right, the back rower for the Storm. You know, the amount of times, and as I said, I was guilty of it at the weekend, but usually, I mean, we give him so much raps. We have to use the code Eli, E-L-I, instead of Katoa because he's already run our hungriest player. But I just think that Eli Katoa, he's been down there at the Storm. This is the second year in a row where he's been essentially one of the best back rowers in the competition. And on the weekend, he was nothing short of phenomenal. And I think that not enough people speak about how good Eli Katoa is. I get it, out of sight, out of mind. And I know Hudson Young has had just an incredible season. But Eli Katoa, for me, is the other back rower that I would probably have. So if I've got two back rowers for back row of the year, it'd be Hudson Young so far, and it'd be Eli Katoa. I thought he was phenomenal on the weekend. He's been phenomenal all season long. He was phenomenal last season. His defence is incredible. His attack is... He's got arguably one of the most widest range of weapons as an attacking back rower. He's absolutely phenomenal on the weekend, Eli Katoa.
Yeah, he was. He probably doesn't get the raps because he's not in the Origin arena.
Yeah.
And he sort of goes by the wayside. But they're going to have a really good side at the end of the year, Tonga, and especially going into the World Cup. I think I like the way that when he's consistent, he's able to run first, and then that opens up the rest of his game. That pass to Farlongo was... Yeah, sensational. It reminded me of Glenn Stewart, actually, the way that he was able to execute that. So, he's definitely one of the premium, if not the premium guy, but doesn't get the raps because of he's not in that Origin combo, unfortunately.
And he's been so consistent. That's the thing that, like, you know, when you got a boom back rower like Eli Katoa, that is their biggest weakness is they have like 4 games, 9 out of 10, and then 2 games, 6 out of 10. He doesn't do that. He literally doesn't do that anymore, Timmy.
Yeah, it was that pass for me too, Sowie, the one to Farlongo, that he was just out, so the try was just disallowed, but he'd already scored essentially like the match-defining try by the big leap and catch, which is becoming a staple of his game. But that cut ball he threw to Farlongo, I'm like, mate, you already run one of the best lines in the game. You're good under the high ball. Defensively, you're becoming pretty sound as well. And then he throws like a 20-metre cut ball on the chest of Farlongo. You're going, what can't he do, this fella?
It's crazy. And like he opened the game up with an incredible line scoring tries, catching high bombs, offloading. Just amazing. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Gun, very consistent. One of those kind of classic cases of going to Melbourne and then just going to a new level.
Took time.
Did take time.
Yeah.
You can't rush art though, can you?
Yeah, you can't. You always say that.
I've always said that, and it's proving to be exactly the case here with Eli Katoa. Very well rounded, does it all, can defend well. The aerial threat, yeah, you're right, Timmy, a bit of a trademark of the game, but he was outstanding on the weekend, and shame on you for not including him in your poll.
I know, shame on me, shame on me. So just for people that may not have got the Melbourne Storm game, he had a try, 2 try assists, 17 runs, 145 metres, 52 post contact, a line break assist, 2 offloads, 32 tackles, only 2 misses. And on top of all that, he was involved, I think, with every single try except for the Fa'alongo breakaway try.
Intercept, yeah.
Pretty sure. So every single one of their tries, he was involved with or he scored it. I'm pretty sure. Which is just like, that's insane. That, like, in a game where there's 30 points are scored, maybe outside of one other one that I'm forgetting, but he was involved in pretty much everything.
In a team that has Ryan Papenhuyzen, Harry Grant, Cameron Munster, it was the Eli Katoa show. Him and the combination he's got with Jerome Hughes is something to behold.
And because Hughes is obviously playing for the Kiwis as well, he's another guy that, he does get a lot of raps. Obviously, he won the Dally M. But that combination, you could argue it's the best halfback, edge-back role combination in the competition. You could make the argument.
I think for sure.
Like stats-wise, numbers-wise, they're just, absolute beast. Absolute beast. So he's our Hungriest player. Use code LEELI for $7 off Chinese. And our Hungry shout-out goes to Peakhurst Chinese Takeaway on Menulog, where the chicken cashew is the MVP every single night. So massive shout out to the Chinese local legend. Make sure to get to a local legend near you. Always thank you to Menulog. They've been with us for years now, guys. If you're going to get food to your house, make sure to use Menulog because they've been supporting us for so long now. So a massive thank you. Okay, it's time for the Grumpy Coffee team of the week. Get your Grumpy Coffee. Go to grumpycoffee.com.au. The 30% sale might still be going. I'm not sure. If it's not, apologies, but go and check it if it is because it's definitely ending today. Got some beautiful, beautiful coffee, guys. It's a cup rating of 85 out of 100. Which is incredibly high for blends, guys. So get your Grumpy Coffee at grumpycoffee.com.au. We've got pods, whole bean ground. We've got it all. Okay, the team is at 1, Hammer. At 2, To'o. 3, Holmes. 4, Shibasaki. 5, Karapani. Hasn't he just improved so much? At 6, we've cheated, guys. We cheated this week, but we had to. We got Hughes at 6. We got Katoa at 7. Max King at 8. Jeremy Marshall King 9. Willison at 10. Hosking 11, 12 Katoa, 13 Yo, 14 KO Weeks, 15 Big Red from the Raiders, Corey Horsburgh, 16 Sasangi, and 17 Kurt Donahue. Okay, it's time now for the Kayo Can't Miss moment of the week. And I'll tell you, something you couldn't miss on Kayo was Ilia Tapoye knocking out Charles Oliveira. Insane on the weekend. He now, in 17 fights, has claimed the 145 title and the 155. It is insane. You can't miss it. It was on KO, guys. The next fight is on KO. Don't miss it. The KO Can't Miss moment. It's 2 things. It's Katoa 3 try assists and Hammer's 4 tries. But I want to talk about Katoa, and the reason why I want to talk about him is because I've got obviously Jamie Soward here. But if you want an example and how important tempo is. We always talk about tempo. I always think Andrew Johns was the best at tempo, and that's like changing speed. And we always talk about the best halves look like they've got the most time. Go back to one of his tries where he changes tempo 3 times in 10 metres to make to cause the try assist. So he runs up, he stops to a walk, speeds up again, stops again, speeds up again, and makes a line break. It's one of the greatest examples in just a little section of 5 seconds of tempo control I've seen in a very, very long time. And I just wanted to talk about it because, as I said, this is when you know a guy's getting to a level of like grandmaster, where he is dictating the pace of line speed from the defence, them getting put in the chair because he's changing his pace. He made a line break purely off tempo control.
Yeah, I'm going to say on the Take the 2 podcast, me and Guru, we call it glazing.
Okay, yes, we are glazing. This is yes.
No, proper glaze. Have been in a glaze state for a long time about this kid. The tempo, but it's the understanding. And, you know, what we're seeing from him at such a young age is a maturity beyond his years, and we get that. And we thought that when Nathan Cleary come in, it makes it unfair for everyone else. But to see a kid controlling it like he does, and everyone gets on the back of that, I think, you know, what Christian Wolf has done is let him to the keys of the car, but also giving him a chance to learn on the run, so that when he doesn't make the right decision, you know, I think he'd be disappointed after Newcastle last week, but when he doesn't make the right decision, and you can see here, he gets it first receiver, and what he does, for me, what he does on the outside, he's getting people to rush up, but then Kepi can't get to him either. So it's partly good from Katoa, but the defences don't know what to do with him.
Yep.
So when he gets through the space, and then to be able to come up with a hammer and pass, you could sort of see that happening for Queensland. Hopefully it doesn't. But I love the way that he's learnt how to be mature in those situations, and we're in a blessed state at the moment with New South Wales that he's going to be playing for New South Wales.
Question for you, Sowie, around Katoa. So when we talk about tempo and your ability to dictate and start your speed, to make defenders plant and do all these great things that he does, how much of that can be taught in a playmaker, and how much is just natural feel for the game, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's gone out of the game, which is why we're all glazing it so hard, because he's actually doing it. So you do tempo drills at training, and I think one space, we're going to talk about the NRLW in a second, but one thing that they can really improve on is spatial awareness, how to take the ball to the line, where to go to. And I wasn't one of those guys who dug into the line deep. JT was. You see Kieran Foran last night. Like, there's just guys that feel it. So I don't think it's really taught. It's more feel of the game, and when you're rolling, you sort of get a little bit more confident to be able to play. But it's the credit to the guys around him and the coach. The coach is letting him learn on the run and come up with those plays, because their attack at the start of the year definitely wasn't like this.
Oh, mate.
It was awful to start the year. Now they've scored 3 50-point games. I don't know what the record is for 50-point games in the season. True. But they all play off the back of this kid. And, we've been really lucky to see Nathan Cleary develop. And watching Isaiah right now and his understanding of the game is really cool.
Yeah. And even just like, I think it was before the game, before or after he was getting interviewed, mate, he is so switched on.
Well, he was captain last week. He was captain last week.
Unreal.
So
21. At 21 years old in the 7 jersey.
Second youngest ever, was it?
Since maybe 2005 or something like that. Mate, just an incredible. So I just wanted to show that was one of the Kayo Can't Miss moment. Just the ability, like, to stop and start like that. It seems like silly, like the fact that a stopping and starting a tempo could affect the line that much. But if you watch closely, you can see the defence almost going, oh crap, we've raced up too quickly. He's not actually going as fast as we thought he was going to go. And then once he speeds up again, they go, oh shit, we need to go. It's just it's amazing to watch. At 21. Okay, the 4 tries as well from Hammer. I mean, what is there to say? Probably, I think it was the last one that was probably the most incredible. But just the way this guy, he reminds me, not exactly the same running gait, but he flows the same as Steve Renouf used to flow. Just the way he glides across the line, it's the Hammer.
And he doesn't lose speed.
Amazing.
He picks up speed when he swerves and goes around. I think that's the noticeable thing. But when the Dolphins are on and they've got Hammer supporting the ball like that, that's where you can see probably why Billy chose Hammer in that. That sort of style. So, it's going to be a lot of front door stuff with Dearden. But, I think the Hammers, he's been a great buy for the Redcliffe.
Oh, mate.
He's been a great buy.
He was brought off the bench at the Cowboys.
Yeah, and the Cowboys would love to have him back right now. Yeah. Even though Drink is their number one, I think they'd love to have him back in some capacity.
Even in the centres or something, like you'd have him back even at the centres if you.
I think he's a better one than Drinkwater. I think the way that he plays, I know their style, but not enough been spoken about Christian Wolf.
Mate.
Last week was their big sort of speed bump, and then this week you were expecting, South's Wayne Bennett, like 78 points reeks in that game. I hate saying that, but what you saw from Christian was a dedication to what their beliefs are and what their values are, and they come back and executed it.
And that's like the type of player Hammer is. He doesn't need to be a high volume fullback that has 25 runs a game like Dylan Edwards, but he does need to be high volume in terms of just being on the ball. Because as soon as that arm goes through, or as soon as there's a line break made, when he's there and he's on the receiving end of it, it's a try every time. So it's like, just be around the ball. And he did that again on the weekend. Again, not necessarily high volume, but he turned half chances into 4 tries because of his speed.
Yeah, and I definitely can see where Billy's coming from when you look at the game. Game 1 and 2, we literally didn't strip, or Queensland didn't strip New South Wales at all. The only time we stripped them was one time, coming out of our own end we did, but for a try and it was a forward pass. And so maybe Billy Slater's going, listen, I just want one of the most dangerous support players in the game around Harry Grant and around Munster, where that arm comes through, or Dearden. So that's the Kayo Can't Miss moment, guys. Make sure to check it out. Massive, just watching Katoa, it is such a pleasure and a privilege to watch this young guy just develop the way he is. Fox League exclusive games this round are Raiders versus Dragons, Saturday 5:30. Cowboys versus Storm, Saturday 7:35. Roosters versus West Tigers, Sunday 2 p.m. And the NRLW season starts Thursday. Kayo will be showing every game live and ad break free during play. FIFA Club World Cup playoffs are underway. Every game is live on Kayo. Quarterfinals are this week. Teams will have qualified this morning, so give a mention to either... Oh, sorry. I'm Ron Burgundy. I read what is ever in front of me. So Bayern and PSG are through, guys. Huge clubs. I mean, I think a lot of people expected it. And also, guys, the British Grand Prix, it's this week. Lewis Hamilton is the reigning champion at Silverstone and will be desperate to get Ferrari more points in the Constructors' Championship. Tune in this weekend to watch every practice qualifying season and the British Grand Prix race live on Fox Sports. Race is on at 12 a.m. Monday morning, Australian Eastern Standard Time. Kayo, get on board. If it's sport, Kayo, you can't miss it. Okay, it's time now for the NordVPN Defense Play of the Week. And I think everyone knows what... And matter of fact, I'm going to be honest. I thought this was going to be locked in with no competitors this weekend. There are actually a lot of incredible defense plays this week. But the defense play, brought to you by NordVPN, it is Connor Tracy's 2 try savers against the Penrith Panthers. What an incredible performance by Connor Tracy. And what I love about this is that we all know Connor Tracy can run for 200, 250 metres. Notoriously very fit player, gets through his work, has improved out of sight. But these defensive plays, they're as good as any defensive try savers you'll see. The fact that he was able to, Blaise Talangi was over the try line essentially, and it was Connor Tracy's contact and ability to somehow move his body back into the field of play. These are the NordVPN defense plays of the week. And in a game where it's 8-6, I mean, that's almost a blowout. If they get those 2 tries, you just don't know. Penrith could run away with it. They kept him in the game. That's 12 points essentially. Incredible plays by Connor Tracy. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it was awesome, wasn't it? The game, I couldn't sleep afterwards. There was a lot of empty fluids going around because I was that excited that we saw an 8-6 game and we were involved in all of it. Connor Tracy is never ever going to be regarded as one of the top fullbacks, but in terms of effort and putting yourself in the right place, he's a student of the game, and that's what it came down to. In a tight game like that, 8-6, just before half-time, I actually thought Blaise should have passed. He had Crichton, and they gave a little bit of the business to Crichton on that right edge in terms of the shape. They sort of went after him a bit. But, yeah, Connor Tracy putting his body on the line, getting in there, that just typifies what kind of player he is.
Well, I mentioned before that Hammer isn't necessarily a high-volume sort of fullback. Connor Tracy is. Because he doesn't have the blistering speed of the Tabuai Fido, it's running for his over 200 metres a game, and it's coming up with these defensive plays where he's in position, he's all heart, he's all effort. And as I said, that one on Talangi was unbelievable, and had it have panned out any differently, it could have been a match-winning play from him. Ended up getting done by 2 as it was, but...
Both on Talangi, actually, which is crazy.
Talangi,
Made Talangi knock on the ball the second one.
He's just going from strength to strength, Connor Tracy.
Amazing. And just you don't understand how hard that is to get your target area right when you're running at full pace and you've got to hit him perfectly. Because you can make the tackle, but a lot of the time they'll bump out of it, you'll hit legs, they'll go over. To hit him perfectly at full speed like that, it's almost like a 1 in a million chance. It's so hard.
Yeah, that's what gives them the edge. That's why they're such a good defensive side. You've been under Wayne at the Broncos. It's scramble, not necessarily system stuff. It's scramble. Sometimes, I remember the old Brisbane days. They'd race you to the corner. They'd come up, and then everyone else would just race you to the corner. So, the Dogs, like I said, they had to come up with that play. Their right edge, which was weird to see, but their right edge actually conceded a couple of line breaks. For him to put himself in the frame there and come up with those big plays shows how important he is to that side.
What do you reckon, mate? Loved it?
Yeah, I mean, Connor Tracy, there's a bit of pressure on him probably at the start of the year. There's a bit of chat, Pappenhausen on the market. Is he a good enough fullback to help the Dogs win a comp? But for the sort of style that they play, I think he is. He kind of cut from a similar cloth to Dylan Edwards, very hard worker.
And what he would cost too.
Correct, exactly. So, he's all effort and never gives up. And I think those couple of tackles on the weekend just sort of typify that.
What a great story, though, with Connor Tracy.
4 ACLs?
Mate, I think it's 4 ACLs, bro. 4 ACLs. It's just an amazing story about just dedication, sticking to it, working it out. And who knows? You never know where the Bulldogs end up. And
he transformed into a fullback. He was a 5'8" with Dean Hawkins at Rabbitohs, I think.
And then went to Sharkies.
Right?
Yeah.
He was in the halves. Yeah, they were going really well with him and Hawkins. And then he went to the Sharkies and he was on the wing. And it was like... then when Bulldogs bought him, they where are you going to play him? And then he's just turned into their fullback.
And it's pretty because initially Critter was kind of talked about fullback, but and then Taff got the jump on him at the back there. Connor Tracy. So great story. And guys, it's time. I've had an absolute game changer with NordVPN. I can change my virtual location, allowing me to access shows, maybe like even Andor. I might watch Andor again, guys. I just don't know, maybe. All my Netflix, got the Squid Game. Squid Game's out, the end of the part 2 of season 2, so can't wait for that. Normally I can't access it when I'm overseas, but NordVPN, they allow me to change my location and watch it. It also protects me against scammers and hackers, keeping me safe as I'm using public Wi-Fi at the airport or hotel, protecting my private data, and I've got a lot of private data I need to protect, like bank details, passwords, and online identity. NordVPN is always on the defense, just like Connor Tracy here. So whether I'm going overseas or just want access to shows and sport from other countries that aren't available here, I do it in safe, protected way with NordVPN. To get the best discount off your NordVPN plan, go to nordvpn.com/blokeinabar, and our link will also give you 4 extra months on a 2-year plan. There's no risk with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. That's right, 30 days when you sign up, you've got to get money-back guarantee. The link is in the podcast description box. Now, our NordVPN... our NordVPN play is obviously Connor Tracy. Massive congratulations for winning the NordVPN Defense Player of the Week. Alrighty, it's time for the round 17 review. Panthers v. the Bulldogs. And I'll tell you what, there have been, not everyone, but I've actually got quite a few messages that were a bit disappointed with me after Queensland's win, because I said the standard of rugby league in Origin this year has been really poor. It's been exciting at times, but the standard of rugby league has been poor. Matter of fact, I would actually say a lot of the NRL games, the standard hasn't been that high. I hope people watching this game realise kind of where I was coming from with that. This is high-quality rugby league. This is the standard of rugby league that we've come to love and know over the last few years. What an absolute incredible performance. And I think that, both teams can actually walk away really happy. Panthers can say we're back to a degree. I don't think they're at their heights of their last few years, but they're definitely back in the frame. And Bulldogs can say, listen, we just clean a few things up coming out of half time with some errors, and all of a sudden we might be able to win this game. We are the real deal ourselves. Bloody good game to watch.
Yeah, you're right though. The footy hasn't been great. I mean, 50-28 on the weekend. Ugh. Dolphins, Rabbitohs. It's hard watch. Great for the sponsors, of course, that are contributing. But 8-6, you were just enthralled. It was a ball in play. I'd love to know the total ball in play minutes, because it was set for set. Mitch Kenny, 64 tackles. Ooh. Preston, 44. It was just a game of big moments, boys, where you just didn't know what was going to happen. I think, for the Penrith Panthers, the narrative, are they back? Yeah, they're back. Yeah. And everyone's shit scared of them right now. Absolutely. Because what we saw of them is, their attack, I reckon they probably bombed 3 tries. The try savers were right. But, for Canterbury to be in that position, I think that'll take a lot of confidence out of that as well. 8-6 against a team, who's fighting for their season and desperate. I reckon Ciraldo, in the back of his mind, Timmy, I reckon he'd be happy with what he saw from his side defensively, but they still have a little bit to tidy up in their attack. Yeah. I thought that at the end, they should have taken the 2. I just would have gone...
Their explanation was 2 left foot kickers, and they felt like they had momentum. They said.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I just think Burton kicks it a mile. You just, if you want to know, well, in 7 or 8 weeks' time, there's going to be a game where it's going to be 10-8.
I can't believe they didn't have a crack.
And, would you do it in a grand final or semi-final?
And also, it's not like it was the last play of the game. It was literally, you had a few minutes after that if you needed to score anyway.
But if you kick it, you can win the game.
Yeah.
2 minutes to go. You got a shot. It was 30 out on the sideline. It's tough. But as you said, you got Birdo there, who could have been sort of the frontline kicker of late. But with Birdo's boot, that distance isn't an issue.
No. And you just, I just thought that they backed themselves, which is fine. And Canterbury fans will say, well, we backed ourselves. But, I would love to have seen them gone for the 2.
Yeah. I will say it is the first, maybe it's not the first time, but one of the very few times where I've watched a game where Penrith's essentially at their best and another team has been as fit as them. I felt like the Bulldogs, it's first time in a long time where you've gone, this team's actually, they're as fit as each other. Usually Panthers, when they play this kind of footy where they're 90%, they just break teams apart. They score their 20 points or whatever. First time in a long time where I've gone, wow, the Bulldogs are actually as fit as the Panthers, which is a huge wrap, because I believe Penrith Panthers, we all run the same plays and we all get the same points on the field. I believe their point of difference in this dynasty has been their fitness. I think that's their true point of difference.
It was like very clearly the closest thing we've seen to probably finals quality football this season,
Easy.
wasn't it? And
Yeah.
like by the end of that game, my heart, I think everyone's heart watching that was just absolutely racing. It was that exciting, that finish. And like the first 20 minutes of the game, both sides had a perfect completion.
Yeah.
It was like a quality game of Origin when it does happen. And but like the completions were perfect, the kicking games were perfect early on as well. And you sit there going like, this is rugby league at its best.
Yeah. The amount of, like, you get to this point of the year, and I'll be honest, sometimes you watch games and you're just hanging in there going, geez, I wish I was, out having a feed with the wife or doing other things. This game, I wasn't even thinking about anything else. Like, I was so enthralled by it. I was enjoying it.
The sign of a good game is when you look up at the clock first half and there's 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you just go set for set. So many big plays by both sides. The Cleary try is obviously the moment, but yeah, you wouldn't be unhappy if that was a grand final.
100%.
Like if those two played each other. One thing we spoke about on our pod was Ivan Cleary's 14-2 now against assistant coaches. So he beat Andrew Webster last week and then comes up and beats Ciro at home, 14-2 against Barrett, Webster and
That's crazy.
Serraldo.
That's crazy.
Which is Bill Belichick's type stuff, Nick Saban stuff,
Well, they went from sitting well outside the 8, and then they had 2 buys, and with games in between there against the Warriors over there, and then the Doggies, where you're going a month ago, you're going, well, they probably lose those 2 games.
Yeah.
They've jagged them both, 2 buys around it, so they'll be rested. And
Mental. What do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I agree, definitely probably the most finals quality game that we've sort of seen so far this year. The intensity was there, the ticker was there. And for me, probably what it just signified is that obviously they won the game, but Penrith are kind of back now because I feel like it was played on the sort of the terms that they had a lot of teams on at the back end of last year. Obviously, the grand final as well last year, very low scoring, and they were able to kind of control the game. But I think, now they're kind of entrenched in the top 8. Now the next 4 games are against the bottom 4 sides, so they're going to go a long way to the pointy end. But these two sides, like, it was interesting because they are a little bit similar in the style that they kind of play. So hell of a game, but I reckon we'll probably see them play each other again at some stage this year.
Sweet. About Panthers. So let's go to Panthers. We'll go to the Bulldogs. What I loved about Panthers' game plan, and they actually had like a bit of polar opposites, and I'd love to get your thoughts on it, Sowie. So it seemed as though Bulldogs said, we're going to stay out of your middle and take that away from you. And Panthers seemed like we're going to go through the middle. And I thought the Panthers did such a good job at identifying when there was a quick play of the ball and scooting. And why that's so important is that, the Bulldogs' timing and tempo in defence would usually rely on a one-pass situation. So even if there's a quick play of the ball, there's still a pass that gives us time to bounce off our line and get line speed again. And what I loved about Panthers is if you've got... They had, like, Cleary would scoot, like guys that, like, forwards would scoot. Like, you had Garner scooting. And that, to me, says that Ivan Cleary's gone, we need to bust that tempo up. We need to change it up so that the Bulldogs are going, we don't actually have enough time to get our line speed, and therefore we roll through the middle. I thought the Penrith did a real good job at identifying quick play the balls and scooting through the middle. What do you think about it?
Yeah, agree, Kempy. I thought that they won it in the first half. They were under pressure a lot in that first half, and they had a couple of try savers themselves, and they turned them away coming out of the game. But the Bulldogs nearly had 2,000 run metres, nearly 300 more than Penrith.
Yeah.
So the optical illusion of what you're saying, we run through the middle. I just think that Penrith were more disciplined with the ball.
Easy, definitely.
In terms of, 32 from 44 for the Doggies. A lot of it just looked uncomfortable at the end when they were chasing. I reckon they chased too hard.
Forcing it.
Yeah, they were forcing it.
Yeah.
So, I look at how Cleary attacked it, the back 5. I mean, this kid, Milky Jenkins, he is... Like, he had a great game. I thought Casey McLean... It's almost like Penrith looked settled. Like they finally look like they've arrived.
That's a good point.
Ivan's message about what they're going to do towards the back end of the year, and in every statistic, pretty much they got beat. Their average set distance, they were going backwards, the post contact meters, all that kind of stuff, but they just hung in there. They lent on their DNA, whereas I reckon the Bulldogs probably for the first time were like, oh shit, we're here. Yeah, like, can we do it?
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. I definitely think that you could make the argument the difference was experience in big games. Because when the game was on the line, Panthers go, we just need to stay patient here, get through our sets, the opportunity will present itself, and obviously it was Cleary's big play. Whereas I agree with you, mate. I felt like the Bulldogs panicked. I wouldn't say panicked, maybe it's a dramatic word, but there was a lot of nervous energy there with the Bulldogs. Like, oh, we're here, let's get this, we're about to beat the Panthers. Because, the positive for the Bulldogs is, as you said, they won a lot of the statistics that usually teams never win against the Panthers. Timmy, what do you reckon, mate, with the Panthers?
Yeah, they saw the 2-point margin as a 20-point margin, and they chased the game too much in that second half. Like I mentioned, that they had a perfect completion at least after the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
They ended up with about a 73% completion in the game, and had that 2-point margin been elsewhere, the other way around in the second half, the entire game looks completely different. But the Doggies were using the ball early, and like Stephen Crichton, one of those disciplined players in the game, he was forcing passes that he normally wouldn't, and they were just chasing, and you know, you say it all the time, can be about stay patient Doggies fans. The Doggies didn't stay patient in this one, where, you know, they had opportunities to score, but they were just, it wasn't, like they were in the grind, but they were just trying to force things that weren't on too often, and eventually that broke them.
Mate,
How wasn't that a sellout, that game?
Oh, I don't think Panthers fans travel that much, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they had more fans there than Doggies fans.
Yeah,
I expected the
that's
Doggies
fair.
fans to have 10,000.
Mate, Thursday's so tough these days. Like,
Oh, I agree, but I just thought, it's almost like a home game for the Bulldogs. They're
it's
just
a
down
good
the
point,
road.
actually. Yeah, I was focusing on Penrith fans not travelling, but like you would have thought Doggies fans.
It looked
would,
it looked like a lot of black jumpers in there. And the
Yeah,
other
that's-
thing, Penrith only used 6 interchanges.
crazy.
And
Crazy.
Bulldogs used 7.
Wow.
That's actually insane.
Like, so that's crazy to think that they only used 6. And I think Patea only come on for a short stint as well. So
That always bewilders me when that happens. Like, not using 1, but not using 2.
yeah.
That's so fit. You got to be so fit to do that.
Yeah, and Schneider was one of them. Didn't get on at all. Couldn't find a
Nice spot for him.
Interesting on that. You know, obviously the Dogs got Galvin out there, similar kind of thing, and maybe potentially disrupted it a little bit, or there was a little moment there. Like probably something to be said, I suppose. For they're always going to get Lockie Galvin out of there. He's the guy they brought in, but when the game didn't kind of call for it, Penrith went, "We're actually not going to bring the utility on."
It's an interesting one because it did, at least for the first few minutes, you could see that it just threw them off a little bit, the flow of things. But I don't mind it from a Serraldo perspective because, like, okay, yes, we can do everything we can to win this game, and maybe the value in winning this game is more valuable than us finding out what our best 17 is. But I actually land in the camp of I'd rather than bring him on in a big game now and begin building towards the end of the year to find out what is our best 17 and what is our best rotation, then go, oh, you know what, this game's on the line. I'm just going to leave what we got out there. But I'd love to get your thoughts, Joe, because it's a great point. It was a little bit clunky.
Yeah, it definitely looked different to what they'd had. They only lost by 2 points though.
Yeah.
So it's not like they
Went to
were
complete
blown
water.
away. Yeah, I think the week before or his first game when they played Parra, it was sort of a bit more open, you know.
Killed it, yeah.
Probably a good chance to get Galvin out there and test him what he's like in that environment. He wouldn't have played, no offence, Hammy, but he wouldn't have played in too many big games.
Played in a spoon bowl last year.
I said no offence, which means I can say whatever I want.
I said with all due respect.
Yeah, with all due respect, that's it. So it's probably more of a fact-finding mission for Serraldo going forward with his crew and how they handle that stuff. And I reckon sometimes you have losses that actually are wins because you learn so much about yourself out of it. And I reckon like Crichton with that at the end. How Galvin came on, I think there's a lot to be learnt for the Bulldogs.
Yep.
They should be very happy. Like
I think so too.
8-6, it was a cracker game.
Well, it was a charge down. The difference. That was the only time they conceded to the Penrith Panthers. And yeah, sure, they've been poured by their standards this year, but you said they're looking like they're back and played good footy and threw a bit at them. And it was one try for charge down. But, I know we sort of touched on Penrith, but just to that point, Hammy, of the way they brought Galvin on, like they've signed Galvin to be long-term halves player for them. And he comes on and they move their half back to hooker. The hooker goes to the bench who we know can play big minutes. I just think they're getting too tricky with it all. I think they need to cut the cord and do one of two things, and that's either drop Toby Sexton. That's not because I think Toby Sexton should be dropped. But
He's actually been playing better footy.
100%.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like he's going to be in the long-term plans. And Galvin's the man. You start Galvin and you play him 80 minutes in the halves, or you find a different role for Galvin. Because I think when you bring him on, a new bloke to the club, and you change two key members of your spine, including your halfback, I just don't think it's the right option for him. And as we said, they looked clunky in that second half, not because Galvin isn't the man to sort of put points on the board and all of that, but what do you think, Sowie? I just think it's mad.
Yeah, it is, but again, like they would have planned for all this kind of stuff. I think if they win, we're not talking about it probably as much. As much.
I feel like part of it is they know there'll be a bit of an uproar, like if straight away Galvin comes in and they drop Sexton when they were leading the comp. So I think off the back of that, they're like, all right, how do we sort of integrate him into this team without pissing people off by dropping Sexton. It's like, well, you signed Galvin, so what's your play?
Yeah, he's going to have to make a decision what he wants to do there,
Yeah.
whether he leaves Reed on or takes Toby Sexton
Yeah,
off.
and you don't want to be doing this in round 23. Like, do it now. You're sitting up the top of the table, second.
Well, you'll get a chance this week because there's no Carraz. What does Burton do? Does Burton go to the centres or does he?
Well, I don't think so because they'll keep. Well, for this week is a one.
For this week, that's what I mean. Like, is this a sign this week for Serraldo to have a crack?
Ooh,
On a separate note, though, when Cleary did that charge down, I just want to see him shirtless. He must have abs of steel. It just hit him flush in the belly, and he just was like,
He just took
gonna
it.
keep running.
Just took it. What a play. I mean,
Just to even
think of it.
go down to the park all right, on Thursday night and get
kicked.
kicked a charge down into your belly.
Have you seen him with his shirt off? There's fucking.
I played one game with him. I was replaced by him at the Panthers, so I was replaced by a great.
It took a great to replace you too, which is
I missed the showers though. I missed the showers. The abs are steel, but it was just such a big play. Like it was just such a one of those games. But the piece to the puzzle, I think, for Penrith is they've got a blueprint now. They can beat you either way. They can beat you finesse, or they can beat you like now. That's just reminded them how good they are, which is dangerous for the comp.
What I love about the play from Cleary is like that's a winner's play because like Cleary, I'd argue he looks a little bit banged up in regards to Cleary. He's either his groin or his quad, whatever it is, and like so it's not like he's playing his absolute best footy we've ever seen, but just a guy to find. I'm going to find some way to impact this game, and also identifying. Galvin has come on, Sexton's off. Sexton's at 9, Reed Marnie's off. They're only going to be one kicker. It's going to be Burton. So identifying that, finding different ways to win the game when you're probably not at your best right now, like that's just a winner. Like that's the trait that the greats have is they find these unique ways to get victories. And
Going
like,
for a charge down though.
It's just like
if
so
you miss and it
strange.
kicks you in the face, you're out for the game because you've been knocked out. Like
or you get six again,
six to
or
go.
like just
we
so
saw
many different
Tino
things.
last night. Like there's a Cleary wanted the charge down, whereas Tino came up to put pressure on and flicked his finger. So it's a courageous play.
Oh, mate. Like, you're getting absolutely pizzled if you don't make that. Or there's a 6 again or something, that bounces off and they score down the other end. So, yeah, just amazing.
You looking for motivation after winning 4 comps and being 5 grand finals on the trot. Like, how do you continue to find motivation to compete at the top level and win games? Penrith have their motto every year, and it changes each year based on how things are going. This year, it's just going to be they're gone.
They're
everyone
gone.
wrote them off and just go like, no, screw everyone. Let's show them that we can do it again.
What do you think of Casey McLean mouthing up to?
Mate, when I first saw
Crichton.
it, I was going, ooh, be careful what you wish for, young man. And then when I saw him actually back it up, I said, good on you, like young fella. Like, if you're going to back it up, chirp as much as you want. I thought Casey McLean was absolutely phenomenal, and I actually thought the battle was probably a draw. If I wanted to give it to anyone, I'd give it to Casey just because of his age. But just a rookie that, mate, his defence at the start of the year is really poor. His development since then has been incredible, and that's what makes me so excited for a guy like Casey McLean is that usually guys that are naturally gifted like this, you don't see them develop as quickly in things that they're deficient in because they've got an ego where they're like, I don't need to do, I'm the man. I score more tries than I let in, that's all I need to worry about. To see him develop this quickly suggests to me that there is no ego there, that he's willing to work on himself. Because if you looked at Casey McLean round 1 to now, it's honestly almost 2 different players. It's crazy.
I was the same as you. I was like, just let him. Don't talk to him. I wouldn't talk to him. I just thought that he went after him after that grubber, he knocked it dead, and then Crichton sort of it got him going a little bit, and I was like, oh no, it's like I was really worried for him. But yeah, those young guys, what that Warriors trip did to them was give them belief that they belong. Yeah, and when you got your best player putting his body on the line to get a charge down, and then your other 2 Origin players had 52 carries between them for 500 and something metres, like it. When you win without those, I played without Origin guys, and it gives you a confidence when you win. Yeah. When you do your job and you have a big game like they did last week, like the winning last week obviously helped, but that gave them. They looked confident. Yeah. They looked like it's finally clicked to them in their prep and whatever that Ivan's message was.
I thought Edwards was absolutely phenomenal. I thought Tungor has improved as well. I agree with you. It's a great point, Sowie. That win in the Warriors, that actually, a lot of people might look against the win against the Bulldogs that sets their year up, but it might have actually been the win against the Warriors that sets their year up because they had so many players out and just everyone said, nah, can't do it. And they did it, I mean, pretty convincingly. Like they won the physical battle against the Warriors and they can just continue to build and build and build. Bloody good win. Bloody good win. Who stood out for you, mate, the Panthers?
Yeah, I mean, most of the ones that you've kind of covered off on there, I think the Origin guys were incredible. Obviously, they didn't play in the New Zealand game, but Brian Toto again, very good. Nearly another 200 metres from him. I thought he killed it. Lindsay Smith played himself into into the Blues squad as well. Thought he was pretty good. Leota's numbers aren't amazing, but I thought he had some big moments where he just kind of...
He always does in big games.
Got stuck in and like when you read him, he had 7 runs, 55 metres, but I just felt like there's a couple of times where, you could really feel like the momentum kind of shift with him taking the ball in there. So, look, there was a couple, but I think, mainly those, the guys that slipped back in after Origin just kind of... complimented the guys that got their confidence up the week before.
What about Mitch Kenny on the Fox Lab? He's got 58 tackles, only 1 miss. Jeez, that's a knock from the... Oh, my God, bro. It's so hectic.
Don't look at me about missed tackles. I don't think I could miss... Yeah, I'd miss now in under sixes. But I think one thing that was understated as well is... No Scott Sorensen on that left edge, so they had to go to Luke Garner, who I thought was fantastic. And I thought it was Blaze Talangi's best game for the Panthers. He looked engaged, he was brave. It's the best he's defended, and I'm happy for him because he was under a lot of pressure. Start of the year, he was in, he was out, he was at centre, he wasn't sort of sure. So, if they're to go on and be in big games at the end of the year, they're going to look back to this 2-week stretch where they know they can do it.
Yeah, I'm super interested. Like, if this is where Blaze is at now, what does Cleary Talangi look like in 4 or 5 years? It's a scary because Blaze's running game is elite, absolutely elite. If they can just keep building brick by brick and make him into that 6, I still think he naturally suits fullback more, but you can just trust the Penrith system to get the best out of him.
The game on the weekend confirmed he was a 6.
Yeah, okay.
Because he had some moments where he just played like Jerome Luai. It sort of took me back to just a ball runner, not necessarily trying to be Nathan Cleary and allowed Cleary to just do his thing. So, that would give me confidence to say that he was a 6. His kicking game's underrated too. He's actually got quite a big boot on him as well. So, they'll be interested to see going forward. They've got, obviously, a couple of games now where they can go in and set themselves up, but I just think it was a huge win. The rest of the competition now is like, we thought we were rid of these guys.
Yeah, 100%. It changes the makeup of everything because, Melbourne was probably looking at this season going, this is the year for us. Penrith have dropped off a bit. We've got this team on paper. Anyway, onto the Doggies. As we've kind of already said, I don't think the Doggies should walk away from this. I mean, disappointed for sure because the game was there to be won and they won a lot of the statistics you usually do to win the game, but made a few tweaks here and there. And I think that what Serraldo said in the press conference, it's really telling. He spoke about the 3-year journey that they've had. So first year, Penrith pumped them. Second year, pretty close game, 16-10 I think it was. And that was out at Penrith as well. And everyone's like, wow, Doggies have gone all right out at Penrith. And then to come here and it's 8-6 against a Panthers side that actually played well as well. Man, the confidence that they can take out of that. Are you, if you're being fair to him, are you telling me that the Canterbury Bulldogs can't improve by 2 points, or we'll say 4 points, by the end of the season? I think they can. It's a huge... It's not a win, but it's a tick for me for the Bulldogs.
Danger period coming up the next couple of weeks, boys. They play the Broncos Friday night at a core. Some would be expecting them to win that game. Then they go on the road after Origin to Queensland Country Bank. So there's a couple of big weeks where...
They've got a crazy run home too. Their run home is insane.
Yeah, and it's off the back of now losing to the Penrith Panthers. What does that take out of you? We saw the Warriors, after they lost to Penrith, coming to Australia and almost... that wasn't their best game. So I'm going to be interested to see how the Dogs handle the next couple of weeks. I think they play the Dragons after that. So it's a big couple of weeks. If they were to lose one of the next two, all of a sudden that top 4 is not safe. If they lose this week, Broncos can still make the top 4.
It's crazy. It's insane to think. To think the year the Broncos have had that they can know. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, well, that's it. The beauty of the Broncos game, they get the Broncos without Haas and Carrigan, which is enormous.
And Walsh as well.
And Walsh now as well. So, I mean, obviously, Dogs were missing players too, but they switched the wingers, Kiraz and Montoya, for the game, which I found really interesting. I gather it was maybe a defensive thing to get Kiraz on Toto rather than having Toto going at Montoya. And
also, Kiraz is pretty decent in the air too.
Yeah.
I think that maybe they're going to get some wins there.
I found it an interesting move. I don't really know why. But
Serraldo alluded to it. He didn't really confirm it, but at Penrith, they had a tendency to swap wingers to make sure they could play both sides at the drop of a hat.
Penrith do it a lot.
Yeah, and so he alluded to it in the press conference about, just seeing whether they can play both
Doing it
sides.
for a big
Well,
game.
who swapped
though.
first? Was it Penrith? Because Penrith swapped Toll. They've swapped him a couple of times.
So yeah, Penrith over the last few years have a tendency just to
Yeah.
go randomly swap.
Yeah, but I meant
players.
like going into the game.
Oh,
like,
yeah, yeah.
What did Serraldo see? Like,
Yeah.
was it a late change? Was it, because I'm with you, Timmy, like it was a weird one to see something that's worked so well. Montoya didn't really look settled.
Honestly, there are a few moments where they were like, got half opportunities down the flank or half put away, and whether they were taken out or like couldn't get a kick back in field, just things looked a little bit off as a result. Maybe
Montoya didn't
nitpicking.
actually. He had a few areas, unfortunately.
Yeah,
He didn't play his
maybe
best.
nitpicking, but I'm with you. I don't think either looked as comfortable as they have this year. So
Yeah.
weird.
I'd love to know. Maybe it is just the Kiraz. He's good in the air. He's also quite good physically. But Montoya's good physically too.
Yeah.
In saying that, you'd say Kiraz is probably a better reader in defence potentially.
yeah,
And
but
so-
when you're first, everyone's chasing you. Stick to what
Don't
you...
change for
That's
them.
been Wayne Bennett's strength, is just worry about us.
Yeah.
Don't try and play ourselves as long as the other team.
What about Preston's try? Outstanding. Loved it. I just love watching Preston play. He's just, he's one of those players that you can give the tagline would work in any era of rugby league. Yeah. All the tough stuff, but also got the skill set to be a modern player as well. Just love watching him play. And I thought, mate, if you ever needed an example of how much confidence Origin can give you, Max King, since being selected in Origin, I know his second game wasn't his best in Origin, but at club, mate, his confidence, you can tell his chest is up a bit more, his shoulders are a bit more back. Like when he runs the ball, he's expecting to win the contact every time. It's a different version of himself, and I feel like he's just gotten confidence from the Blues camp.
Yeah, he was great on the weekend because one thing that was pretty significant for the Dogs, they lost Saluka Fafita in that first minute of the game.
Which is a huge out.
You take out one of your starting front rowers for 79 minutes and you still only lose
your biggest
by 2
body
points.
too. He's your biggest
body. So Max King, I thought, stepped up really well. So did Harry Hayes as well. Filled the gap there. They were both really good. But, don't underestimate how telling that would have been in probably the overall outcome as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Sexton, especially obviously that try that he kind of had his hands on. Funnily enough, since Galvin's come to the club, I feel like Sexton's taken another step with his form.
Oh, it's been mature. If you're a club that's looking for a halfback to come in, like potentially, I think he'd fit well at the Cowboys. I think he'd fit well at the Newcastle Knights. But it's a for me, young guys that whinge to get out of clubs when it's not going their way.
Yeah.
Here's a guy who's been told you're not going to be there next year.
Even though you're on top of the table.
Even though you're on top of the table, how are you going to handle it? And his preparation hasn't been compromised and he's gone out there and played really, really well. So there's some lessons there. I'm just a big watch on how they handle this the next couple of weeks from a coaching point of view because, swapping the wingers, how they get Galvin into the game, all that stuff going forward and how Serraldo handles it. For me as a young coach, I'm looking forward to seeing how he handles it.
Yeah, because if you're winning, that change is all so much easier. And that sounds weird because you're winning, but if you're losing and you bring in Galvin, you continue to lose a couple of games, geez, that noise around.
It's not like you could drop Sexton now and say, well, we're just going that way because you haven't been playing well. Like before they got Galvin, he was going to be dropped.
And it's hard, because you go, all right, maybe we try and bring Galvin into that sort of 13 role, as a bit of roaming through the middle of the field, another ball playing and link man. But they've got Bailey Hayward, who does that so well already, and Kurt Mann. They don't really need another player in that role, but that would be the other way they could utilise him.
Yeah, you're right though. It's probably, you could make the argument it's a headache that they didn't need this year. You could make the argument that, yes, okay, long term, it's great. You've got Galvin there. I think everyone not everyone, but I think a lot of people go, I get the long-term play. I do. But mid-year, when everything is settled, you're going really well, it's such a big voluntary headache that you chose yourself. No one forced you into this move. It's an interesting watch. You're right, Sowie. To be honest, it's probably a season-defining watch, really.
And I think they just had that opportunity that probably came out of nowhere to a large part of Lockie Galvin. They go, all right, we need to act now, and it probably is, 6-12 months earlier than we wanted to get him, but this is the window, otherwise we're going to lose him to the Eels. So they've gone, let's just get him now.
Do you reckon there was a chance where they said, listen, we want you, but you can't come till next year, and do you reckon that put pressure on the deal a little bit, where Galvin's like, I want out now?
I don't know how it's going to play it out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you reckon it put pressure on the deal?
Anything to do with the Tigers, I just wait for Hammy to come over and shoulder charge
I'm
me.
just numb. I've got no more feelings about it, unfortunately.
Oh, anyway.
The coaches meetings would have been interesting.
Yeah.
Just best case, worst case scenario, because we probably saw the worst case on the weekend.
Where it kind of was a speed bubble.
Yeah. In terms of leaving, is that what you're still wondering about?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't reckon he could have got out of there quick enough.
Yeah, okay.
Like
So he was kind of saying, listen, whoever I go, because when I think of Bulldogs, could have they said, listen, go play somewhere else for 6 months and we'll bring you in? Because then that would have been like more respectful to the current. I know I hate the word respect, but whatever. That's less of a thing. And then maybe did Garvin push back on that and say, no, if I'm coming, I'm coming. And the Eels said, we'll take you right now. Be interesting.
It's a lot of pressure for a kid that's 19 who's got a big contract waiting.
Yeah.
The other thing is I want to see who they're going to lose over the next couple of years because they're all bumping up their value. Like Connor Tracy, you'd keep him. King, you'd keep him. They've got guys there that are on big. Like, what's it going to? It might not be. It might not be Sexton. It could be Burton.
Yeah. I'm interested to see the Burton situation because I'm with you. We spoke about this actually a few weeks ago when it all happened. So he signed from Penrith, and he may have re-signed since then, but he signed from Penrith before he had his Dally M Centre year, I'm pretty sure. His next contract, he's probably going to want 900 to $1 million.
I think he's on that now.
Or more than.
Yeah.
And so I know his contract from Penrith thing was about 650, 700K. I think it was about 600 to 700K.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's signed till the end of 2027, 28, and he'd be close to $1 million now.
And so you're right. Like at that time, Mitch Wood obviously comes to age. Garvin goes to 6 potentially. And do they say to him, we want you to play centre? And he says, I want half-back money or 6 money.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't want centre money if you're Matt Burton.
No way.
Taking 500 cut.
Yeah, so you're right. It's a super, super interesting watch. But yeah, bloody good performance both teams. All right, on to the next game. Manly Seagulls versus the Tigers. And this is brought to you by Coastal Letting Co. They'll be giving away a 7-night stay in a 2-bedroom apartment in Surfers Paradise valued at $2,200 to one lucky Bloke Club member. All you have to do is be a part of the Bloke Club at www.bloke.club. Join, it's free. You can leave anytime, no strings attached. And a massive thank you to Coastal Letting Co. If you want to stay somewhere on the Gold Coast, reach out to Coastal Letting Co. Absolute legends have provided this to the Bloke Club. Big fans of the Bloke community, and they've provided this for free to the Bloke Club. So get around them, guys. That is Coastal Letting Co. Okay, Manly, get the job done against the Tigers. Look, it'd be easy to, I guess, look at the fact that the Tigers were missing this player, that player, but, the Manly Seagulls needed this win. They got the win. They beat who was in front of them. I'm happy with it. Built a bit of confidence. There were periods there where, Tommy Turbo had one bad read, but out of that, he was pretty good. Lehigh was pretty good. Look, if I'm Manly, with all the drama around the last week, I just take this win to the bank and just don't worry about all the negatives. I just take it to the bank.
I've still got him missing the 8. I didn't see enough on the
too.
weekend.
I do too.
Yeah,
But you're just trying to find a positive where you can find it with the week they've had.
I agree, but there's other clubs, like look at the Broncos. They look a different class at the moment, and they Manly beat the Broncos by 30, I think, 4 weeks ago. So at home, I expected a little bit more energy, excitement. Yeah, Lehigh around the ball I thought was fantastic. You could see Tom was unhappy. It just looked, I don't know what it looked like out there at the game, but he just looked like he was unhappy with how it had all gone down.
I'd love to ask you this. I'm getting a sneaking suspicion that it was leaked before he knew about it.
He looked pissed off.
Yeah, because I don't understand. I don't understand if they sat down with him and had the full conversation. He doesn't seem like the guy that would get pissed off by that method of doing it, even though he wants to play there. Surely he could understand where they're coming from to a degree.
Yeah. I got offered to play 9, and I'd rather play 6 in reserve grade than play 9 for 20 minutes. And I said that to Steve Price.
Yeah, wow.
And he's everything. And the other thing is they've trained that way all year. So you're taking him and you're asking him, and then his first touch, I think he got jammed by the winger Skelton at one stage, which is just, no thanks. Yeah, I don't know. He just looked unhappy. You might be right. I
don't have any evidence for that.
I think they're unhappy. I think if I'm a player, I'm unhappy that the 7-minute meetings got leaked.
Oh, bro.
Because some of those report cards, you've been in those meetings, like they're ruthless. They're absolutely ruthless. And you might walk in there going, I actually think I'm going all right. And then you get this
torn to pieces.
Torn apart. So, yes, they did have to win, but they looked like they were still cranky at Dad, and they're going to sort of work through it. They had to win the game. They did win the game. I've still got them missing the 8.
Yeah. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, firstly on the tie, the result was exactly what the result should have been. For the Tigers, it could look a bit ugly, but the reality is when Jerome Luai pulled out the morning of the game, whatever it was, they had an entirely new spine. Like, that is hard. It's hard losing one or two members of your spine, let alone having 4 completely new ones there playing in different positions and Appy into the halves. So, I wouldn't, be too...
I thought the Tigers showed a bit of fight. I know maybe I'm being a bit too forgiving, but I thought they showed a lot of fight the first, 30 minutes.
Going to Brookie on a Friday night, Manly,
desperate for a win.
Desperate for a win. So, and the Tommy Turbo stuff, I mean, it's a lesson in just utilising a centre and roaming because the first half, he hardly touched the ball. The second half, you're just going, if they're going to start putting some points on the board and get Tommy more involved, he has to start roaming. And he did, and he came across. And I think he set up 2 tries, like playing as a sweeping fullback, and it shows that they can have both. They can not have him getting through, covering all this ground and getting all the miles in his legs, and he can be at centre and be effective. And I just think anytime you've got like a gun fullback who has to move to centre or wing or whatever it might be, it's like you can do it and still get enough out of them. I loved what I saw in that second half.
Yeah, but the sample size was off Origin 5 years ago and Australia last year. Yeah, he's not playing with those players in that Manly side. So it's a different style to how they play in those elite levels. So sometimes, like the Hammer, when he goes to centre, he looks completely different in Origin than when he does at fullback for the Dolphins. So the game's so much more open. I just reckon, for me, the 2 things out of this game was the first half were 2 teams that didn't want to lose and they were trying to go into the sheds. And I say that, people go, well, of course they don't want to lose, but like trying to not chance their arm or anything like that, play footy. They just wanted to try and complete and hopefully they win instead of going out there and attacking the game. And then the second half, you saw Tommy go after the ball a little bit. And that's coaching. Anthony Seibold's got to have a plan around that. They've got to have a direct plan on how, hey, Tommy, don't just park yourself at right centre. Go and find the ball and then defensively hold down your edge.
It's a bit weird that he didn't just, come out and do that,
Yeah, but he doesn't want to get on in Lehigh's way as well. He's got to allow Hopewadi to do his thing.
I'd love to get just a quick answer. Were you surprised how frustrated he looked with getting all this news? I was actually quite surprised. I thought it would be a bit smoother.
Yes, I was
surprised?
Yeah, I was just surprised that it was such a drama. Like he's on TV having to defend himself like that he's going to play centre and then like Anthony Seibold addresses it after the game. It just all seemed weird. Like I'm the coach. I made that decision. Like you don't have to say, oh, you guys have been telling me to do it for 18 months and now I'm right because you beat the Tigers.
Who cares? Yeah.
Like, no offence.
Geez, he's really in here.
I just don't want to upset him. I like Hammy. I'm a secret fan of his. I just don't want to upset him. But I just don't. Sometimes you're just better off saying, yeah, I'm the coach. We're going to try this. You don't have to justify like we'll reassess in 2 weeks. Like who cares?
Yeah.
Just keep everything in tight.
Yeah.
That's what he'd be upset about. There's so much drama around him moving to centre.
Yeah. What do you reckon, Tim? Were you surprised or not?
I was surprised. That being said, Tom Trbojevic rarely shows too much emotion, so it's hard to get it out of him. But he just, certainly that first half just looked frustrated.
Yeah. Hammy, were you surprised he looked this kind of frustrated?
Yeah, there's probably some method to your madness there about maybe he didn't find out the correct way. If he,
that's a guess, guys. I don't know.
But I think, where there's smoke, there's fire. He definitely looked a little bit annoyed and not that interested, particularly first half. I thought second half he actually did come good and he did start doing the swinging around a little bit. But definitely looks like he's probably not super chuffed with how it's all gone down.
Because the thing is that all those meetings happened. It felt like it got leaked. It felt like they got sent a PDF of the times everything happened from someone within the club, and literally within a day, everyone knew exactly what happened at that day, and that's what's concerning. And that's why I can understand Tommy's frustration because, listen, if we're going to do this, let's do this professionally, not me finding out in the media. Again, I don't know if it's true in that case. Anyway, it is what it is. Okay, now in regards to performances, boys. Do you think that this could be a season-long thing with Lehigh at the back there? Do you think that this is going to be...
I don't know how you walk it back now.
Yeah.
I don't know how you walk it back and you try and justify, we'll sleep on it and see where it goes. Lehigh's the future there. They've made the decision to rip the Band-Aid off. If they had a loss, do they move him back? You got to let the kid... Essentially, Lehigh doesn't want to be looking over his shoulder for the next month going, if I make a mistake. I think there was one there, he dropped the ball in the second half trying to get back in the in goal and get a 7-tackle set, and then Tommy raced over. Tommy's a professional. He may not like it personally, but he'll support him.
Of course, yeah.
But I just don't think how you can walk it back now. If they're going to go on a run, it's going to be Lehigh at 1.
Yeah. Garrick at wing, thoughts?
I love Garrick on the wing, always have, and I'm not so convinced that Turbo won't be back in the 1 at some point. And, Seibold did allude to that they could change the end. And I think what is best for the team right now is that Tommy Turbo, who just doesn't look up to full fitness, and you've got this little whippersnapper in Lehigh Hopewade who's a gun fullback. It just makes sense for the team. But, if they're going to go on a run and play finals and potentially do any damage in the finals and try to go on any sort of run, if Tommy Trbojevic gets back to near enough full fitness, the best team that they've got is Turbo at fullback and Lehigh on the wing.
That's pretty good on the wing too, to be honest.
100%. It's awesome on the wing. But right now, it is the correct decision. But if Tommy Turbo gets back to what we know he can be, I think Turbo at fullback is the solution.
But Garrick on the wing, that was the other change. I loved it.
Yeah.
I thought he was outstanding.
I reckon he's, to be honest, he's been a bit better at centre defensively this year, but I've always probably preferred him on the wing. I think he just hits with his forehand a little bit more, and I thought he looked pretty good.
They do have an issue in the forwards. I love Jake Trbojevic and what he's done, but 37 run metres in a game like that, they've changed their style a little bit. I get that, but their forwards are going to have to muscle up the next couple of weeks. Lodge had 80, Sipley had 80, Jazz had 62. So, they're going to. It's great to have back five that all average 150 metres, Garrick and all the crew. But if you don't get a platform against better sides, they're going to struggle.
Yeah, and is Tokiaho injured as well? He was actually quite good on the.
Yeah, he was great.
He
had 146. Him and Ethan Bullymore. They're relying on those two guys a lot. To be able to get them forward.
I think Tokiaho got injured. I think he got injured. I could be wrong. But anyway, I thought Ben Trbojevic was outstanding. One of his better games in a while. Ben Trbojevic on the edge there. They've really persisted with him this year. I thought he was really good. Really good.
And they needed him to step up with no Olakau'atu on that right edge.
Massively,
they needed him to come in. Corey Waddell's a serviceable player who's a bit more hard worker, nitty-gritty type stuff. But, the thing you like about Ben is the combination sometimes with him and Brooks looks great. Other times they look not on the same page.
Yeah.
I think they had a couple of leads there in that first half where they were coming around and they weren't really sure what they were doing. That's two things. That's Cherry Evans either not communicating out, and it's Lehigh getting in, or Brooks getting that person in position. But when they're on, he's a tall timber. He's kick threat, so he's got all the makings, and he's finding his feet. He's playing 80 minutes now. He's starting his career. He was sort of only able to get 50, 60 out. Now he's been really consistent.
He's had a lot of injuries as well. And it's been on and off and in and out. So to actually string some games together, you can see the development, the impact it's having.
Now, boys, just quickly, Bullymore has re-signed, hasn't he? Because if he hasn't re-signed, I rate him so highly. He hasn't re-signed yet. Mate,
he should
lock him in. Get him in. Because I think that, I know he comes off the bench and he has that role, but I wouldn't even mind it. I just don't know if this forward pack has the luck. He has, thank God. Because, mate, I look at this forward pack and it's great. Look, in a really strong forward pack, he'd be perfect off the bench. But I wonder whether you start him. I wonder.
They've tinkered with it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has the same impact starting, and it's who you're starting with. If you start him with Jake and Lodge, it's a lot of work on him because he's the only fast one out there. When they get their big boppers back next year, Paseka.
He's been a huge
loss. Alloy, where's he?
I think he's Super League.
Well, they're talking about potentially medically retiring.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, just on Bullimore. So he hasn't officially re-signed, but it's pretty much all reports 4-year deal.
It seems crazy that he hasn't just been done for
Mate,
3
lock
years.
him in. There are so many clubs, especially top-tier clubs. He's a kind of guy that if you had a gun forward pack and you could bring him off the bench, he'd be like a cheese almost. Super compact.
He's got foot
quick.
speed.
Yep,
he's got
quick
foot
through the
speed
middle.
and he's strong.
Look, in a side at Manly that we constantly question the forward pack, and is it a top-tier forward pack? Bullimore's been a shining light for me for them. He's been really, really good. And I know they've lost Paseka and they're currently, to be fair, they're missing two big boppers that they would probably have in their side going forward. But I just think Bullimore's been a shining light for them for at least this year. I thought it was good last year, but at least this year.
He has been. And, when they get, I think Jazz was brought over to do that sort of 13 role and potentially, so they've had to reshuffle a little bit. They probably do miss some of those bigger bodies. I know they definitely miss Paseka.
Oh, mate.
If you had Paseka, you're replaced by Bullymore and sort of maybe Jake come off the bench and be that distributor, that sort of. But the thing with Manly is they're really hard to watch at times because they have these explosions of attack where it's front door, in your face, skill out in front. Then they have these other games where you're like, oh, man.
Yeah.
They're really hard to watch. Yeah, really hard to watch.
Okay, now on to the Tigers. As I said, first half, I thought they were really brave. I really do. I I'm just getting a little bit concerned that the wheels are starting to fall off. I know I didn't expect them to win without Luai, but with just how desperate they were for a win, the Manly was solid, but they weren't great. Getting a little bit concerned that the wheels are falling off. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, it was. Once Luai went down, and I know you can't just pin it all on one bloke, but I did think it was going to be very tough for them.
I just thought that it would be like a gritty loss kind of thing, but it didn't really end up that way.
It's just, Luai was out, Buller was out. There's probably two of the best players gone. You got Api Coruscant playing at 5'8", and then he went off concussed, and we had De Silva in there to start with. That hooker wasn't really working. Had to move Api into number 9. So there's a lot of piece. Dewey then goes into the halves. A lot of things moving around and made it quite hard to kind of to gel or whatever. They did show a little bit of ticker in the first half, despite the fact it was very clunky and they looked pretty ordinary with the ball in their hands. But to only concede the one try right at the end of the first half, probably like a decent effort with the scramble and stuff. But it was a pretty ordinary end of the first half and start of the second half. That's the one area when they were going real bad last year. They'd finished that last 5 minutes really badly. In the first 10 minutes at halftime, they'd be dismal as well. They conceded 4 tries in that space of time, and there's the game right there pretty much. But it's going to be a tough couple of weeks. Obviously, Coruscant's out now. We don't have a replacement hooker ready to go. It does feel like now that's 6 losses in a row.
That's the concern I have is just like you can look for reasons for the loss, but it's just at the end of the day, unfortunately, it's a ruthless business.
Yeah,
it's just there's losses. There's games where you've played so well, and we've been like, geez, if they didn't get 2 players sent 10 in the bin, or if they didn't give this penalty away.
Yeah,
I just think at what point do you just made a loss is a loss?
Yeah, well, I know the Tigers never lose, they win or they learn. Is there like we're approached a point now where there's not much more you can learn.
You've learned a lot this year.
Too much.
The brain can only hold so much information.
But I feel like we're going to learn more somehow, one way or the other, in the next few weeks, which is not great.
But do you get what I'm saying? They're unfortunately, yes, we can all sit here and agree the Tigers have gotten better. They've lost 6 in a row. Yeah. That's the fact of the matter. Yes, they have gotten better. They look better. I get all that. But the fact of the matter is they've lost 6 in a row. Am I being too harsh?
No. You speak about coaching, confusing decisions. Lau Lilly, I thought wouldn't it be easy just to put him in at 1 and leave Coruscant at 9?
I can't believe they did that.
Coruscant start is your best player with Luai out.
Bizarre.
And you put him into 6, and then you're asking Latu Fainu to essentially run the side. So less is more in those moments. Kick chase, we're going to run hard, we're going to tackle hard.
Or Adam Dewey at 5'8", keep Happy at 9.
Oh, yeah, I just think it's one position.
Yeah.
Heath Mason's played 6.
Yeah.
So, leave him there. Defensive structure, it's been like that the last couple of weeks.
I'm with you, Sowie, because, why move? Number 9, they touch the ball first before everyone.
Yeah.
And you've moved your most experienced guy from that spot.
To a rookie 7 who's his first week of 7.
Yeah, I'm with you,
which
mate.
they're excited about. So now they've got a young guy who's Talon De Silva, who's playing for his career and still learning his craft in the middle, controlling the ruck, and they looked lost. They looked disorganised.
Yeah.
So
it wasn't until Dewey bloody...
Well, the game was gone. I mean, anything other than what they were doing was going to look better.
Yeah. Just attacking the game looked better.
I think without sort of laying the boot in too much, yes, they've improved. They've got better players. It's not going to seem like that if they win the wooden spoon. It's going to seem like we had flashes of, we were good for a little bit. It was great. We were going out to dinner. We were drinking. We were partying. Yeah. But the hangover was really, really big and we didn't really learn anything. So I think right now they're under the pump because their forwards are getting rolled and their attack has never really sung this year. It's never really looked where you're like, okay, that's the worrying thing for me.
And it's just again, you can make all the excuses in the world, but they're about to go on a bit of a hard run, aren't they, as well?
Well, yeah, and the next game is the Roosters on the weekend. So, I mean, that's going to be tough. Then we've got the Warriors in New Zealand. Titans at Leichhardt, potentially Spoon Bowl. That's exciting. And then we've got the Panthers and then the Dogs. Then a bye, thank God.
See, this is why, I know I'm sounding a bit harsh, but this is why those games that when you play the Cowboys and the Cowboys aren't going that well, that you got to jag those games. Those are the games that you look back and you go, you know what, we actually probably were the better team for most of the game. You just got to find a way to jag them because then when you do go on your hard run,
the Raiders was the one for me. They should have won that game.
100%. Even the Panthers won a couple of weeks
Yep.
before that as well. Had opportunities to win both those games. Cowboys was tough. We had 12 on the field for three quarters of the game.
But like even that one, you go, as soon as you think of that game, you go, oh, if Luai just didn't do that silly mistake, and then if Safarth, was it maybe?
Yeah.
Got 10 in the bin?
Yep.
Whoever it was. It's just like, how many times are we going to sit here and keep going, oh, if only this, if only that.
Well,
just get the win. No matter
there's a
what.
lot of teams, if only this year.
Yeah, yeah.
Dragons have lost 3 by a point. Tigers have lost 4 by less than 6 points.
Mm-hmm.
I actually tipped them on Friday. I expected more energy off the back of last week, Campbelltown. But I reckon the changes, would have rattled them a lot. Like Coruscant, dominant voice in the middle, can finish where sets are going to be, distribute to Fainu. I could have gone with Dewey, but I reckon Mason was there, so it's just one change.
And they just keep it simple.
That, and then it wasn't working, so we put Dewey in there, and we looked better there, but the game was, they were down by 20. They had to try something.
Yeah.
He was second top run meters, so it'll be interesting. I think Benji's, the next sort of 6 weeks is going to be a big point.
I do feel for Latu Fainu. Went in at number 7, prepared all week as though he was going to be joined by Luai and Coruscant.
Yeah.
That all changed really quickly.
Yeah.
He didn't have his best game. But
then he got moved. He got moved to 13 for a little bit.
Yeah.
Just stick with him.
So you laughed at our tips at the start of the show, and you tipped the Tigers to beat Manly at Brookie without Luai.
With Luai. With Luai.
I do our Take the Two podcast out every Thursday.
You still
tipped
tipped the
them.
Tigers to beat the Seagulls.
I said to Manly when they lost to Cronulla in Perth that they weren't going to make the 8. I haven't seen anything. The turmoil around that side, Luai in that side is a different side.
It is a much different side.
Yeah.
It is a much
So
different side.
thank you for trying to drive by there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was unnecessary,
Come on,
mate. Come
No,
on,
I
mate.
just
Just
wanted to
because the
keep it
Raiders are
moving,
going
mate.
well, mate, you want to carry on, think you're better than everyone else.
I've been able
mate.
to do it for a while. So enjoying
Timmy,
it.
what do you reckon, mate? Are we being a bit too harsh on them?
No, you're not. Like, again, you could sugarcoat it and say the first half defensively up until sort of the final Saab try in the first run of the game, they did defend pretty well and they were pretty resilient with new combinations defensively. But at the end of the day, they got beaten by 18 points and you said it's 6 losses in a row. So until they start jagging a few wins, then, well, it is hard to be positive about any differences we might have seen from them this year. So there was a bit of resilience, but again, it was still an 18-point loss. And yeah, I do think it was mentioning Adam Dewey, because I thought when he moved to the halves, he had a big impact on the game. I know, as you said, Sao, the game was done. They were chasing points, but he looked really good when he moved there, and he actually put a bit of life into it.
They looked like they had direction.
Yeah.
Like they were all behind someone heading in a certain direction.
Playing direct, taking the line on.
Look, I mean, it was good to see Terrell May, even in a losing side, 50 tackles, 0 misses, getting through his work. But it's just one of those nights, to be honest. Dewey was great in regards to, when he did get in there. The thing with Dewey is that he's never going to die not giving everything. Like, he's an effort player. I don't think he's a long-term solution at all. But I do think I would probably rather have him at 6 than moving Appy Coruscant. Like, just go him, Latu, Appy at 9. Heath at the back if you've got to have Heath Mason at the back if you're desperate for it. Get a young guy in the centres, or even whoever it is in the centres. I just think that at the moment putting Appy at 6 or whatever, I just don't understand it.
Especially when Talon was on his way out the door anyway. So
Yeah,
it's like, if he was their investment, they go, all right, no, let's get 80 minutes into Talon. It's like he was gone already.
And also what you already said, see how we just say, guys, super simple game plan. Appy's playing 9. Do everything off him, run hard, tackle hard, kick to the corners, and just try and build pressure. And then
you
follow
weren't,
along.
and you were charging already a rookie 7 with directing the team around. So, you think back to when Cameron Smith was 9 and Jerome Hughes and Cameron Munster. He used to dictate where they finished sets and give them the ball.
Yeah,
they were just making it up, the Tigers, and hoping at 6-0, you would have been pretty happy at half time. It's like, okay, well, but when you look at it in a vacuum, they weren't showing anything either. Like, they weren't being able to play. And then I just think a rush of trying to chase a game. You put Fainu, who started at 7, into 13. You move Mason to 6. You put the fullback on, then you take him off, and then
very strange that. I don't understand
you're
that.
mixing. You can't mix with your spine too much.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, that is that done and dusted. Alrighty, the Canberra Raiders defeat the Newcastle Knights 22-18, and this is brought to you by Crowd Property Capital. They're offering any Bloke Club member a $500 cashback for settled loans between $450K and $750K. Reach out to Andrew and the team via the Bloke Club, and as always, a massive thank you to Andrew and Crowd Property Capital for getting on board and supporting the Bloke community. So if you need I'm assuming a home loan, speak to Crowd Property Capital because they've supported the Bloke community. And also, don't forget, grab your Grumpy Coffee from grumpycoffee.com.au. Beautiful, beautiful coffee. We've got pods, whole grain, ground. We've got it all at grumpycoffee.com.au. And we'll be drawing the Mazda BT50 very soon. So join the Bloke Club at www.bloke.club. A massive thank you to Luke Camilleri. Give him a follow, LDC_01. If you need a car, give him a message, mention Bloke, and a massive thank you to Aspley Mazda. Okay, Raiders get the job done against the Knights. Good win from the Raiders. Don't want to be too critical. Little bit concerning. It's, back-to-back performances that are just kind of good. But, look, they're finding a way to win. They're getting through this kind of, even though they're not missing that many Origin players, they're getting through this period pretty well. Good, solid win. I think the Newcastle Knights looked a lot better. I think there's a lot to take out of it. So, look, if I'm the Knights, I'm pretty happy losing to a top, the number one side in the competition right now, the Raiders, by only 4 points. But got the job done. But nothing, I wasn't too taken aback, to be honest, by either side. But got the job done for the Raiders and much better from the Knights. What do you reckon, Soward?
Yeah, I probably disagree a little bit. I think the Raiders the last 2 weeks have shown why they're the best team in the competition at the moment. Going onto the road, tough environment, Campbelltown, where no one wants to play. Held on 16-12, so they won that game defensively. They are dropping on the second half, but you go again on another road trip, Newcastle, off the back of their win, and you get the job done and you attack the way you want to, and you're able to get that done. So I think Ricky Stewart's the coach of the year. What he's been able to do the last couple of weeks is prepare his side for tough road trips come finals. They're going to have to go on the road at some stage. Potentially not, but at some stage, if they come to Sydney for the grand final, they're going to have to be on the road. As for the Knights, I thought they were awful first half. Second half, they had some opportunity and they can just never, it was going to be another, I think they've set the record this year for most scoreless halves in the season.
Yeah, their attack is pretty... You don't think it's pretty good for a team that was falling towards
I just don't know,
four?
Yeah, but last week they attacked Bradman Best on the left-hand side. We didn't see that.
I know it's poor compared to their own standard.
But against the Dolphins, they were actually okay to watch. You just went, okay, well, they're moving a bit faster. Bradman Best is getting the ball. Then they come up at home. I don't know. Maybe I've got a higher standard of Newcastle at home, but they just never look like they're
against the number one team in the comp.
Yeah, but they're at home off the back of a win. Their season's on the line. Now, they play Melbourne next week. Their season is probably done now. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I just think when you're at home off the win like that, and your season's on the line, I expected more energy and to start the way they did. Yeah, it wasn't great.
Okay, fair. Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, I think it's one of them ones from a Knights perspective where you can look at it whichever way you want, right? To Sowie's point, season on the line, at home, it's been a disappointing season. They've come off a win and you expect more, and they're down 16-0 at halftime, blown out of the water. And even they scored their tries late on in the game, and they were off the back of when they did get Bradman Best a bit of quality ball. And again, he was the one who sort of got them back within a whisker. And then to your point, Campy, you can look at it and go, well, if they'd actually played out the back with 2 minutes to go, they could have won this game potentially. So I think you can look at it in whatever shade you want to. I think the Knights, relatively underwhelming, as you said, because they were playing for their season. And the Raiders, just job done again. Not necessarily outstanding, but we came out of the gates really well, a big first half, and so it wasn't pretty at all times. But
you know what? This is the way I would sum up the Raiders. If this is planned as a part of their loading, where there will be a bit of a dip in form, and they're still winning, this is incredible because that means they're building towards a final series. If this is not planned and they're just running out of steam, that's where I get a little bit worried.
If that is what the case, Joey Tarpany, his minutes have dropped off a little bit over the last month. He's gone from the games early in the year when he was playing sort of 60 and around about that, but he's gone 53, 48, 50, 43. So minutes have dropped around Joey Tarp. So potentially that could be a case.
Yeah, that probably does make more sense that Ricky's looking at it going, I'm definitely in the top four, so I'm definitely getting a home final at some stage. I need to taper these boys down a little bit to bring them back up to hit their straps finals footy. So in that light, I definitely agree with you guys. That's bloody good then if they're still getting the win.
And when you say definitely in the top four, it's I think that win on the weekend with a couple of buys to come, that probably locks into the top four. There's quite a big gap of 8 points down to the Broncos in fifth. How we've lost that, though, I'd be all right, no, there's still a bit of work to do, but that should get us top four. Now it's on to, all right, can we finish top two and get that home final?
If you're Ricky Stewart, would you go hard for the minor premiership, or would you try and taper everything to be just fucking red hot for finals?
No, they're young. They want to play footy. I think the buys are the worst things for them. That'll give them a chance to, like when you're young and you're winning.
You get on the piss and you
just
carry on.
You're at Mooseheads, whatever, shirt off, looking great. You can't wait to get back to training. When you're losing, you don't want to go anywhere near training because you know it's going to be a shit show. So the buys and how they test that, I wouldn't have been surprised if Sticky, these road trips, don't forget they've travelled to North Queensland, they've travelled to Vegas.
Yeah, it's
I think
fair.
they've been to New Zealand. Like they've been one of the most travelled teams this year. And the last 2 weeks in a row are bus trips, not flights where you get off, you're straight to your hotel in half an hour. They would have been long bus trips.
Yep.
You go up the day before, it's 6 hours via bus. Maybe they went 2 days before. So I think what they're doing is incredible. They play a style that's what they did in 19, but it's actually better because they've got more guys that are more seasoned in terms of that. And their back fives off its chart.
It's so high percentage, Sarah. It's a bit like when we did prep for the Blues for game one and those Origin fixtures where you go, we've got powerful middles. Like we don't spread the ball too much and have these big, flamboyant backline sweeping movements where, it turns to errors. We just play everything through our back rowers. And you saw Hudson Young miss this game. And, all right, well, there's our strike weapon of our side gone. Zach Hoskins and Simi Sasangi turned into well beaters, and they created all our points again. And we play through the middle, we play down that 2 corridors around the back rowers. We got a good long kicking game in Jamal Fogarty, and it's high percentage and it wins for what we have. But not everyone can do it. But we've got the pack to be able to do that.
Yeah, and I think it's a really interesting example of the style of footy they play. The fact that a lot of people might have looked at Hudson Young and said he's having the year he's having purely off his own individual talent, and rightly so. A lot of it is off that. But it shows you that a lot of it is because of their game plan is tailored around their back rowers creating things. Is there any worry that there's a little bit of fatigue though? Because if I'm being honest, if there is one worry I have with how well, because I'm with you, I think Ricky Stewart's the coach of the year, and I love what the Raiders are doing, and they're truly the one team. When it comes to forward packs, they're the last forward pack I want to play in finals footy because I'll bash the shit out of you. But the one little worry I have is where they been so high, so red hot for so long that there's fatigue at the end of the year. I don't know if it's true. I'm just saying that's a chance.
I think the way the draws panned out, that possibly there's a bit of fatigue, but Ricky should be going, all right, let's go all out. We've got a buy in round 19. We've got another buy in round 24. Let's just go hard through this period. Around the Origin period where the Raiders, we haven't lost too many players to Origin. We lose Hudson Young, we lose Big Papa for this week, but we've got through it pretty well. He's gone, we can win games through this period. The draw's relatively soft. We're not going to be overly impacted. Get wins, because then we'll come into buys and we can be all systems go for the run home.
Yeah.
Well, the 3 weeks, what have they got there? Tigers, Knights. If they win this week, Dragons, they get a bye. Then they got a stretch of 5 games, and they got another bye. So it's almost like you're going into that.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, when you're young, you know what it's like when you're young.
Yeah, for
they
sure.
won't be feeling it at all. The only thing that's going to stop the Raiders this year is if that expectation gets out of hand. And Ricky Stewart's mentioned it pretty much in every post-conference. He's like, I won't let that happen. The boys won't let it happen.
What do you say on the way? You're like, no one believes us or something like that. And it's like, mate, everyone's been rapping the shit out of you for like fucking 12 weeks now.
But they're in Canberra.
Yeah, mate,
it's cold. Everyone just talks about, when you say Canberra, you don't mention how good their footy side is. You say it's cold. So then that takes the focus off him. He's doing a Des Hasler 2014.
I'd love to get your thoughts, Hammy. What do you reckon? Do you think, is there any worry that we've looked at these last 2 games and said they're not playing as good as we've seen? Or you reckon it's all planned just about tapering the boys into finals footy?
Well, I think it's always a good sign when you're probably winning when you're not quite playing your best. I think that's probably been the case in the last couple of weeks. I think they'll be pretty keen to, you mentioned, do they kind of taper things off or really kind of go for it to finish right at the point? And I think they're going to want home finals. I think finishing in the top 4 is all well and good, but I think it's a huge advantage for Canberra if they actually get to host. If they go Canberra, then very tough to beat them down there.
Beat them twice as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So, look, they have dipped a little bit, but if you're dipping and you're still getting away with gritty wins on the road as well, and, to see how his point there, yes, they're against the, 2 sides that are sitting in the bottom 4, but they're in, they're not like, it's not a flight. It's a full day. They're actually quite hard to kind of get up for. So I think the fact that they're winning ugly is pretty good. They've got the Dragons down in Canberra this weekend. I'd expect them probably to get maybe not all the way back to their best, but put a more comprehensive performance together.
They're probably
this week.
expected to win out, aren't they?
Win the minor premiership?
No, they could win. What is there, 7 games left? They could win 6 out of the next 7.
Yeah, potentially.
Because their draw is very soft.
good.
I just love the way they play. I love what they're doing this year. And what is, I think, unique, maybe compared to other years, is this is the first time, maybe since 2019, where I've looked at a Raiders side that when they run on the field, they know within the core of their being that they can bash the opposition. Like, they are so confident that even if they get behind by 20, 16, whatever, they're so confident in when they do get things to work that they can score points. And I think, like, the Raiders, maybe not grand final year, but the other years, there is not as much confidence. Like, they're kind of like, oh, hopefully this will kind of work. I feel like they got swagger this year. They really do.
Yeah, they do. There's some tests to come. Yeah, they do have a soft draw back end of the year. Finals is different, and we haven't seen them chase points. They've always been in front. They've been run down once by the Bulldogs. I can't remember if they've had a game.
They've come from behind a few times.
Big points, though.
There was a few early in the season.
Early
I
in the
know
season.
there was a Titans game. It doesn't mean everything, but they were down like 18-0 or something there, and they came back. And there's about 2 weeks in a row. There was another one where we were down a couple of tries at least and came back.
It's funny you say that, because early in the year their issue was they started slow, and now their issue is they're starting too fast, or not too fast, but whatever.
They're finishing slow, but they've had every away trip. They've had Titans, they've had Magic Round, Broncos, Vegas, Mate, Cowboys.
Their draw, it doesn't get spoken enough about how tough their draw has been travel-wise compared to a lot of other teams.
Yeah, so that might be fatigue. And sitting on a plane's easier than sitting on a bus for 6 hours or 5
absolutely.
hours.
They've got their next 3 are at home and their next 4 or 5 are at home.
Yeah, so
Good thing.
big chance for them to kick clear. And
Mate, I thought KO Weeks on the weekend, hasn't he been like... I wouldn't necessarily say find of the season or whatever, because you got to remember, when he came from Manly, he wasn't even a fullback. He was more of a utility, 6 kind of. They tried him at 9, I think, or 14 for a period there. But there was, I think it was like the game was on the line and it was a kick return where he ran half the length of the field or something along those lines. Just moments like that. Like, he's had at least 4 or 5 of them this year where it's like the game was on the line. Obviously, you go to the Storm with the chip and chase, where he's just stepped up, and with his speed, what I will say, he's the most underrated speed-wise in the competition. I don't think people realise how fast this guy is.
But they just compete. Moments. They compete. There's no, that play you're talking about, I think the ball goes down and he bounces off 4 or 5 tackles and then goes straight through. You look at Ethan Strange, what he's done this year. At the start of the year, I had question marks over his ability to be able to finesse. I think they lost the game up against the Cowboys, where they should have passed inside. Savage should have passed and they got tackled. Yep. So that game there was probably and that was the one where KO Weeks was under pressure dropping those footies, but Ricky Stewart stuck by him. They're playing for their coach. They've adapted their coach's intensity and competitiveness, and it's paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say there were some, from the Newcastle Knights side, I'm just reading my notes now, I'm just going, geez, there were some dumb decisions in that last 5 minutes of the game where you just go, what the hell is going on there? Thoughts, mate, on KO Weeks?
He's been fantastic, hasn't he? And he's just, like you said, there are some rough edges, but to your point, like, he's chopped and changed between different positions. It's not easy to do, but just rounding out a lot of the areas he needed to work on. Like, there were some glaring issues early on in the season. High ball is still an issue, and is still a huge issue for our back three.
Yep.
And it's not getting any better, which is concerning. But Kayo, as you said, he's rapid, isn't he?
Jeez, he's quick. Like, I can't believe how the fact that no one really talks about him as being one of the fastest in the NRL, but when he gets moving,
mate, it's the exact same as what I said about Hamiso earlier. He's not necessarily the most creative or like best ball playing fullback in the comp, but because of his speed, he's just learning to be on ball and around things. And as soon as that arm gets free or a ball hits the deck, he shows bang, and his speed does the rest.
Yeah.
Well, the fatigue in the game helps players like him and Hammer. The 6 to goes, the hanging on.
Because this is his stats. He had a try, 20 runs for 293 metres, 47 post contact, 8 tackle breaks. But here's the kicker: 3 line breaks. 3 line breaks. And no errors, which is good. Another bloke I wanted to talk about is, it is one of the most mind-blowing things probably in rugby league, the fact that Zach Hoskins has been to 3 different clubs now. Like, the fact that he hadn't locked, like, the fact that Brisbane were okay with letting him go and then Panthers were okay with letting him go is so strange. I know he's had some issues with injuries or whatever, but when he gets some games under his belt, he is phenomenal.
To be fair to those clubs, they invested heavily in Ricky and Peter Cora. I don't think they've reached the heights of what they expected them to.
I will say, when that was all going down, I was a big proponent of keeping Hoskins. And I was also a proponent of keeping Capewell.
Okay, so Penrith have got Sorensen and Martin.
I understand the Penrith one, but what I'm saying is just a player of his quality having moved on from 2 different clubs.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is I think Ricky Stewart's the style of suits. It's not...
Yeah, fair.
Those other 2 guys have got halfbacks that control the ball and stuff like that. Canberra don't play like that.
Yeah.
They've got guys that bounce around. Look at Hudson Young. He bounces over to the other side of the field. So Hosking suits their style. Straight up and down, tough tough bugger, whereas those other two, probably there's a lot more shape around those other ones. They don't play at the back, Canberra. They play front door.
Yep.
And you look at the biggest impact in this game with the Raiders back row. So, like, they were the difference in this. They created all the good things we did early on in that first half. Hosking off an offload for, I think, the Weeks try. Sasang, he jumped over the top of KP, and then he set up another try as well. They were brilliant. Like, you look at those two blokes were coming off the bench earlier in the season for us. Like, Hudson's obviously a starter. Matty Nicholson won his way into a starting spot for a while there, so much so that they were playing Hosking through the middle. Like, they're basically our backup edge back rows, and they won us this game of football. Just another one. I love the amount of Knights discards that we have at the Raids at the moment. They've had Hosking, Taps, Sasangi, Hudson Young, Tommy Starling, and they're all there doing the damage to them.
Ooh,
big names.
That hurts. Well, I will say, I'm still, even though you're right, you're probably right, he does probably suit Raiders footy a lot. I'm still surprised that he's got so much talent. He's the kind of guy that mostly clubs are usually very reluctant to let go. I'm just surprised that he was at the Knights, Bronx. Did he go Knights, Bronx? Knights, Bronx, Panthers. The Panthers one was really interesting. He got dropped before the final series and Garner got brought in. That was super interesting. Anyway, that aside, he's outstanding. What about Sasangi, boys? Holy heckers. Like,
Ricky Stewart is the master of getting you ready to play against your old team.
my God. Sasangi's been, like, outstanding.
Yeah.
Like, that's his thing. I say it every week. Like, a road trip for the Raiders is get 10 cases on the bus and put them on ice and just leave them in the esky on the way to the game. And then just open them up just as before we get off the bus, boys, because that's what we're coming back to. He just loves that side of it. And then he would have called Sammy in, and I wouldn't be surprised if he had a meeting with those guys and said, hey, boys, this club, they didn't want you. And let's go and show them. And that's how he gets you going. Like, it's got nothing to do with footy. It's all about getting you ready. That's why they're starting so fast.
Yeah, he recruits one person from each team so that he can just fucking get them amped up.
It's not uncommon for Sticky to start guys. Like, if they had full team, I wouldn't be surprised if Sasangi had started and Papali'i came off the bench.
Yeah, okay.
Because that's how he gets you into the game. Go after him.
He's very good at that part of galvanising them against the whole world, against the Raiders. You know, start of the season, they went in Vegas, and first thing in the press conference was, you know, because they're the favourites to win the Spoon. If we win the Spoon, it's going to be a bloody good comp this year.
He was right.
Yeah.
One of the most right thing ever said.
Yeah. But, you know, he just uses little things like that to get the best out of him, and he's doing it really well.
Yeah, I'd heard, let's just say that the drama in Vegas wasn't necessarily a wasted drama. We'll just say that in regards to motivation. You always, you know, don't let a crisis go to waste, and it's a good way to galvanise the boys. And if you go and look at Hudson Young after that game, that was a very relieved young man that was feeling the pressure. I will say, heading into a season, you reckon Ricky Stewart would almost like, let's say 1 year they came into the season as favourites, what do you reckon he would do?
Oh, he'd have them fighting each other at training.
No, there'd be like he'd do like a false flag event that like made them not favourites or something like that. There'd be something, because he would, I don't know how, like, them coming into the year as favourites, like, what could he possibly say to the boys?
Might find out next year.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I want to see how they handle the expectation. That's the big thing now. Yeah, young guys. I remember in 2009, we finished first and we thought we're going to win the comp, and then all of a sudden you're sitting at home watching another team win the
crazy,
comp. It can happen very, very quickly. So the next 7 weeks have got winnable games. They'll start favourites in every one of those games. How does he handle? Does he get some rest into those guys? You know, Tups and Papali'i after Origin will get some rest. You know, Corey Horsburgh was great the other night, but their second halves have been an issue. But I think it's been fantastic. They're must-watch TV.
Oh, totally agree. I want to speak about Ethan Strange. His development just in this season has been phenomenal, and I think that you're really starting him to see, not necessarily like, you're starting him to see. It feels like he gets his position in what Ricky Stewart wants to do. I feel like at the start of the year he was still a bit like, where do I fit in all of this? I feel like now he's very confident in what he brings and exactly what his role is. You could probably speak a little bit.
Yeah, two parts to that. I think Ricky Stewart as a halves, you're always harder on the halves when you coach them. And he would be explaining how to play. But I reckon the best part about Sticky over the last couple of years, he's adapted to his squad. And he realises that not everyone's going to be Laurie Daly, they're going to be different. He coached Jack White into a Dally M. He's probably gone more along those lines of, you think run first. Because I just remember that Cowboys game distinctly. Like, he was not happy with their attack. And he was filthy at a couple of the decisions that they made on that left edge. But now he's sort of lent into it a little bit, and he's probably educated Ethan along the way about ball runner first. You're so dangerous when you run the ball,
Yeah.
and that gets you into the game because defensively he's super strong.
Yep.
And then that allows him to pop up, support the ball, and allow Fogarty. I still can't believe they let Fogarty go, to be honest. Like, this is their window the next 2 years, 3 years to win.
It's a tough call, eh? They had this plan and...
Yeah, I know, but the plan goes out the window when you're coming first with the team as is.
Yeah, it's
You're
fair.
essentially starting again next year with 2 young halves.
And I will say, in the defence of the camp that says they should have kept Fogarty, it's not like it's news to the Raiders that they win quite a lot with Fogarty. He's got a 60% win rate at the Raiders when he plays. Just back to Strange, though, I almost feel like a lot of teams are almost, because he's so under the radar, they're almost surprised when he just pops up out of nowhere and all of a sudden breaks 3 tackles. You know what I mean? It's almost like, shit, where did this come from? Because he is so under the radar and doesn't get spoken about enough. And also, we've got to remember, this guy is what, 19? 20? Max?
20.
Crazy. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, he's been fantastic, and as I said, just found his spot in the side. But it's just his combo with Jamal Fogarty, like, they just suit each other so well. Like, if he was in a halves with, like, Cam Munster, but not going to work. Like, you got 2 blokes who just want to run the ball and play eyes up sort of footy. But the way Jamal controls this team, gets us around the park and dominates all the kicking, it just allows Ethan Strange to do that and play that eyes up footy and follow the ball and jump onto offloads and bust tackles and be a bit rogue like a Cam Munster sort of style. And I said, without Fogarty, he couldn't do that. So Ethan Sanders, he's earmarked for the future as our number 7. Can they do it together? Hopefully. But yeah, they're just such a nice combination.
What do you reckon, mate?
Ethan Strange.
Yeah.
Very impressive. He's been great this season. Great in this game as well. I think there's method to Sowie's madness about the potential tap on the shoulder or a phone call reminding him that this is the mob, the league you go. He was excellent. He's been really good running the footy, and he's just complemented the kind of the kicking and the game management game that Fogarty's had. So they've worked really well together.
Where does Sasungi fit into the grand scheme of things, do you reckon? Centre, edge back rower, in the middle?
Edge back row / middle, he can do either.
Okay.
Yeah, just a bench, come off the bench. When we've got, Hudson, Hosking, Matty Nicholson to come back, or so many options, you go middle. I mean, Ricky's already shown that he's happy to play. Hosking's best position is on the edge, but he's also very good in the middle. And because we have so many edge back rowers, once all players are back on deck, Hosking will go to the middle.
It's crazy to think that the back rows that ran out that were 2 of your best players, they are literally the next 2 back rows.
Yeah.
Because Nicholson and Young are their starting best back rows. Crazy. Absolutely. Like, just, I agree with you, Sal. You said it earlier, but Ricky Stewart, coach of the year for me. And it's, yes, I get it. You've got Serraldo. What he's done is amazing. Even Cleary could be in that conversation. You got Webster. But I just think Ricky Stewart, with the resources you've got, with how much harder it is to recruit there, with the fact that a lot of people are at the bottom of the table, it's amazing what they've done. Amazing.
And they've done it through their juniors.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the key. There's other clubs out there that could take a leaf out of Sticky's book and get juniors and sometimes create competition from within. There's not too many guys right now that feel safe in that Raiders side.
So true, eh?
Yeah, especially with all the forwards that you just mentioned, Tibby.
Yeah. Okay, now on to the Knights. Yeah, I get what you boys are saying. You could look at it 2 ways. You could look at it, geez, there was some silly, because I'm looking at my notes and I'm like, literally swearing at, like, it's not even my team and I'm sitting there going, that is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. So I get what you're saying. I'm just measuring it more off like where the Knights have been this year, comparing them to themselves. But I do understand what you're saying in regards to it's their season on the line. The game was there to be won, even if they did start really poorly. Look, the fact that they came out and started so poorly with their season on the line, that's a huge concern. But you're right, the game was there to be won, and if a few different things went their way and they just made the right... Like, there was one moment where a bomb went up and Dom Young chased through the middle and then watched it bounce without trying to catch the ball, and the game was literally on the line. And I'm just going, what are you thinking in that moment? Like, if you go up and knock that on, yeah, okay, sure, the coach would be like, you should catch that. But at the end of the day, we'd be like, okay, listen, you knocked it on, at least you tried. But just to let it bounce, I was like, the game's on the line. What are you thinking there?
Yeah, look, the telling thing for me, boys, Newcastle have supported that team through thick and thin. And they were prime time, 8 o'clock, Friday night. The crowd was half empty. That's a big telling sign for me.
Yeah, you're right.
That they're over the stars.
Even when they won the wooden spoon multiple years, it wasn't.
They had chock-a-block. And you looked in that crowd, I have no idea what the crowd was.
I thought the exact same, Sowie, and it went up as 17,500. I went,
chance.
That's a bit of a Henson Oval job there.
Yeah. So
a bit of a botch job.
I just looked at that and I thought, they've had enough at the moment, unfortunately. And, you get the same answers after the game and stuff like that. Like, this is a side that, 22-18, you go, they were coming to get them. Like, they could have won the game. But again, another scoreless first half. Like, they don't seem to know what their best shape is, how to get the ball to their strike players. And I honestly thought, coming back from Perth, we'd see them run out with foam coming out of their mouth, a chance to knock off the Raiders, to keep their season alive. And they started slow. And it's become all too familiar for me. So I look at it that way.
That's fair. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, they had a play with 2 minutes to go. They were coming in red hot, had all the momentum, and the Knights' left edge had been killing us the back end of that game. And it was Bradman Best, shock. And they had this beautiful shape set up. Raiders were sort of caught a little bit short, and it went to Matty Croker, and he had Cogger out the back. I reckon if he hits out the back where he should have, I reckon they're away and gone, and like huge try scoring opportunity. Croker dummied and went himself, went down. The Raiders sort of, rectified that, got numbers there, and it was done. That was the opportunity. Missed it. Had he have gone out the back, that looks very different. The result might have been different. We're talking about him in a very different light. That was the moment of the game for me.
78 minutes that took to get that shift on that.
Yeah.
Do you think, now, of course, Croker has to take accountability. He's a player. I'm not taking anything away from that. But do you think that's because Adam O'Brien has had an inability to instill confidence in these guys to back themselves? Like even, for example, Dom Young letting that ball bounce. Yeah, he has to take accountability. I can't believe he didn't jump for it. But is it because they are so conservative? Like, is it Adam O'Brien constantly telling him, take the safe route, take the safe route, take the tackle, don't pass it out the back? Or is it a player problem, do you think?
Yeah, the one thing that stands out for me when I watch the Knights, and Guru said it to me at the start of the year, is when they had that trial against the Roosters, they scored 36 points. They lent into everything that they had. Ball runners, second phase, all that kind of stuff down the left edge. The games they lose this year, they try and out-grind. They're not a grinding team. And it's okay to not be a grinding team. But I'm sure Newcastle would rather see their team lose 30-30 and they come out and they get run down or they've chanced their arm. At the moment, they're so conservative of what they do, trying to play to a structure that's not their style. They don't have those guys, which is fine. But you got to lean into it one way. You can't. It's probably similar to the Tigers on Friday night. Like, lean into that stuff. You can kick early, chase hard, and build your game that way. But when you get into attack, you've got to try something a little bit different.
Yeah. See, Howie, they've got enough defensive backbone there that they can afford to turn the ball over from time to time. Like,
that's what I'm so surprised at. Yeah.
Like, chance it. Like, go as soon as Schiller scores in the 49th minute. I think that was their first line break on the right. Yeah. Newcastle's left. Go back there for the next half an hour.
Yeah.
Keep throwing the line in and say, stop us, Raiders. Because like you said, if they just keep going pass, they're the fifth best defensive side.
That's what.
So they've got good defence. They've got their base there. But attack-wise, they just go, we've got to kick to a corner. We've got it. No, just chance your arm.
You know what's funny is I think we spoke about this a couple of weeks ago. It's like, if there is one side in the bottom 8 that can chance their arm, it's literally the Knights because they've got good enough defence to defend the error. And that's, I guess, my next kind of problem or my concern is okay, what Adam O'Brien has done to get them into finals footy each year is outstanding. But my concern is that he has a coaching style that he refuses to budge on, at least from the looking in, and I think at times holds that team back. And that's what I have a concern with. Like, if they are to stick, let's say they give him a chance with Dylan Brown, if he's already being a conservative coach and focusing so hard on defence but not letting him chance their own attack, what difference is Dylan Brown going to make?
Yeah, you're exactly right. Like, the Raiders made 11 errors, Newcastle made 10. You wouldn't have known what Raiders' errors were. Like, they just, they're good errors in a sense, whereas Newcastle errors are like, passing. You know what I mean? So, I think they've made the finals 4 out of the last 5 years. It's crazy to think that they're still in contention. I think they've got Melbourne next week. But, I just thought that just because you chase points down late doesn't mean that you were nearly there. You're off the mark for 50 minutes.
Is it a matter of just like, and it's easy for us to say we're not inside the fours, we don't know. But surely Adam O'Brien, because we've watched week in, week out, where they're so conservative, it's hurting them, they can't score points. Surely he just walks in one week and says, boys, I don't care how many errors you make, let's just fucking go for it.
Or lay outside right post and come left every single time.
Don't overthink it.
You know what's funny? When KP had his crazy year, that's essentially what they were doing. Yeah. And just like, it works, just do it.
And then once they start putting too many numbers over to that side to defend that,
go the other way.
Well, now they're trying to find points, and they've Kalen Ponga and Fletcher Sharp, their two best attacking weapons. Sharp's potentially gone for the season, and Ponga's now got the List Frank injury, so he's another 6
You never know with that, yeah.
So
you
it's
never
like, jeez.
What do you reckon, Hammy?
Knights, yeah, they're just playing. Well, yeah, why wouldn't they just try to ping it around a little bit more? I suppose, like, they're missing a couple of guys now that would lean themselves towards that style of play. Ponga's been a bit quiet this year, and you know they've looked better with Fletcher Sharp in the side. I reckon, like in terms of their attack, they've been a little bit more threatening. But he's out for a bit of a period now as well. So there's almost, I mean, how do they kind of, you know, who's going to kind of lead the charge? Who's going to be the tip of the spear, as you like to kind of say? Yeah, they've still got some good, you know, your Bradman Best is back in the side, Gay Guy. They've got a bit of strike there, but I feel like they need both those guys in there really to give them the full spark and the license to throw it around. So yeah, I don't really know how they kind of get themselves out of that hole. Look, credit to them, even though they lost, I think this was like a pretty spirited kind of performance on the weekend against the Raiders. But I don't know how you fully change that style now when probably the two most potent players are out of the side.
Yeah, because I'm a glass half full guy. I think when you compare it to where they've been, I know it's, you know, you didn't win at the end of the day, but still 22-18 against the Raiders. I think that's pretty good for where the Knights have been. But I definitely do understand where you guys are coming from.
They
like,
played finals last year, didn't they?
Just
Last three seasons, haven't they?
Yeah.
I feel that's probably papered over a bit of
This
stuff.
year.
Yeah, they're definitely worse this year. Yeah.
But their defence is better. So they haven't evolved their attack. So that's a coach adapting to. You look at Ricky Stewart, if we're giving him credit for adapting to what he's got and using the tools that he's got, well,
Mate,
look what's in front of you.
your
two biggest weapons who are out now play on the left-hand side in Fletcher Sharp and Bradman Best with Ponga out the back.
I will say, it does blow my mind that a team with Kalen Ponga in it is terrible at attack.
Mind-blowing.
Doesn't make any sense. Adam O'Brien, does he stay 2026?
Contract says so. I mean, if they go on a run, but yeah, the problem is going to be that you're coming in next year and you've been given $1.2 million halfback who's going to play 5'8". So that's what's their start? What changes next year?
Do they just lean into
if you have the same coach, what changes next year?
That's my concern. My concern is even if you add Brown to this, you already had Ponga and Sharp and the attack was so conservative.
Yeah, you get another guy who's similar.
Yeah, and so it's like, I just don't know, unless Adam O'Brien is willing to change his coaching philosophy, which is very defence orientated. I just don't know what the difference there is.
Yeah, but that's the hard part. Being a good defensive side is really hard.
That's what's so like with Adam O'Brien. I always give him credit for. I'm like,
that's what's
the
made the
harder
Bulldogs
bit.
so good. They're so good defensively, but they can beat you different ways with their attack. And they've done that. They've scored big points and they've scored. Whereas you look at the Dolphins, who've scored lots of points, but they defensively need to get better.
Yeah.
I just don't see if next year, when Brown gets there, like where does he play? Because if he plays on the left, like he does for Para, then essentially you're putting Fletcher Sharp to the right. So there's another adjustment for him as a half, and then you don't have a genuine halfback. You've got three ball runners.
What do you reckon, Timmy? A or B? Like, and I want to be clear too. There's a lot of really good stuff Adam O'Brien has done. It's a tough call, but what do you think, Timmy?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, the back end of the season, how that plays out will dictate it, because if they don't turn around things and start finding a few wins, then he probably is on the outer. If they go on a bit of a run and win some games and finish the higher end of the bottom 8, or make some sort of unlikely onto the finals, he probably stays, because on results in recent years, they have played finals footy. Like, there's a lot of clubs out there going a lot worse than the Knights, not necessarily this year, but you probably give them another year. But it's just everything coming out of the club. There never seems to be any positive news. You mentioned like the impact of the crowd, Sowie. Like, there wasn't 17,000 people at that game. Like, that means more than any on-field result, just about. He said, when they got the wooden spoon, fans are still turning out. They still believe. To see the fans not turning up to the game,
that's a concern.
That's the concern.
Like, I understand winning games is the most important metric, but when you're playing such soulless rugby league at times, a lot of grit and defence, there's no denying their grit and defence, but in attack, it's a very soulless footy. It's not entertaining. So much so that the fans are almost... And look, maybe it's not that. Maybe it's just because they're losing. I don't know. Whatever the reasons, maybe it's cost of living. That's definitely a contributor. But I do think there's a lot of fans that go, I don't even enjoy watching them play because it's not exciting until, the last 20 when we're chasing the game.
Well, it was the first sign that the comments a couple of weeks ago maybe had an effect on it, wasn't it? Because it was Friday night. You usually see that packed.
Mate,
I was just surprised to see a small crowd there.
They're the most loyal fans in the game.
Yeah, I know. They're the best fans. Probably one of the best fans in the game.
The Newcastle Knights fans, I'll never forget the years where they were winning the wooden spoon and they still turned out week after week after week after week. What do you reckon, Ad O'Brien? Will he be there next year?
Yeah, I think maybe the fact that I'm assuming he was a pretty big voice in getting Dill Brown to the club for next year. So you'd imagine, like, if he's the one that sort of pushed for him, or was one of the guys pushing for him, maybe you got to give him a year to see it unfold. Right. But yeah, probably the comments, which he did walk back from a couple of weeks ago, but that sort of stuff probably doesn't particularly help his case. It doesn't feel like they've improved to the, which I think is the kind of the consensus that we've had. But look, unless they've got someone else lined up ready to go, if they kind of make the 8 or just miss out, I think he stays. If they drop much lower, maybe he'd be under a bit more pressure.
Look, some positives. Some real positives is Dylan Lucas has just been phenomenal this year.
So good.
He's just so bloody good, and that's a huge win for Adam O'Brien. That he's taken a guy that came integrated as a centre, has turned him into a back rower. And seriously, I've got Eli Katoa and Hudson Young 1 and 2. Dylan Lucas for me is not far off. He'd probably be 3 or 4 to be honest. That's how good he's been this year, Dylan Lucas.
Yeah, love him. Yeah, he's just probably down the run of ladder for back rowers at the moment. There's just so many back rowers. Back to my point about the Newcastle at home, 2 from 8 this year at home.
Ooh, jeez.
Oh, sorry, they would have had a magic round in there, so 2 from 7. Yeah.
Jeez.
Just checking my stats guy beside me. Oh, you're just reading your own stuff. Okay, cool.
Yeah, okay. You say.
Yeah. Just reading your own Supercoach again for the 50th time.
I had a good week.
Mate, I look across and he's refreshing it. I'm like, the game's finished.
I finally got someone that can tell me what's going on that laptop. Thank you.
I never thought I'd ever want Guru back on this bench, but here we are.
I don't know why you're Googling Supercoach. The round's finished.
No, because... No, you don't get it, all right?
You don't get it. You don't get it,
The game unlocks at about 11 a.m. every Monday morning, so you don't know about your ranking and how your team's going and price changes. You don't get it.
But you've refreshed 6 times.
Well, it's open now, isn't it?
Okay.
Look, in their defence, they are missing quite a few players. They are.
So's everyone, mate.
I know, but I'm just
I don't know why you're trying to sit on the fence here.
I'm not sitting on the fence. I've given my opinion pretty clear.
Who's got injuries?
Leo Thompson is a
Dolphins,
key.
They got injuries?
They had Phoenix Crossan at 9 starting there.
Dolphins, they got injuries?
No, I know they do, but I'm just trying to give them
Broncos,
something,
they got injuries? Warriors, they got injuries?
Mate, come on, mate. I'm trying to give them something.
If they've made finals 3 out of the last 4 years, they should be doing better. They've got Kalen.
I'm with you. I've just said the coach is not going to be there next year. I've said that. I'm just trying to point out a few key things that might have hurt their case. Hastings wasn't even allowed in the friggin' locker room 2 weeks ago.
And now he's in there. He's one of the main numbers.
That's how much they're struggling. They had to bring him in.
Rabbitohs have got injuries. That's
mate.
injuries, all right?
That's
I don't want to
injuries.
hear about the Knights' injuries.
I'm trying
Tigers have got injuries.
I'm just trying to soften the blow. I'm trying to soften the blow for Knights fans. It's been a tough year, mate. They're loyal fans.
Geez, you're pretty quiet about the Tigers' injuries.
He moved on pretty quickly, didn't he?
Oh, come on, mate.
I get it. I love the Knights fans, and I want to see everyone do well, but I just think they should be doing better.
I'm with you, mate. They absolutely should. And I personally think if I was to make the call, I think Adam O'Brien would move Adam O'Brien at the end of this year. I think that what he's done is amazing and I actually think that there's a chance that he could land somewhere else as a head coach because I do think what he's done is super impressive. He's a great defensive coach. I put it this way, if I'm a club that needs an assistant defensive coach, and I don't mean this disrespectfully at all, but honestly, he'd be at the top of my list nearly. The fact that they've been one of the best defensive sides for quite a while, I just think that he, unfortunately, over the last couple of years, he's just shown an unwilling, or at least this year, he's shown an unwillingness to take the leash off them in attack. And I just don't know, unless he's willing to change a bit of his philosophy, I don't know what changes next year. Granted, as I said, I know that there's Knights fans that will say they're missing here, and they're starting 6 and 7, isn't it? Starting all that stuff. I get it, but I just think that with the fresh turnover of the football manager as well, and the play there's been O'Sullivan's there now, Peter Parr's there, might be time for a bit of a fresh start. But it's great that he's got him to the 8, but you don't play footy just to make the 8. And my opinion is that they've got a roster that could be pushing further than that.
Agree.
Okay, now on to the Broncos versus the Warriors, and this is brought to you by August One, data-driven social media and marketing. August One cuts through the noise with quite ease. So if you're a company that needs social media or just marketing in general, reach out to August One. It's created by the founder is a former head of digital for Woolworths, so some of the best in the business. Okay, Brizzy Broncos 26-12. Look, this is a great win for the Brisbane Broncos. Warriors, look, they actually they played a decent game. The errors in key moments killed them. The amount of times where they were coming out of their own end and like they withstand a bunch of pressure. And I still think the Brisbane Broncos attacking structures need a bunch of work. But the New Zealand Warriors would withstand pressure, and then they'd come out of their own and just drop the ball or an error here or a penalty there. Granted, there were one or two penalties that I feel were way too harsh on the Warriors, but it's just a good win for the Broncos. Probably the best they've looked in about 6 to 8 weeks. Probably longer. It's the best they've looked in quite a while. See how we?
Big question is going to be when Dozer comes back in, whether he starts or comes off the bench.
9. It's got to be 9.
Yeah, whether he starts or comes off the bench.
Yeah, I thought Broncos' service out of dummy half is not great. It's not great.
So you have him starting?
Yeah, I'd have him starting at 9.
Reece Walsh, Ezra Mam, their attack looked like it's sort of reignited on that left-hand side. I do agree with you. I think their defence, 17 missed tackles is good for the Broncos. Warriors have just hit a bit of a wall, to be honest, in the last couple of weeks. But the Broncos, that's their time slot, 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon at Suncorp.
Yeah.
They get a chance to go. Is it the Normanby?
What was it? What day was it? Saturday?
I've got this theory that certain teams like certain time slots.
Melbourne love the day at the moment.
2 o'clock, that's their slot.
Yeah.
Saturday afternoon, that's the Broncos slot.
Yeah.
They just love that daytime. They looked like there was a party going on. So, it was a game they had to win to keep in touch with the 8. And as you said, for all the shit they've been through, they're 4th or 5th now.
Bizarre.
So it's
Crazy,
crazy to think that a couple of weeks you can turn your career, season around.
I will say it does look like, and I'm not sure if this is exactly what happened, but I feel like Michael Maguire might have pulled the reins off a little bit because they look like a much happier side than a month ago. They look like a much freer side, a much more energetic side. And when all that pressure was mounting around Michael Maguire and all these leaks about, player unrest and is he too harsh, it does seem like that they're playing with much more energy, happiness. And I wonder whether Michael Maguire said, you know what? Okay, maybe with another roster, I could be super, super hard taskmaster, but this roster isn't reacting to it. Make some tweaks. However, as I'm building this roster to a premiership, I'll get in guys that are going to respond more to other things.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's just the players come down. Like the players are probably just going, yeah, we have got a good side. Do we want to waste another year, not getting to where we need to go? So sometimes as a player, you've got to take responsibility. You take your own preparation a little bit more serious. And like I said, that time slot, that's their slot.
Yeah.
And they would have been looking forward to that one.
Timmy?
Yeah, I mean, I disappointing from the Warriors, a couple of poor games in a row. I've cut them a little bit of slack in this because they fought, they were hanging in, but lost Chance just after half-time. They lost Wade Egan for a period just before half-time due to a HAA, then lost Metcalf late in the game, chasing a few points. That being said, a lot of the damage was done early when they had their full side out there, so you can't look past that. But, yeah, the Broncos, mate, they look a little bit revitalised. They're, since Reece Walsh has come back in, they've just got more energy about them. They've got a bit of spark, which is no shock. Reece Walsh does that, but he's just had a huge influence on this side.
Hasn't he? What? Yeah, they just look so much more energetic. I think as well they look like they're starting to kind of find their feet as well in regards to structure. Like, for example, last week I talked about, it was a bit strange. They scored all those points, but especially the first half, their attacking structures just looked really poor. They were getting Paddy Carrigan in first receiver, and it was just too slow. They were just getting picked off. I feel like they've tweaked that slightly because there was some times we were still in first receiver, but a little bit less this week. Look, Reynolds' time was actually still a little bit off, especially in the first half this game. But I do see it does seem to be slowly clicking for the Broncos. Like
I do feel like, Kempy, that a few of these sort of squad players who, whether or not they were locked into a top 17 position in round one, like there's a lot of reliance on Carrigan, on Payne Haas, on the stars of the team, on a Reece Walsh to create points. But I just think blokes like Josiah Karapani, he's come in, he's been great for them 3 weeks.
Energy too, he's brought energy.
Yeah, like Kobe Hetherington, Xavier Wilson, I thought they've started to play some of their best games of the season. Like Hetherington in particular coming off the bench, when they give Carrigan a spell and Haas a spell, they just haven't had much. But I think Hetherington's really come on and done some damage with his running game, getting in behind the ruck and just helping these blokes out.
Yeah, I think it's with Hetherington, they were hoping that he'd be a 13. But him starting and playing big minutes probably takes away his best weapon, which is speed around the ruck and his ability to create a little bit of magic around the ruck. And I think Wilson too. I think Wilson's been outstanding off the bench.
Because sort of early in the year, I was sort of watching Hetherington going, is he just a gun defender and he'll sit there and just chop blokes and make 50 tackles a game, but not really impact with ball in hand. But since he's sort of been coming off the bench in the smaller minute role, no, he can come on and turn a game with his running game.
Yeah.
It's there. It's just, as I said, maybe the big minute role isn't the answer for him.
Their back rowers have stepped up too. Ricky and Piakura. I think you talk
massively.
about if you're going to be a good team this year, all the top teams have got strong back rowers.
Yep.
And he probably wasn't seeing that from Piakura at the start of the year.
He's matured so much in the last few weeks, I reckon.
He has, yeah. Big couple of weeks for him. Bulldogs this week. That proves double vital after the Bulldogs lost last week and the Broncos won. That could be a 2-point swing or 4-point swing outside the 4. And then they play the Titans and then a bye. So if they're able to get the next 2, they shoot straight into contention of having a home semi.
Especially, I'm with you, cut the Warriors a little bit of slack, but there is a worry that they're starting to slow down a little bit, a bit fatigued. I will say the Warriors, and I know you're not allowed to bring up injuries, but they have been smashed with injuries.
Hold on. Their injuries are to their key players.
Yeah, like Barnett's gone for a bit, Fisher-Harris was gone for a bit, now Metcalf's
Well, you
out.
lose Chance, you lose Metcalf,
Yeah.
Wade Egan in a game.
It's fucking tough.
I can make him.
Yeah.
I can sell that. I don't know if I can sell the injuries that everyone else is going through.
Except us, obviously.
Except the Tigers,
Tigers,
of course.
Of course.
Nasty Boyle. I think he's good, though.
Yeah, he's
Back
good.
for next
Good to
week.
go? Okay.
Yeah, Broncos looking good. I think, and you mentioned him at the start, Kempy. I think Walsh and Mam back in there and humming is making such a huge difference because that's, they kind of, just didn't really have that kind of attacking spark that made him the Broncos a year or two ago for the first bit of this year. But since he's come back into the side, Walsh has got better week on week. A bit of a wobble a few weeks ago where maybe a bit concerned that his knee that was really heavily strapped, it looked like it was a bit of a factor, but it didn't look like that was the case this weekend. He's looking good. And, they got a soft draw next after the Dogs game, if they can get through that one. Beyond that, it's a key game.
What are they to make the 4? Have they had some movement, make the 4 and to win it?
Let me pull it up. I'll.
Sorry, question without.
No.
So I just thought the race for the 4 is wide open now with the Warriors losing the last couple of weeks. Broncos are 4 points behind, but they've got a bye. The Raiders have skipped clear, but they're only 6 points behind Dogs.
Yeah, they're 550 to make the 4.
Jeez.
Not bad.
If they can win this week, they
huge
can
if they
make
win
the
the
4.
Yeah.
That's like to think about how much pressure they were under a month ago.
I thought you were laughing at me.
No, they can.
Steve Maddow, wait. Aggressive line speed, shoulder charge.
Man, I want to give Karapani a massive rap. Like, yes, it's been Walsh and Mam that have brought a lot of energy, but I think Karapani's also been responsible for a lot of energy. And there was one play where, and you probably won't remember it, but the ball was like kicked in between him and Reece Walsh, and a lot of our outside backs have had a tendency to let the ball bounce, and I hate that shit when you're just like, they can make it, but you know what the easy option is? To let it bounce, because I don't want to be the one that drops it. And Karapani just fucking pins his ears back, somehow makes the catch. Little things like that is the energy the club needed. Like even his try-saving tackle early in the game as well, that was all energy, all heart. Karapani's been outstanding, like absolutely phenomenal, and he deserves the deal he's got. The thing with Karapani is last year you could see all the potential and the talent. You really could, and Guru talks about how the fact that he was at South, I think there's maybe some off-field stuff or training or whatever that really didn't work for him. He's another guy that clearly has responded extremely well to Michael Maguire's coaching style because, mate, he has been phenomenal since he's come into the side, Karapani.
Yeah, and wingers are so valuable, aren't they, Timmy? Like to your side. And Jesse Arthurs has been a try scorer and done his job on that edge for a while now. They sort of miss that extra because Reece Walsh isn't that guy that's going to have 25 hit-ups and can't bring you out of your own end.
Yeah, for sure. He's a big, strong body. He's got some decent speed about him. We know he'll be good in attack. That try saver he had on Ed Cozzy, it was point blank on the line. He was 101 to stop that and just hit him, stuck, took him out. It was unreal.
He covered 4 or 5 metres, just boom, and he was there.
What was your best try saver, one-on-one?
Literally never happened.
I just went Vadavai a couple of times?
No, I literally just went, okay, I've got to score 2 tries now. That sucks.
I'll let one in score 2.
What was yours, Sally?
Oh, Greg Inglis. I just got my technique wrong. Centers from the inside, mate. Yeah, I can only stay square for so long. It's funny because plays like that are unexpected but expected. You know what I mean? Like when a winger on winger, you're like, oh, he's probably going to score here.
Yep.
And then they come up with a try saver and you're like, oh, well done.
How good, yeah. But you're right, it's his job. It's a one-on-one tackle.
That is your job.
No, it's his job, not mine.
Catch the ball and count the
Mate,
tackles.
listen, just fucking... Okay, I did some more white stuff, all right? Let's
It's
just
good to
settle down,
see you
all right?
again, mate. All right?
Fucking hell. Outside of that, as I said, I really liked what I saw. I thought Wilson off the bench. I know we've already spoken about him a little bit, but I thought he was phenomenal off the bench. Matter of fact, I wouldn't say necessarily the difference, but in a game where Haas had his quietest game in a long time, and Carrigan was good, solid. I thought Wilson was probably our best forward, to be honest.
It's about those guys, much like the Panthers, getting up to standard and allowing your Origin guys shouldn't have to be your best players every week.
Yep.
Yeah, they have a standard. That's why they're in that arena. But Willison, start of the year, sort of sparingly used. I think he had bigger minutes on the weekend.
It's on the edge for a little bit. They tried. It didn't really work out.
Nah, but he's just, guys like that, Jack Gajeski, like, they've got to have 8 out of 10s every week. So that when Payne and Carrigan have a 7, that it's not such a big gap, because if they're only having 5s and then Payne and Haas has to carry all the load with Paddy. So, I just think that there's a matter of everyone stepping up their level, and the backs, they look excited around Ezra and Walsh.
He ran for 168 metres in 30 minutes.
That's what I mean. He's upped his work rate.
Yeah.
And it's just simplified his game. They've just said to him, mate, you've got,
You're
30,
8 foot tall.
Yeah, 20 to 30 minutes. We just need you to just run as hard as you possibly can and just gas yourself. Because we know Payne can play a lot of minutes. We know Carrigan. So I thought Wilson was outstanding. I will say, and it's not Carrigan's fault because he probably didn't train the whole season at 13, but he does look much less confident in his passing than he did before he got changed back to 13. And that is the risk you take when you do make people change position, is that they lose that a little bit of confidence in their passing. There are a couple of times where he could have passed and he didn't, just because I feel like, he's been training the whole year. He's probably put an extra few kilos on to be in the front row as well. So that's probably something it's going to take a little bit of time for Carrigan to get his ball playing back to where we know it can be.
They've got a new offensive coach as well, Trent Barrett. So that would have changed their style a little bit.
See, also, I'm not a fan, to be honest. I think our attacking structures, unless we're building into something.
No, but I meant like you're talking about head coach.
Carrigan.
And then you get a new offensive coach as well, which probably Baz might have changed a few things as well that they had taken a while. But when you got a Ferrari at the back, that's how the Knights should play.
Yeah,
out the back, just to Ponga and let him
do his thing.
Make 6 errors a game.
Do you allow... when Benny Hunt comes back, Corey Pakes, Billy Walters, what happens there? Me personally, I keep Billy Walters at 14 just because of his utility. Even though Corey Pakes is starting, what would you do? Benny Hunt coming back?
Dozer starts, Billy Walters off the bench.
Okay.
I'd agree with that.
I would start Benny Hunt as well. The only thing I would say in terms of the versatility of Billy Walters, like if one of the halves goes down, Ben Hunt can also go there. So say you had Corey Pakes on the bench, I think that sort of nullifies that a little bit. But probably just the running game of Walters, who can also probably slot in and play at 13 a bit better as well.
Yeah, I just think... I'm actually surprised sometimes if Billy Walters doesn't start. I actually think he's been quite good off the bench, and maybe that's why he's been playing well, because he is coming off the bench. Just some of Corey Pakes' service, he started the year so well, but some of his service just... I was watching the Melbourne Storm game, and when they click, everything is perfect. Everything is exactly where it needs to be, right out in front. The tip on everything is... I was just watching, and some of our service, it wasn't great. Balls are going out the back or catching them up here, and then Renault was rushing his passing. I mean, you'd know as a half, like if you get a number 9 that's got bad service, it can ruin your game. Like, I'm not saying that's that bad, but
Yeah, I think I mean, they've made their intentions clear. I think Pakes is going overseas next year. So Billy, I like when Billy comes on and doesn't overthink the game. He allows the game to come to him a little bit. I think when he's shown in the past that he's tried to go there and make a difference, and with all the right intentions, but it's sort of made their attack a little bit clunky. So getting service from the start, I think Dozer will do that. They may even start with Walters and let Dozer come off the bench.
Jesse Arthur started the year really well. Went solid, so went really well, solid. His last couple of games, he's been I don't know if he's carrying an injury, but he's nowhere near the Jesse Arthurs that we all come to love over the last couple of years.
Ran for 70 metres.
Like,
he's obviously switched wings.
But still,
which shouldn't change that much, but
he's nowhere. Like, I know he's got a bunch of tries and everyone points to that, and that's great, that's awesome. But there's more to wingers than just scoring tries.
And the reality is, the golden spot at the Broncos is the left wing. That's where Walsh does his best work. You know, Ezra's been great since he's been back. So Arthurs is going to score less tries than earlier in the year as a result of it. But if you might not be scoring, but we still need you running for 150 plus kind of thing.
Yeah, at least, or if you're not running for it, at least have more than eight runs.
Yeah.
You know, and the thing with Jesse Arthurs is, it's not like I'm asking you to do something you're not good for. That's what you're good at.
Yeah.
Usually it's your meterage that you're unbelievable. So I just wonder whether he's struggling with an injury because he just doesn't look right. Even last week, is either this week or last week, he went up for a ball and just dropped it cold. I think it was last week, and they scored off it.
Is Karapani on the left?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Karapani's on the left.
Yeah, Katani Staggs only had 753.
He's notorious sometimes where he has games. Like last week,
I'm just saying, it's not like Jesse Arthurs is by himself and everyone on that right edge is running for 200 or 150. Like,
well, last week,
Walsh's favoured side is left, and if they kick to Arthurs or they kick to Karapani, sometimes you don't go and get it. Yeah, Staggs has to go and get it, or they try and shift there and it's too late. So, I think he's been a fantastic finisher. The last couple of weeks he may have been a little bit off, but their right side isn't getting as much ball since Walsh has been back.
I just want to see him just get involved more. Just have because that's what he's. Mate, I'll never forget that grand final. He was so friggin' good for us and that whole season, and also start of the season. So hopefully he can just find that confidence again, or maybe just get used to being on that right side and having to go hunting for the ball a little bit more. Outside of that, Shibasaki, once again, I think he's just been so good this year. He's been so good, really strong and physical, usually running for around your 100 to 150 metres. But yeah, really good win for the Brizzy Broncos. On to the Warriors. They've been smashed with injuries, so I'm not denying that at all. But it was actually before they had their injuries on that in that game. Just some really silly errors. Like, it's so not what they're like. The Warriors are notorious really fast starters, where they just come out, they blow teams off the park, and then sometimes they struggle after that point for whatever reason. I've just been a little bit worried that their first 20 to 30 minutes, the last few weeks, have just been really poor, and I just wonder whether they're starting to feel the pinch because they've been so gallant with all the injuries they've had this year, and they've just somehow, some way, whoever's up next, they come in and they do a job. Just looking a little bit tired, so hopefully that's just a load thing and they're tapering, I'm not sure, but looking a little bit tired. 4
out of the next 6 at home and some winnable games there as well. Losing Luke Metcalf is a huge drama for them, but they will probably bring in Tanner Boyd, which I think he's been playing well in reserve grade.
11 in a row.
He gets a chance to come in and prove his worth there. Tigers, Knights, Titans, Dolphins. Like, it's a pretty... If they can go 3 out of 4, and I think the thing with the Warriors is that they've obviously exceeded expectations where they are now, Timmy, but they are making errors, which like young teams do. They've got a lot of young guys there that are probably maybe come to the end of their run a little bit. They do need to have some time at home. So I reckon in the next month we'll see whether they're going to be legit contenders. They got the Dolphins twice, Eels. So they've got a pretty fair draw on the way home.
Interesting to see how they do it all. Like I said, Tanner Boyd will come in there. But like Charms could be out for a while as well. I haven't seen any word on him or if he's had scans yet. But like, does Tamari Martin end up at fullback?
Picky, surely.
Is Torpicky...
I think he's injured.
I think he's injured too.
Yeah, high.
I think it has to be Roger.
Just be Roger.
I think it has to be Roger.
Yeah.
So like...
Probably, yeah.
Which is all fine, but like, you know, you're losing 2 key members of your spine. Like, how do you adjust to this? What we've learned from the Warriors this year is that they'll find a way and they'll be... And like, you know, you move Roger Tuivasa-Sheck to fullback, and then you have Tanner Boyd, who was, we thought, probably signed to play 7 to start the year, who's been killing it in Cup. Great replacements, but, you know, it's a headache they don't need to have.
Unfortunately, guys, we're going to have to probably move on quickly from the Warriors because we're getting very, very close to the end of the show, and we've still got so friggin' long to go. Okay, on to the next game. Sorry, Warriors. We'll try to make it up to you next week. Okay, Dragons v... the Parramatta Eels. We probably won't spend too long on the Eels just because, you know, gallant, but they were missing some key players. The Dragons, 34-20. Look, yes, they're playing the Eels. Yes, the Eels are missing players. I get all that, but I thought this was a pretty brave win from the Dragons. Like they had some injuries, some stuff happened before the game. Players getting injured in warm-ups. They shifted blokes around. I think by the end of the game, they had no people on the bench. With everything going on, I thought it was a brave win from the Dragons.
Yeah, they had to come out and show a little bit of energy to start the game. Big crowd down there at Wollongong, so that always helps when there's a big crowd. I felt like they just simplified their game a little bit to the fact where they were able to just catch pass instead of trying to finesse their way around. And by that I mean like getting to a point to have a play. They just played and they were able to come up with some shifts and come up with some breaks. Val Holmes, informed the right time ahead for Queensland. But to credit to Kyle and Lycan, I think they've been under a lot of pressure recently, and they came out and Kyle ran the ball. That's what he has to do. So sometimes when you're a young half, you tend to get the brunt of all that criticism. But at the end of the day, like they ran harder. Damien Cook coming out of dummy half, I thought was a key for them.
Yep.
They created a platform for him, and when he does that, then it allows the halves to be more dangerous.
Jimmy?
Yeah, I thought it was a great win by the Dragons, and you could be sort of glass half empty and look at they led 26-4 and they let the Eels back into the game, but mate, they lost their whole back row. Like they've got this freaking back row injury crisis, the Dragons. But like in this game, they lost Luciano, they lost Toby Couchman, they lost Hamish Stewart, like key guys to this side, and they lost Tui Plotto in the warm-up, so Nathan Lawson came in on the wing and did a good job there as well. Nathan Lawson, I was just reading an article before as well, that he hurt his shoulder, I think, with about 15 to go.
Couldn't lift his arm.
Couldn't lift his arm. He said, had they had more people on the bench, he wouldn't have finished the game. So it's like there was a lot of adversity, and then you add into it the pressure and the headlines on Flano in this one, Kyle coming into it, and Shane for that matter, but a lot of pressure for him to come out and score a great solo try and orchestrate this win. Hard thing to do under that much pressure. So really good win for the Dragons.
With everything that went wrong too. I think if it was a club where the playing group, there was a divide or the locker room had been lost, that's how everything falls apart. But it does seem like, although the year hasn't been perfect for them, or it's been a tough month, it does seem like this playing roster is still together, still believe. There's no fracture in it, which is a good thing. Especially with all this pressure, like so much pressure this week at the Dragons. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, I thought this was a pretty good win by them. Obviously, Val Holmes I thought was very good. When the game was there to be won, I thought he really stepped up and, hopefully takes that form into Origin as well. I think Cookie, as mentioned, I thought he was really good as well. Played his role really nicely. I also really liked, just on Cookie, post-game press conference, coming out and backing Kyle.
Yeah.
Thought that was pretty good.
It's good for a senior player to do that.
Exactly, because I feel like we haven't really heard from many of the other players in this kind of situation going on there at the moment. So, for someone like him to kind of come out and back him, I would imagine that will do, wonders for his confidence and hopefully kind of just put a bit of the noise away. It's still going to be there, but I thought that was really impressive too. Other one was Dave Clemmer, game 250.
Yeah,
I thought he ripped in and did a really good job.
Yeah, absolutely. Val Holmes, geez, like it's just, it feels like he's been around forever. And then you look at his age and he's still in, like, I think he's 30 or whatever. But geez, like when he's on, he is just electric. His running game, just absolutely electric. And like I know defensively, I think he's probably going to, for the rest of his career, probably have just a deficiency there at times with his reads or whatever. Physically, he's definitely still there. You'd never forget that shot on Liam Martin where he got bounced off, but he still forced an error in Origin. But geez, in attack, like a bit similar to Hammer, where when he hits top speed and his ability to swerve at top speed as well, it's almost second to none.
Yeah, the other thing for the Dragons is Hammy, you spoke about their senior players. It's probably their best game as a group. Their senior players, in tough environment, coming into the clash. Cookie looked engaged early and come out of dummy half, made a line break. Gutho's been doing what he does. Clemmer, they looked up for it.
Yeah.
So the big challenge for Dragons is, can they go to Canberra and a hoodoo down there and the record down there? Because then they're really in chance to make the 8.
If I have to be, nitpicky or glass half empty, I guess the worry is that we know Flano can get nearly any team up for a big occasion. Like, we know he's one of the best coaches ever at, like, galvanising a team back against the wall, but it's about getting it week in, week out now. And so that's the big concern. You're right. Like, you're going down to play the Raiders now. Can you not necessarily win, but can you go down to Canberra and have your best showing again rather than up and down and up and down?
They need to win. And I think they'll look at the Raiders game last week and they'll think, okay, are they a bit tired? That rivalry between Sticky and Flano, they were best mates at one stage.
Yeah.
So he'll want to go down there and win. That they probably need to go down there with a little less, not care factor, but terms of like, if we're going to make some errors, we're going to make some errors playing footy, not just simple errors coming out.
You're not going to grind the Raiders out of a game,
no.
I don't think.
And I think if they go down there, the Raiders, will open the gates. But if they can go down there and play some footy, and then if they get an error, just defend your way through it,
Yep.
you're going to be in the game.
I will say their set plays, especially off scrums or taps or whatever, some of the best in the comp. Their ability in structures, that's good coaching and obviously good playing, good players as well. But some of their set plays are some of the best in the competition. So if they can just build a bit of pressure, force Canberra to make some mistakes coming out of their own end, especially in the second half if they drop off a little bit, you just never know.
Thought Nathan Lawson did a great job on Zach Lomax, that aerial threat. All game, they peppered him and went for it, and Lomax gave everything. Couldn't get over him.
Yeah. Jeez, that last offload from Lomax, you're just like, I get it, but... Bro, that's the old Lomax. Had just come out a little bit there. Look, I understand they were desperate for points. You could argue they should have been ready for the offload, but just far out. I just felt sorry for him in that moment because Dragons fans are but to be honest, I don't think Lomax gives a shit. He's one of the best backs in the competition. He's playing Origin. I don't think he cares.
Agree.
But I did feel sorry for him in the moment. Anything outside of that, boys? Bloody good win, though.
All good, mate.
Yep.
Super brave win for the Dragons.
Just desperation.
Yeah.
That's what they wanted to see. A big crowd at home. They needed to win. Yeah, but as you said, there's a spot, 7 and 8 in that top 8. We don't know who's going to get it, but someone's going to have to jump up and grab it.
So
You're not just going to fall into it.
I'm just looking here. So Dragons have 6 wins, and you essentially, to be inside the 8, you would need 7 or 8 wins. And so that's the good thing for the Dragons is the fact that, yes, there's been all this pressure, all these headlines, but really, if we were to sit here and say it's going to be just past midway through the year, Dragons are going to be sitting around 11th, but within striking distance of the 8, we would all sit here and go, that's pretty reasonable.
I think to make the 8, you're going to need 12 wins.
Yep.
So they've got to get 5 more.
5 more wins.
At least. They've had their 3 buys. They've got to get 6 more. You reckon? 12 wins, that's 24, that's 30 points.
The line's normally about 12, 13, right? 13?
I think so.
Yeah. And you're going to have someone that's I think 12 or 13. Plus Penrith have got that draw with North Queensland, which is going to play either against them or for them.
Yeah.
Geez, aren't the friggin' Knights such, we've been so negative about, kind of negative about the Knights. They're on the same wins as the bloody Dragons.
And they haven't had their buys yet, so that skews it a little bit as well.
So, that's Adam O'Brien.
They're actually equal with the Dragons.
Yeah, so that, Adam O'Brien could actually sneak them into the 8. Jeez. Weird comp. The problem as well, though, the Dragons do find themselves fighting with teams like Seagulls and Sharks, and you just never know when that clicks for them. And if both Manly and Sharkies click and get into gear...
I think both sides are struggling at the moment.
They're definitely struggling, but what I'm saying is they both have the potential to easily be playing good enough to be inside the top 8. So you're a team that most people would have 8 or fringe of 8 competing with teams that could either be top 4 or top 6 in regards to what their roster can deliver. But yeah, so look, the good thing is the Dragons, they have a couple wins on the trot. If they can get what's their run like for the next few weeks?
They got a hard run.
Got a hard run?
Yeah, they got a hard run.
So they got Raiders next week down at Canberra.
Yep. I think Timmy...
Roosters in round 19. That is home game for them. The Doggies, Cowboys, Raiders again. Sharks, Warriors. It's tough.
South, Tigers, Penrith.
Yeah.
Sorry,
South, Manly, Penrith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough.
That's
So they
tough.
got to pick
Lots of home games, but tough draw.
Jeez. Anyway, they're within striking distance. That's the positive. They've got 6 wins. Sharks have 8 and all the buys, blah, 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 7, 7, 7. So all the way up till 6th is 7 wins, which is good for them. They're within striking distance. And as I said, really, really brave performance from the Dragons. I think they deserve a lot of credit. I think a lot of people are going to try to write it off and say, it was against the Eels missing players. Mate, the amount of things that didn't go their way in this game is unbelievable, and they still managed to find a way. The fact their winger couldn't come off with a shoulder he couldn't lift just shows you that there's still toughness, they're still playing for each other, they're still all on side with Flano. That's a good thing. Now, onto the Eels, just move really quickly. Look, they're in a rebuild phase, they're missing key players. I love their fight back that they showed towards the end, but I think these performances are going to come with the situation the club's in currently, if I'm being honest.
Yep. Young guys just learning how to play first grade.
Yeah. Timmy?
Yeah, they had 13 or 14 completions pretty late in the first half, and they were down 26-4. They ended up finishing the game with 85% completions, and it was just it was a good reminder of, like, we know how important how completions are, but they're not the be-all and end-all. Like, you can be completing all you want, but you still need to be winning the middle and, creating that momentum, getting the field position to create any attacking opportunities. Important, but not everything.
Yeah, I mean, you could complete it 100%, but if you're not getting out of your 40, getting bashed in your own 40, fucking good luck with that.
It's what you do with it. It's what you do with the ball.
I mean, like the Roosters are this really good example. Like they've never had high completion, or not never, but a lot of the time, they back themselves to make errors and defend them. Just quickly, I thought Kelma Tuolangi, I thought he had one of his better games. Got through a bunch of work. He was dangerous in attack. Lomax worked his backside off. Iongi had a couple of try assists, which is great.
Iongi tip on for Fox, sublime for that first try. Oof.
Beautiful hands. But yeah, anyway, so Eels, sorry guys, sorry as Eels fans, but because we've gone so long early in the show with Origin, we can't sit on it too long, apologies, but promise to make it up to you. Okay, Dolphins defeat the Rabbitohs 50-28. Look, I get that the 50-28 is gross. I do, but if I'm Dolphins fan, I'm sitting there going, look, we put the Q in the rack. We towed this team up. We really did.
I hate that analogy, put the Q in the rack.
But did they not?
Yeah, but why?
Yeah.
And you're up against your old coach. You're playing at home. There is no reason to ever put the Q in the rack at all.
You're a harsh man, Sowie. You're a harsh man.
Well, I'm not. They're not going to play Souths in the finals, but they are going to play better defensive sides in the finals. And you need to know that you can win games by scoring points, but defending really, really well. And that's been the issue for the Dolphins. I love their attack. I love what Hammer and we've glazed Katoa endlessly, but the 28's concerning. I think Christian Wolf and the coaching staff would be thinking, okay, if we really want to get to where we want to go and make the 8 for the first time, our defence has to be better.
What do you reckon, Tim?
Yeah, I see both sides to it. I think in a perfect world, it'd be Sowie's attitude of why you shouldn't be putting the Q in the rack. You definitely shouldn't, but teams just do it time and time and time again. The tries within that back half from the Bunnies were soft, but they were absolutely rinsing them. Like it was 30-6 at half time. They'd done their job. Of course, you have to play for 80 minutes, but you could see them take their foot off the throat.
Yeah, which is not good.
Take the foot off the throat in attack. Don't just take it in defence.
Yeah.
Like win 30-6 or win 30-12.
Yeah, fair.
Don't win 50-28.
Don't compromise.
Now you're creating problems going forward. They play Sharks, who you just said if they click, they can get it.
Yeah.
Cowboys, we don't know what they're going to turn up with. Warriors away, Roosters at home, Broncos away, Manly away, Titans, Raiders. It's not an easy draw for them.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You got to practice good habits.
There is a human reality to the situation where a team that is developing and moving into the 8, they're not always going to be the end product kind of thing, you know?
They lost the week before to the Newcastle Knights.
But before that, they were a crazy run.
Yeah, they've won. They've scored 58-4, 56-6. So you can't tell me they put the Q in the rack those days.
Yeah, I know that. I think
44-8, 16, 12, 20-16.
Well, put it this way: if we were judging every team that we need them to be the full product, we'd be in here every week going fucking.
I'm not saying they're the full product. I'm just saying history will tell you when they've blown teams out this year and scored 50, the other team doesn't score more than 10, and they let 28 in.
I actually liked that they let 28 in. I thought it was great for the Mark Hughes Foundation to eyes in this game.
Make me look bad, Hammy. Thanks.
It was definitely the best one from our perspective in terms of donations. They've ground. They've absolutely hammered teams in the past and not let them back in. But the fact is that if you put 50 on the board, I guess you probably can afford to
just puke you in the rack.
You know,
I get their ruthless nature. I really do. And it's actually one concern I've had with Storm for a bit. I don't think Dolphins are a premiership threat this year, so I don't have them as I don't measure them the same as I measure the Storm. But if I'm measuring the Storm, I would be saying exactly what you're saying. Is you can't. If you're the Melbourne Storm and you want to win a comp this year, you can't be letting them score 28 points. I do understand what you're saying. Anyway, in regards to performances. I thought Jerry Marshall-King was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal, and he reminded you why, when he's in this side, they are such a dangerous outfit. Who stood out for you, Sowie?
Yeah, well, we spoke about Katoa, we spoke about the Hammer, Jeremy Marshall-King getting back for them. I just like the fact that they've done it with all the injuries. You speak about other teams that have got injuries. Well,
fair point.
They've got injuries and they've still found a way to dominate and score 50 points. So if they can tidy up that defence, they'll make the 8.
I tell you what, Glazathon. If you want a Glazathon, you can go back to our Kayo Can't Miss because it was just a glaze sesh
I was going to say, we'd have to cover the Dolphins. It was just a proper glaze for 20 minutes on
Katoa and Hammer. So if you want a glaze sesh on Katoa and Hammer, go back to the Kayo Can't Miss segment and we'll give you a glaze sesh there.
Kevy was glazed Talangi in that segment.
That's good for me. Well done.
That was good. Well done, mate.
Pleasure.
This was year 4.
Yep.
Okay. What about Herbie Farnworth? Is just like never not plays 9 out of 10? When was the last bad game?
All looks
Herbie?
9 out of 10.
Oh, looks 10 out of 10.
11 out of 10.
Now we're glazing Herbie.
I'd love to.
You know what's so funny? Is
If you ever need your calves rubbed in Sydney, call me.
Earlier this year, I told Miles, our operations guy, to reach out to Donut King in other places that do donuts and say, I want to do a segment called, Glazed, brought to you by Donut King. Anyway, that aside, just thought that was funny.
Okay. Herbie.
I thought you were going to run with me there, but
I didn't know what you... Well, I glaze.
You're going to say I love a glaze too, mate. I fucking love glazing,
I glaze
bro.
weekly, but I'm with another donut company that I can't talk about. The glazes constantly. I can't wait to see Herbie in the Ashes this year.
Yeah.
It is going to be
Where do you reckon he bats?
a good series. Top of the order.
Top of the order.
Be back in top of the order. Don't worry about that. I just can't wait to see him up against a Latrell or Hammer or whoever they go with. But the Dolphins, they're so good to attack. Feensy's got them rolling up there, and
Is Feeney their attack coach?
yeah,
Wow.
Well, he claimed it when he saw me. So
Oh, really? Fair enough. Good Feensy,
shout
eh?
out Feensy. But
Yeah.
they are good to watch. They've got a generational halfback. I can't believe they haven't offered him 10 years, 13 mil.
I'd be locking to 10 years immediately.
Immediately. That's how good he is.
Friggin' so good. I thought Kurt Donahue continues to just prove why.
So good.
Such a utility. Anywhere you put him, just rips.
It's good to see him get some game time finally.
Yeah.
They just kind of, obviously it's a shame that Plath is out at the moment, but it's opened up an opportunity for him, and he's been excellent. We've wanted him out there.
hell.
Whether it's there might be another opportunity for him now that
with
Nicodemus
Nicodemus,
injured. So I know we all thought his best spot might have been 6 earlier in the year. He's done a great job at 13, but one way or another, there's going to be an opportunity for him.
He's not saying he's the best utility in the comp, he's not, but he could be the most versatile player in the comp.
Seriously.
From 1 to 6 to 9 to 13, he can do anything.
He's the most versatile rookie in the comp, that's for sure.
Yeah.
If I'm a club right now and I know they've locked him up, I tell you what, I reckon his value has gone up by at least 100K since they've actually given him some game time this year. Easy.
He's started, but imagine having him as your 14, just going, if
Who's going
anyone
to play
goes
6
down.
this week?
I reckon Donahue. Surely.
I'd be if they have someone else.
Because he's so good as a
he's
utility.
so
Yeah.
good in the middle at the ruck at the moment.
That's a
They
good
need
point.
his toughness. Who do they have on the
I
bench
don't
there?
know. No one immediately.
Yeah.
Surely they got a young fella sitting in there that's an out-and-out 6. Surely.
I think I'd probably tinker with Averillo.
Yeah.
Averillo to 6 and try and... I know he played on the wing on the weekend, but...
They've tried him there, actually. Initially, at the start of the season, they were thinking about that.
I just think with Katoa, the way that he's playing, you need a ball runner.
Yep.
What about a Trey Fuller? Is he kind of back from injury now as well?
He's back.
Yeah, he's back.
Well, he's
I
probably
wonder
going to
if
have to
now-
play one if he's back.
Yeah,
Because
well, obviously Hannah will be
Hammer's
out
out.
this week, but I'm just thinking for the rest of the year.
the rest of the year.
This is a danger. Are they playing? Oh, no, they got the bye this week.
Yeah,
have the bye
they do.
this
They
week?
do have the
Oh,
bye,
okay.
yeah.
That works.
So they got 2 weeks to get it right, which is
Yeah.
good.
But, Kurt Donahue, once again, just playing his absolute... A try, 174 metres, 23 post-contact, 2 tackle breaks, a line break assist, 31 tackles, only 2 misses. So he's ran for 174 metres without a line break.
He had 90 in that last intercept, didn't he?
Jeez. Jesus. So good. So that means... Was that a 90? How long do you reckon that was? The last intercept.
Supercoach?
Supercoach would know.
Check the stats.
We don't worry about run meters, mate.
So I didn't even remember the friggin' intercept. But yeah, he is. He's unbelievable. He's unbelievable.
Yeah, it was was 87 metres, mate. You happy? Happy?
Can you refresh your
check the
super
points?
coach?
Yeah,
refresh
refresh
your
it.
super coach, mate. Get up there.
He's got something else up there now. You can't mention what it is.
We've already talked about Hammer and his 4 tries. Averillo, once again, a try assist. He's another guy that, Christian Wolf, we've had a lot of questions around Averillo for quite a while, just defensively. Wolf has gotten easily the best out of Averillo in his whole career, in my opinion.
Yeah, his brother's doing the defensive stuff up there. Ben Wolf, shout out. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, defensively, they've had guys improve, but they do need to be better. They're 28. He's moved around. I think I like Averillo's pace gets him into spots on the field that other people can't get into, which allows him to be able to defend fullback, centre, wing, 5'8". So
he can give you an extra metre and get to you.
he can just, and that, you can't teach speed. Like, he's just got it or you don't. So he'll be valuable going forward, especially with no Hammer and maybe after Origin.
Hopefully Nicodemo, hopefully we see him back on the field. Poor fella, going so well. Arguably, honestly, career best form in my opinion. I think he's in career best form.
Yes.
Okay, now on to South. We won't sit on South too long, guys, because really it's just injuries. Like, you are just decimated by injuries. I will say a couple of, Cody Walker, he had the 2 try assists, but terrible at his soft tissue injury again, which is really concerning. Some positive is, hasn't Tallis Duncan just hit that? Like, we're finally seeing, not finally because it's been happening for about a month now, but just giving him some time on that edge back row position. Tallis Duncan has been outstanding for him over the last month.
Yep. Just about the one and only shining light for him in this game, wasn't it? Like, the Bunnies, they ran out near enough probably the strongest team they have this season. Like, obviously Cody went down late in the game, but they should have been performing a lot. I gave them a chance to win it just because they had so many players on deck, about to lose Latrell to Origin. Super disappointing, but Tallis Duncan, he was great. Like, that line around for that late trial was outstanding. And
do you think that, like, they're just fatigued from all these, like, comeback games and, like, all these injuries?
It'd be frustrating. Like, that's their best side they've run out. To lose one of your main guy. Again, for the 5th time. I think it's his 5th lower limb injury.
When they did start to put some points on that, it was all off the back of Cody Walker.
He hasn't completed a game since round 4.
Jeez. And he's literally, like, the main man everything is built around.
Yeah.
Like,
they need an off-season together, rejuvenate.
Yeah.
I said to Matty the first week I saw him this year, I said, South Sydney Rabbitohs grand finalists 2026, if they can all stay injury-free.
If they can stay injury-free, mate.
They do need another middle. They do need another
you
middle,
reckon?
which
even
will be Cameron Murray.
With Cam Murray? Oh,
that's what I mean.
Bring him back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right now, if you put Cameron Murray into that side, Tallis Duncan, Mawala, those other guys, Hubner, Jai Arrow, like, it's looking strong again next year. They just need a little bit of luck with injury.
Mate, the positive is I think that this year's a write-off for them. I just think they're too fatigued for all the injuries. But the positive is you've unearthed a guy like Tallis Duncan hitting his form.
Has Wayne ever won a wooden spoon?
No, he's not winning. This team's fought way too hard to win a spoon.
I'm just saying. I don't think they can. I think it'll be Titans to lose.
Or Tigers, maybe?
Come on,
I said Titans.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Don't try and create
Thank
a
you.
rift between me and my because Latrell's going to be out this week. I think Bud Sullivan broke his leg on the weekend, Matty.
Oh, did he?
My God.
So shout out to Bud. Hope he's all right, but they're going to have to...
Bro, they are...
Is Lewis Dodd still here? I say that respectfully.
Yeah, he's still here, I think.
Is he? Yeah.
Yeah, he just hasn't been picked.
Yeah, so
Mate.
their injury list has just been woeful.
Look, 1 year is one thing. You just go, look, unlucky, whatever. Mate, what do you reckon, 3 years now they've topped the injury list?
Yeah, this is the 3rd year in a row.
Dodd's still here too.
Silly. He scored, made a bit of meat in the weekend. They got pumped 42-18 to the Jets.
That's not good.
Well, they're going to... Did Jai Gregg play? Was he injured at the moment?
He's injured.
So he might be in this week, Lewis Dodd.
Shit. Anyway, look, some positives are, you're right, mate. And I think if you have this team at full strength and you've got Tallis Duncan gone to a new level, like, imagine a back row of Cam Murray, Tallis Duncan, and Ewan Aiken at his best.
Jai Arrow.
Or even if you want to put Jai, I like Jai Arrow in the middle.
I think he's going to be up front with Keon.
Yeah, I think so. Him and Keon with Cam Murray at 13. Then you put Tallis Duncan on one edge, Ewan Aiken on the other. That's a bloody good forward pack, man. And then you can bring Totola off the bench for 20 minutes of power.
Backline's pretty good too.
Fucking oath. Bloody
They're
oath.
all injury free.
Freaking oath.
Look, the unearthing of guys like Hubner and that. So, look, I agree with you boys, though. Like, super disappointing the fact that they ran out with his full-strength side and got absolutely pumped. Like, yeah, anyway. So, sorry, can't spend too long on South this week, guys. Got to move through the games. Okay, the Storm beat the Sharkies 30-6, and this has what I've been waiting for. This is what I've been waiting for with the Melbourne Storm. Clinical, ruthless, squeezing the life out of the Sharks. So the last 10 minutes, they're just done. This is the Storm that I've come to know and love over the last 20 years. Super high completion rate, super disciplined, and waiting until the last 10 minutes of the match to just tear a team apart, rather than going in the middle of the game, throwing the ball about, huge risky plays. This is an important win for the Storm. This is the blueprint. This Melbourne Storm is a problem for any team they face. They were clinical, they were ruthless, and the Sharkies actually played one of their better games. Honestly, for 60 minutes, I thought the Sharks played one of their better games. I really do. But the Storm were too ruthless, too clinical, and just too good.
Yeah, you summed it up. That was the professional effort we've come to expect of the Melbourne Storm. Next 2 weeks they're on the road. They've got the Knights away and they've got the Cowboys away. So they've had trouble on the road this year being the best version of themselves. So I'll be interested to see how Craig Bellamy attacks that. But you're right. I mean, Katoa, we spoke about him earlier in the show. Hughes, like, that's just their slot. Sunday afternoon down there, prime weather. They were all on. I still think they still haven't played their best footy.
I'm with you. This is the foundation. Yeah, this is the foundation. This is a springboard. Because, like, mate, watching them when they're flying, that first 20 minutes, it's honestly the scariest first 20 minutes any team can play, because they are just all full of energy, just downhill skiing. And, like, I even said to this, if you can just last that first 20 minutes, you increase your likelihood. I know it sounds silly to say this, but, like, a lot of teams, especially the bottom 8 sides, Storm come out, score 20 points, and the game's over. If you can just somehow last that 20 minutes and put yourself in the game, the problem is, Storm from a few weeks ago, if you last the first 20 minutes and stay in the game, they allow you to hang in the game. In this game, yes, the Sharkies hung on for that first 20 minutes, but the Storm just said, okay, we'll just go back to grind mode and we'll get you in the last 10 minutes. Some of their execution and their ball playing and just all the little things that they do, the professionalism, the level at which they're working at is just a step above everyone else. As I said earlier, the ball out in front, the play the ball speed, the lines that they're running, it is all just better than a lot of other teams. They were absolutely phenomenal in this game.
Yeah, as you said, like, Melbourne Storm in day games, there's too much attacking spark there. You can't stop them. They've only got one more day game this season. That's it. They've got a 3 p.m. game in Newcastle in round 19. Otherwise, it's all night games for them. But as you said, like, it wasn't all doom and gloom for the Sharks, who, I mean, they were clearly outclassed, but you mentioned how relentless the Storm were coming out of the blocks. They only had one line break in the first half. That was that Eli Katoa opening try. Other than that, like, the Sharkies, they dug in, they defended pretty well, but eventually, like, the pressure was too much for them, and they gave in the back half of the second half. But it wasn't bad. But yeah, the Storm just putting the comp on notice, weren't they?
Jeez.
Just going, like, I know the Sharkies aren't, they actually dropped out of the top 8, but they're a decent enough side. And the Storm, like, we're the benchmark.
They just completely controlled the game. Like, yes, the Sharkies hung in there, and I think that there were actually some opportunities for the Sharks, to get points. But the Storm were just relentless. Like, they were so clinical. And that's what's, like, we know that this Storm team can attack. Like, you look at that spine, you look at the play, we know all that. But this team, while also being clinical, while also being ruthless, that's a scary prospect.
Yeah, and the way that you're right, the way that they defended, I think that Cronulla at times become one pace and don't really sort of go out of, they've got some X-factor players there, but at 12-6, you're right. I think sometimes you get down to Melbourne and you think, well, I'm in the game. How do we go to the next level? And then Melbourne just took it up a step after half-time and blew them away in the end. So have you got the Melbourne Storm as your favourites, boys?
Yep.
Yeah, they're my favourites.
Yeah, with the market.
Clearly?
Definitely. Yeah, 260. Yep.
But, like, do you think that they're the clear favourites?
They weren't the last. For me, they started as clear favourites. They dropped off a little bit. They were still my favourites, but the field had closed a little bit. After this performance, they're back to a clear favourite for me.
I think it's closer than that. The Raiders, they've just got this style that could worry the Melbourne Storm.
I agree.
That's it. Like,
I definitely think it could worry for sure.
I think Storm are my clear favourites. Canberra match up very well against them. Our pack is better than their pack. And, they've got this superstar spine, but if they're not winning in the middle and not getting any momentum, well, the spine can't do anything. So the Raiders match up well.
And also,
and I think Penrith as well. And I also think the Bulldogs match up against the Melbourne Storm really, really well.
Packs.
The packs match up good, and the outside backs you could split.
Yeah.
In terms of wherever they get to with Galvin, but the Melbourne Storm, they're searching for a consistency of a high standard that Craig Bellamy wants at the moment. I don't think they've reached it yet. That's the other scary part.
Yeah, I think the Raiders are the biggest Achilles heel to the Melbourne Storm, because how do you control play the ball speed and tempo, which the Storm thrive off, when you're getting bashed by a bigger forward pack? Bulldogs, I like Storm against the Bulldogs to a degree, just because they're all a bit more mobile and a bit smaller, and I actually think that kind of suits speed of the play the ball suits the Storm a little bit better. So they are my clear favourites, but I want to be clear, that doesn't mean that I'm going to watch a game and go Bulldogs versus Storm, or Storm are going to win by 13 plus at all. I do agree with you, though, that I reckon there's another gear in this Storm side. Yep. I think there's another gear, but this is the best. I reckon this is the best they've played all year. I absolutely love this performance. And like, you look at it, their tries were in the 64th, 72nd and 78th minute. And that's what
Why did you love it?
Why do I love it? Yeah. Because they were way more patient.
And defensively?
Defensively, just everything. They were way more patient, and they waited until basically Sharkies just fell over because they were too fatigued.
They were ruthless.
They were ruthless.
Imagine if the Dolphins were ruthless.
But the Dolphins
can't love it one side, mate, and not the other.
The Dolphins
champion.
How close on paper? How much worse are the Dolphins than the Storm?
Dolphins beat the Storm by 20 points.
No. But on paper, how much?
The game's not played on paper.
Bro,
they beat them by 20 points this year.
Okay, you're telling me if in finals footy, how much of the favourites would Storm be if they were going up against the Dolphins?
Oh, maybe 10 points.
Okay, and you said that Melbourne Storm are your favourites.
I'm just saying, you said that you love the way that they grounded out
because
and they
they're
were
the
ruthless
best team
defensively.
in the comp. So you
they're
expect
not.
that.
The Raiders are the best team in the comp at the moment.
Come on, mate. I've got a higher expectation of the Melbourne Storm than I do the Dolphins, because the Dolphins are building into something.
But the ruthlessness doesn't stop. If you want to make the 8, you've got to be ruthless. You've got to be
realistic at the same time too. You've got to be like they're building towards something. Like, for example, right now, if the Gold Coast Titans come out and they win 50-28, I'm going to go, friggin', that's a huge, great win.
The Titans could win 1-0 and everyone would be happy. Okay? They just want to win. They could win 100-98 and everyone would go, what a win by the Titans. I'm just saying, Melbourne defensively have let in points this year. They were ruthless on that side of it, which created opportunities for them late. That's what the Dolphins can be.
I'm learning very quickly not to prod Soward. Like, it's heaps better just sitting back and watching you two go at it than like being the one going at him. So
yeah, and he keeps having to go at Hammy all.
No, I just keep making sure he's in the convo.
Okay, in regards to individual performances, we've already spoken about Ella Katoa. So if you want the glaze session, that's in the Menulog Hungriest player. The glazed donut section.
Glaze Slungy.
Donut King. Glazed Slungy, yep. Jerome Hughes. Wow. Once again. Yeah. I mean, one thing I was so wrong at, and I regret ever, I remember a couple years ago when Jerome Hughes had just signed a contract, and then he was already, reports had come out that his manager was like, nah, he deserves more money. And it was like 12 months into a 3-year extension or something like that. And I remember at the time, I was a huge fan of Jerome Hughes. This is like 4 or 5 years ago. But I was like, come on, bro, like, you just found your feet. You're a bloody good player, but you just signed an extension. And although you could argue you sign a contract, you should stick to it. I look back now, and with the player he's turned into, I get what his manager was saying, because he does deserve to be on $1 million plus a year. His manager was right. Hughes was right. Hughes is unbelievable. He's such a fantastic player. And if you ever wanted the new version of sevens, I know there's always going to be room for the timeless conservative 7, but Hughes is the pinnacle of the new version.
Yeah, he's very, very good at... I think he's come through the learning school with Cameron Smith. I spoke about when they were successful in winning that comp. Like, he learnt where to get the ball on the field, and that's what he does to Munster and Pappenhausen now. Like, when he's out, he and Harry Grant, they just work to a spot in the field and know where to distribute the ball, which is such an advantage to have. So I love watching Hughes play, his composure, his understanding of the game. He's a student of the game. When he talks, you can hear in his voice that he loves it. It's cool.
At the moment, form-wise, Katoa is my number 1-7. Hughes second, you reckon, at the moment, form-wise?
Cleary's up there for me.
Form-wise, you reckon?
Yeah.
Cleary, okay.
Hughes has hit his straps the last month.
Yeah.
He started the season relatively slow by his standards, but his last couple of weeks have been awesome.
When he's running the ball is when he's his best version.
Bro. Imagine being defence looking up and you got a guy that's as good as any fullback's running game, but he's at 7. You're just going, fuck.
How about that run he took where he busted about 5 tackles in the one run? I think it was in the second
And
half.
then got
yesterday.
facial
Yeah.
for it as well.
Yeah. Outstanding. So he played so well, we had to bend the rules for Team of the Week. Put him in at number 6.
True.
So-
Very true. I thought far longer, I feel so terrible for the young fella.
Oh, yeah. 79th minute as well.
Far out. He was outstanding because he got peppered last week, didn't have his best game in defence or whatever. Mate, he was worth 18 points. He saved 2 tries and then an intercept. That's essentially an 18-point turnaround.
After the week he had against South,
Mate.
it was pretty impressive to see him bounce back like that.
I thought they were going to struggle to pick him this week after the game against South, and then he put in arguably his most rounded performance in the NRL today.
Yep.
Like you said, defence was better, impacted the game in attack time and time again. He was great.
I spoke about this when he first did his hammy. The biggest concern when you're an explosive athlete like that and you're not that big and you start to do your hammy, the problem is that your explosiveness is the core of who you are as a footy player, and I'm getting really worried now. It's the second time it's happened. Look, if that happened when he was, let's say he'd put on all those extra kilos and he was like 100 kilos, the answer for me, just with my experience, I'm not in a physio, but just my experience, all right, mate, you need to lose 5 kilos because clearly your body's not carrying that right. The worry I have with Fa'alongo is he's almost too explosive for his own good and his hammies literally just can't handle it. And I'm just getting a little bit worried there, and I hope look, the Storm are the best in the business, but I hope it doesn't plague him for the rest of his career.
And they're going to have to reshuffle now because Jack Howarth's out. They've got on that left edge, or Will Warbrick's been out for a while.
I think Howarth was illness, right? Is that why he was out on the weekend?
I'm not sure. Storm are
I thought I saw he was
secretive.
ill or something.
Probably,
like that
probably.
But yeah.
But it's a massive reshuffle.
Yeah.
Because you got Anderson at centre.
Well, Anderson will go to the wing.
And then you got Howarth.
Howarth comes into the centres.
Yeah. And there'd be a lot. I mean, any other injury, and if Warbrook's not ready to go, they'll be scraping the barrel. But look, a bloody brilliant performance from Storm. That's exactly what I wanted to see. I think I actually, and look, I understand Storm fans have been frustrated with me for the last month, but I'm not saying anything your coach isn't saying. Bellamy's been frustrated with
Storm
the
fans
Storm.
off you, are they?
Yeah, they're off me. They think
Are they?
they're like, I don't give them any
in the
raps.
comments?
Yeah. Like you could go check the when I put up the result that they won. Oh, fucking Kempy's still going to bag us and that. Not bagging. I just think you've got so much more in you, and that's what we saw on the weekend. And go back. Look, I'll make this challenge to you. Look, maybe I'm wrong, but go back and look at Craig Bellamy after your last 2 wins in the press conference, and then look at him in this press conference after the Sharkies win, and tell me that he isn't way more happy after this win than he has been over the last few wins.
And you would know because you're both in that top 50 most influential
people.
in NRL.
It goes bellyache then me.
So you guys are on the same page.
Yeah, and just quietly, Roo wants to get a cheat one. He knows I'm recording right now, and he wants to put up on Instagram having a crack at me about being the top 50 most influential people.
Do not look at me to get you on your side.
He's your mate.
Yeah, he is my mate.
You probably
Family,
messaged him
bro.
and said, put shit on him.
I did. I said, mate,
Have you seen
Kempy's
his top
talking
50?
smack.
Sent him a screenshot. Look at this fuckwit.
Kempy's number 50.
Yeah, you're a dog.
I had you at 1. Love you. Love you. Talk later.
Now, onto the Sharkies. Sorry, guys, we're going to have to condense all this because we are so far over time, it's not funny. Onto the Sharkies. This is going to sound like a massive cop-out, and I'm not saying that they're back to where we hoped they would be. At the start of the year, they were a premiership heavyweight, so this is not good enough. But they actually, for 60 to 70 minutes, I'll say 65 minutes, I thought they were super brave. They stayed in the fight. They showed far more ticker than what they'd been showing previously. Yes, the game ran away from them, and that's not good enough. But I do think there are some things to take positive out of this game. Granted, our expectation has clearly dropped significantly because if we said at the start of this year, this Sharky side as a premiership threat gets beaten 30-6, we wouldn't have cared where the points came or when they came. But from where they've been and where they're trying to get back into form, there were 65 minutes of brave footy.
Yeah, totally agree. I think if you were in that game 12-6, they just probably needed to find another level or maybe think outside the box. They've got those guys there. We've seen Trindle so many times who, I'm a huge fan of, come up with a 40-20 or a big play and, he scored that try. So chance by round, boys, to get together. Let's get on the piss. Let's tell each other how much we love each other and then attack the next 9 games. The next 6 games together and try and get into the 8. But that's something, that was an improvement on the week before.
What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, look, they showed ticker. They said defensively that first, said for 65 minutes they were good, even though there was the Farlungo runaway try early or midway through the first half. Attack, probably the concern.
Like if they just dummy it a couple of times, he goes over twice.
Yeah, I don't see the Storm as a defensive juggernaut as such. So to go down and have one line break all game, against the Melbourne Storm, right edge defensive this year have been very poor. So I just thought they would have had more impact there. But yeah, look, it was okay, but still a big margin.
Yeah. 4 out of the next 6 at home.
Yeah,
they need to lean into
their run
that.
home's pretty good.
They're 3-6 on the road.
Yeah,
so the
they
road
need to
record's
lean
not
into
good
that
this year.
though. Shark Park's a horrible place to play. They need to make it.
I think their run home is pretty good. You check
Dolphins, Roosters, Rabbits, Cowboys, Dragons, Titans, and then a bye, and then Knights, Dogs. So they've got a very good run.
It's a good run. They just got to find their feet.
That's
in that
what I
first
mean.
month.
It's a chance to kick off this week. Yeah, have a beer together and recharge.
If you're Fitzy, do you double down on the honesty? Because there was obviously this huge honesty chat last week. Do you go still negative of whipping the boys, that's not good enough? Or would you try to take the positive out of that and just build on that?
Invite them around to your mansion and get on the piss with them.
Get on the piss with them?
Yeah, mate. The honesty session, everyone thinks we sit around and tell each other what we don't like about each other. No, it's this is what we're not doing. Yep. Are we going to pay the price to do it? Are you doing it? And then you may have a couple of people that speak up in that room. But this week, no, they'd be looking to get to the bye. Sure, they would have liked to have won, but they've got a favourable draw. They can come out, big 2 weeks against Dolphins, Roosters. But after that, there's some winnable games there. They'll start favourite in most of those other games.
Yeah, and look, Dolphins, Roosters is winnable too. If they can get things to click.
Both at home as well.
Yeah. 6 o'clock Friday. Is it 6 o'clock Friday? Horrible time slot.
I will say, we spoke about their ruthlessness of quite a while, about a month ago. Timmy, you brought up, do they have that extra just mongrel when they needed to go to another level? And you kind of alluded it to when things, they stick to one pace. And I would really, I do believe, I don't know if Hines is that guy. I don't know if he is that guy that has the mongrel to just go skits. But I'd be challenging Trindle, because I do think he doesn't have in him, to go, mate, when we're just going through the motions and we can't get a line break, just give us some magic. Do something.
Yeah.
Change something up.
Trindle's got the license to do it. I have no doubt about that. But at the moment, you've got to be able to defend those errors. Can they defend those errors if it doesn't come off? I think the best they've looked this year is Melbourne Storm when Brayley was their best player and they played their attack through him. I think the Nico Hines slander at times is ridiculous. You're expecting him, if he was on 900 or 800, you wouldn't be talking that much smack about him. But they've looked better when Brayley's their main distributor and gets them to the right position on the field, and Trindle kicks well and they just compete off that.
We'll say Hines on the weekend, 33 tackles, only 1 miss in the halves. It's pretty frigging good when you got.
It's just an easy cop out because he's on $1 million, mate. But they do have that Roosters game, 6 o'clock Friday night, straight to Northies. How good?
Oh yeah.
Is Northies still the same anymore? Anyway,
I will say I do think that their forward, Adam Fanua-Blake obviously was decent. I will say their forward pack, I just want to see a bit more mongrel and oomph from them sometimes.
my head's at Northies.
Okay, fair enough.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I thought you were going to jump in.
No, it's
Are you
all right,
brushing
mate.
me because I brushed the donut joke?
No, I'm brushing the.
I just said Northies
No,
on
you brushed me
Friday
before,
night.
mate. You
Oh,
want to
sorry,
fucking leave me
mate.
hanging in embarrassment
Sorry,
in front of everyone?
50.
Oh, fucking hell,
50
Sally.
Camp.
Oh,
Raise the bat.
sorry, everyone has to win 50-0 or they're a shit team. Fucking
I
Sally.
was saying you're 50 Kemp for inside the influential 50. Not 50 Cent, 50 Kemp.
Timmy, what do you reckon, mate? Are they lacking a
Don't
bit
cut
of...
out past me.
Mate, we're going to be going 4 or
mate.
5 hours.
I'm joking.
Northies, very good establishment.
Fuck me.
Well,
All right,
that's the last game.
All
Well,
right,
we're not
fuck
going
yous.
to cover the last
No,
game,
all
surely.
right, no, fuck yous. We'll do a 20-minute on Sharkies and then we're doing 40 minutes on the next game, you dogs.
No, we're not. We're not.
Timmy, what do you reckon? Just sometimes, outside of Adam or Blake, their forwards can lack a bit of
I've
punch?
said time and time again. I think they absolutely do. I think they lack the mongrel, that killer instinct, and this is a game where, sure, Melbourne in a day game down Navy Park, it's as hard as it gets, but the Sharks know what they're walking into, and I just don't think they probably got up to the level they could. And again, on paper, they're 2 4-packs where I go, you know what, there's no reason why the Sharks can't get over the top of them. They got AFB leading the charge there, and they were pretty well beaten through the middle. So disappointing.
Well, the difference as well, the old Sharkies, if there's one thing they had under Shane Flanagan, it was spite. They were spiteful as fuck. This Sharkies, I just need to see a bit more spite, a bit more shit.
Not a bad point.
And I look at like Mulatalo, like, yeah, okay, was it silly that he was having a go at Josh King at the end of the game? Maybe, but at least he was trying something.
They need that.
Just give me something. I just, and what's crazy is Fitzy. He was a dog. He was a dog. Just somehow, some way to get across to them, or maybe they need to recruit in just someone that's a fucking mongrel just to get amongst it. Because I feel like this game, if they just had a forward that just went fucking skits for 10 minutes, it could have broken the game open for them. Because they had try-scoring opportunities. Is Talakai dummies and goes twice, they score, literally. Then Talakai also on that kick chase where he... then like Will Kennedy, if he actually goes up for those bombs, who knows if Eli Katoa misses them. Like there's opportunities where the game could have turned. They just didn't have that extra
Those
go.
moments become magnified when you're trying too hard at times. You know, if you were just playing, if that was at Shark Park, they'd probably score. And they've played different at Shark Park when they beat them earlier in the year.
Okay, on to the next game, last game of the round. North Queensland Cowboys.
Sorry to be a pain in the ass, but would we be able to do face the music so I can
Oh, yes, sorry. Yep,
get out of here, unfortunately?
Yep.
I'm getting picked up in 5.
Okay, Face the Music brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet. What do we got?
All right, only a couple of games this week, short and round. I think Roo, he'll have to submit his by correspondence. That's okay. First game is on Friday, 8 p.m. The Dogs, $1.48 host the Broncos, $2.66. 5.5 points is the line in that one on Friday.
I'm going Broncos 13 plus.
Wow, $6.50.
Actually, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Take that back.
Jeez.
I'm going Broncos head-to-head.
Okay, $2.66. Timothy?
Dogs 13 plus.
Dogs 13 plus $2.70.
I'll go Broncos with a start.
Yep. I'm going to go Broncos head-to-head, $2.66 as well. Then we got the Raiders. This one's on Saturday. Host the Dragons. Raiders $1.31. Dragons $3.50. The line is 10.5 points on Saturday, Arvo.
I'm always going Dragons head-to-head because that's $3.50, but... I'll go Raiders 13 plus. I'll go Raiders 1 to 12.
3.05.
Raiders to cover.
Yep.
Dragons to start.
Dragons plus, yep, sweet. I'm going to go Raiders to cover as well, the 10.5. Then we go North Queensland, $3.82 host the Melbourne Storm, $1.27. 10.5 points is the line up at North Queensland.
Just going Storm head-to-head, baby.
$1.27. Wow.
Yeah.
Swinging for the fences.
That is
It's all right.
disgusting.
It's okay. Be critical. I'm at the
To a
top.
corner, mate.
Oh,
I've taken my risk early on, boys. I'm going head-to-head here. Just settle down. I'm at the top here.
Storm to cover.
Meow.
Yep.
Storm to cover.
Yeah, I'll take Storm to cover as well. The Roosters, $1.20. Good opportunity to swing for the fences here, Campy. Roosters, $1.21. The West Tigers, $4.45. 12.5 points is the line at Allianz on Sunday.
Roosters head-to-head.
$1.21.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Yuck.
And HIA for Kempy.
It's all right. It's okay, boys. Keep talking shit. That's the reason why you're on $105 and you're on $115.
What are you going to
I
make?
wish I was
10
on
cents?
150.
I'm already on top.
He's tanking.
He's tanking.
I could tank 3 weeks in a row and you blokes would still be pretty
You're
every
only
week
14
for-
cents ahead of Matt.
Yeah, it's okay. He works for me, so that's a win for me.
I will go Tigers with a start.
Oh, 12.5, yep.
Roosters got half their side out.
I'll go Roosters minus 12.5.
Okay, this is a hopeful one from me. Tigers plus 12.5, but not particularly confident. I think we've got one more game for the weekend. Yep.
Yes, Manly.
Manly, $1.34, host the Rabbitohs, $3.30. 9.5 is the line at Manly. Sunday, Arvo.
Oh, that's their slot, mate.
I'll go Manly.
Is their slot?
I'll go Manly 13 plus.
2.20.
Yeah, I'll follow you into it.
Actually, just wait a sec. Manly minus 9.5, actually.
Okay.
I'll go Manly 13 plus.
Yep.
South with a start.
I'm going to go Manly 13 plus, the Casmar. There we go. That's it.
That's it.
That
That's
is it.
Face the Music, brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet. A massive thank you as always. Give us a follow on the feed. You can copy all our bets. And a massive thank you to Hammy. Okay, time for North Queensland Cowboys versus the Titans. Cowboys get the job done 30-24. To be honest, like...
Did you watch this game?
I,
Because I was trying to...
I watched the game.
I was trying to talk to Mrs. Soward in a mummy daddy type.
Okay.
So what?
How'd they go for you, mate?
Yeah, we
You got
kicked
mummy
the
daddy
goal.
time?
We got
Okay.
mummy daddy time.
Congratulations on that. I did watch this
30-24
game.
Sunday afternoon, Cowboys Titans wasn't stopping me from
Mummy daddy time.
Mummy daddy
Okay,
time.
that's fair. I
Review your
respect it.
performance.
9 out of 10.
Yeah, I respect it.
Big
I
league
respect
would have
it.
been 9 out of 10. Sorry, Campy.
That's all right, mate. Listen, both teams are just desperate for a win. Look, the Titans, I'll give them credit. They actually did, they were getting dominated first 20 minutes. They swung the momentum back in their favour, got themselves back into the game. Then again, they were getting dominated. They swung their momentum, got back in the game. But listen, I just think both teams were just trying to get a win, no matter how they got it. Cowboys got the win. I think Peyton was just like, whew, thank God, let's get out of here. What do you reckon, boys?
Interesting to note Todd Payton on the sideline.
Yeah, I put in my notes, what's with all the side, like Webster?
Yeah,
There's a lot of sideline
It gives
stuff.
you a different point of view. You probably can't be as
Vocal.
emotional as what you would be in the coach's box. So
Tell Ricky that.
Well, Ricky's Ricky, but the Cowboys. I just want to know what's happened to the defence, Timmy. Like the last sort of couple of years have been really good defensively.
Have they though?
Well, better than what they have been this
Yeah.
year. You know, so they've fallen away, and their attacks sort of like really the Titans probably should have won this game. Like there was chances there where they were sort of coming to get them at the end.
Their defence instills no confidence. Like I don't know if they're going to come out each week and get blown out or put on. Points never going to be an issue with this Cowboys side.
Yeah.
They can attack.
Yeah.
But defence has been an issue for a while. Especially on the edges. Like across the board, even through their middle, like they can be leaky. I said they can be like got the job done.
Just kidding,
A game
get
they
out.
had to win, and they have. Especially going into like they play this weekend without all their Origin stars against Melbourne. So fortunately they'll have them out too. But it's tough conditions. So
I thought there were periods there where they looked better with Clifford there. I would keep Clifford there.
I like it.
Yeah.
And we said it last week, Todd Payton, big listener of the podcast, obviously. But I just think he brings a level head. He brings a bit of experience, Jake Clifford. Yeah, he's been in and out his career, but Jackson Purdue, as we said, I think his future is in the halves. But at the moment, he's a rookie. He was killing it at centre. There was a bit less pressure. Clifford brings a good long kicking game, solid enough defensive body. He had a few up and down moments in this, but I like it.
Yeah, and he just, he's responsible for their first try, I think, with that offload. Like, I just think, let him settle in there. He's got a big boot as well.
Yeah, they got rid of him for next year too.
I don't get it. I just...
If you, I know you're trying to make the 8, but if you got rid of a half and you've kept the other young fella, is he injured at the moment?
Purdue?
No.
No, he played off the bench,
they're trying to get rid of Duffy, or they're saying Duffy can leave as well.
Yeah.
The young fella.
Duffy was 18th man this weekend.
They've told him to leave. So who's going to be the halves next year? Purdue and
Dearden, apparently.
I actually think Purdue's a centre.
Him.
Yeah.
At least for the first couple of years of his career.
Yeah, at least early on.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic shape for a ball runner. Big, tall, doesn't have to think, can learn, defensive systems, all that kind of stuff. The thing with Clifford is he's a good kicker.
Yeah.
And he takes the pressure off Dearden to have to do all the kicking. So, again, if that Duffy, I thought he was the future, but they're obviously moved on.
That's what I don't get. So what I can't
Because
understand.
he started the season.
That's what I'm saying. How can you have so much faith in a young fella that's 20 years old, 21, whatever he is, that you start the year with him, and then by mid-year you're already saying he's surplus to requirements? It's like he could turn out to be the best friggin' 7 ever play the game. You don't know. Like he's 19, 20 years old.
Yeah, Nathan and Isaiah have made it unfair for every other young half.
I get
it.
Because when your team's not winning, they are expected to come on and play like them straight away and have the maturity. But what you don't realise is that Isaiah learnt from Nathan, and Nathan's one of the most professional guys ever to play the game.
And Nathan, there was a period there
And
where
you're-
everyone was saying get rid of him and his dad at the Panthers for a year where they struggled.
Yeah. So, when your forward pack's getting rolled and they're leaking points, a lot of pressure comes onto a young half. They're chopping and changing to try and do now. There's no forward planning, and they're not premiership contenders right now.
I think it's like they put Clifford at 6, like as if anyone's believing that he's not the actual 7 and Dearden's not a 6. It's just like, I feel like it's almost a giveaway that you're doing it just for optics of like, I moved Dearden to 7, so I'm going to keep you in that jersey. Anyway, maybe I'm being too harsh. But look, the good thing is they went in there, they got the win. I thought Scotty Drinkwater, as always in attack, it was absolutely electric. That line break that he made, just a reminder of how good this guy is in attack. Like one of the best attacking fullbacks in the comp, period.
Yeah, he is when he's on. It's, super coach fans with, I was going to say nerds then, but I won't disrespect them.
I can't argue. As if we're not.
All right,
as
fine,
if-
I'll say it. The Supercoach nerds will tell you that Drinkwater, when he's involved and engaged early in a game, he'll have big games where he just is through the roof. And by involved and engaged, I mean sniffing around the ball, not waiting for that big shift out the back and getting an offload and having a run early or charging back into the defence. It's almost like to wake him up. He's exceptional at that. But then there's games, the game where he was captain the other week, they needed him to be that and he wasn't that. And then he tries to keep digging. He'll keep throwing the ball.
Yeah.
But it's just not what they need at that time. And he'll keep rolling the dice. So, yeah, I think he is a great attacking player, but at times they need him not to be a great attacking player. They need him to be defensively system-minded, get people in position so that they can have that consistency so that when his attack is on, he's more efficient.
It's fair. What do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, look, maybe it is because I'm a Supercoach nerd and look at things a little differently, but I think Soward's a bit harsh. For the overall view of him, yeah. We know he needs to fix up defensively, and there are other areas of his game, so it's good to hear that opinion. But like in this game, it was the difference. He won on the
So
game.
good.
Like, it was a 6-point swing. Scored a couple of tries, set one up. He was brilliant.
But they play Melbourne this week without Dearden, without who else is there anyone else out?
Yeah, Dearden.
Cotter,
Robson.
Like, yeah. So I want to see that. What he had against the Titans. I want to see it against Melbourne.
Well, yeah, that's a tough ask.
No, it doesn't have to score 2 tries. I want to see the engagement, the intensity to want to be around the ball, and like that's what you want to see. If they're the Cowboys that make the 8, he's going to have to be in their top 3 players every week.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
He is, though, like at least for 50% of the game. Like in attack, he racks up these numbers week in, week out. 2 parts of the game, though, obviously. Like when he said, you want to see the dirty stuff in defence, the coverage, the making those last man tackles, that sort of stuff.
I will say, attacking-wise, most of the time he is their best player, if not their second best player. Just defensively, he can sometimes, and error-wise, sometimes he can, when he's trying a lot of stuff.
That's what I mean. So I think it was, who did they play last Origin round up at North Queensland? They got 50 the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Set before half time, it's 16-4 and 14-4. Set before half time, he goes down short side instead of kicking to a corner with a minute to go. Dolphins go down and score. It's 20-4 at half time.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like that's the kind of stuff that if you're a senior player and your best attacking players doing that, other people are going to get the shits because they have to defend those errors all the time.
I see what you mean. You're saying we know he's a good attacking player. We need him to be a good leader.
He's elite attacking.
Yeah.
Leadership wise, he's still learning in that space. I was a horrible leader, so probably the wrong person to comment. But in terms of what the team needs
Still
at the
want a
right
clock, bro.
time, he needs to go, okay, without Dearden, I'm without Cotter, I'm without whoever this week, Nene, these guys need to see me do some of that tough stuff so that if I do make a mistake, it's not just me making a mistake by
that's
going
fair.
down a short side.
That's a good point. I think it's a good distinction. Like we all know he's a bloody good attacker, but when he needs to make the leadership play, does he make the right play for the team? And that is a question. Drinky.
He can.
Yeah.
We've seen him do it, but there's been times this year where they haven't done it.
Like we know Dearden can do it.
They haven't. Dearden, that's in his DNA.
Yeah, we know Robson will do it. Cotto will do
DNA.
it. And Drinky's on the same level of those leaders, so he needs to do it too. Yeah,
So
that's a fair
without this
point.
week, he's without those guys. He needs to double down on that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Drinky and Clifford alternating the goal kicking. I know you were busy at the time, so I don't know actually what you saw, but
Yeah. Did you have the TV on whilst were you watching it?
I need to concentrate, man.
they're doing like the based on the edge. I think they score on.
Hate it.
Someone messaged me that actually. Why don't more teams do right kickers? Blah, 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 blah.
Hate it. I did it with Mark Gasnier once, inside and outside the 20.
Oh, really?
Because his percentage was better outside. Hated it. We scored a try on the 20. It's like, are you taking
Who
it?
takes it?
I said last week on Take the Two, his goal kicking right now, Drinky, is not as its best. I think he's using the wrong tee.
Okay.
It's too high for him, and he's actually coming around the ball too much. So if the ball's there and we're kicking over here, he's starting here and almost having to come back around instead of starting there and going straight at the ball and hooking it in.
Okay.
So he's sort of almost having to stop on his run.
Like wrapping around it instead of
Has
blowing
this
into it.
changed?
I don't know. I don't remember him kicking that bad, like not that bad, but like that style last year. And he's obviously in a bit of a funk at the moment because that's why they're changing Clifford. Like
The fact that they're switching up.
the fact that they're switching says
Yeah.
to me that he's not kicking to what he
Yeah.
needs to, and he's obviously the coach has made a decision.
Yeah.
I thought Cotter was really brave, got through a bunch of work. Cotter always has a black eye.
So does Cam McInnes.
Yeah, they always got a black eye. I'm like, who? Like, That training.
Don't put your head in those positions.
Yeah,
Just
but
keep
like, just mate, you've shown you're tough. You don't need to get more black eyes, bro.
You got Origin next week, champion.
But yeah, I thought Cotter was so tough, brave. Got through a bunch of work. Exactly what they needed right now. They need their leaders to step up. Need their leaders to have a big game, and Cotter did exactly that. He did exactly that. Outside of that, I'm just trying to think.
Titans going to get the spoon.
Probably, unfortunately, probably.
Yeah, I think so.
To be honest, though, I'm a bit concerned that the Tigers' wheels are falling off. Like, I'm being serious.
Now that
He's gone.
He's gone. I'm a bit worried. Getting worried. It's not looking good.
Sorry, Hammy.
Sorry, Amy. Love you, bro. I will say, like, Derby.
Like, that just screams out 38 all, doesn't it? And like 4 and snapping a field goal for 39, 38.
I will say it was tough conditions.
Like, just getting the shits and going home. Sorry.
No, that's all right. I will say tough conditions, but Rob Derby, another 5-error game, is just like, bruh. He seems like a lovely young kid. He really does. Plenty of talent, super fast, but you just can't.
What's your advice to him? Because I didn't see him, obviously.
Mate, honestly, a lot of these times, it's all just about concentration. These young fellas coming in.
It is, isn't it?
Like, mate, just stop thinking about other stuff when you're on the rugby league field. When you run the ball, just think about holding it the whole time. Like, seriously. I know it sounds super simple, but put it this way. Take Robert Derby, make him do 10 hit-ups against the hardest tacklers in the competition where he knows he's about to do that hit-up. Guarantee he doesn't drop the ball 10 times.
Yeah.
But in a game, when it's all in the flow and you stop thinking about stuff, like you're not thinking about your carry or whatever, so it's a little bit loosed up, boom, comes out. It's just concentration. You've got to stay switched. Like, the difference between the best teams and the worst teams, a lot of the time is the best teams, every player is constantly thinking about what is my role, what is next? What is my role, what is next? Some of these lower tier teams, they don't even think about anything. They're just thinking, I'm playing footy. Oh, yeah, whatever. Like, I'm just going with the flow.
Yeah.
That's what I think it is sometimes.
And sometimes if he's worked hard at training and he catches 30 balls after training and he drops 2, they're the 2 that usually the coach have seen or other players have seen. So it's like, what's the point of practicing? Because you might be standing there trying to do your craft and you drop the ball. But yeah, it's a learning thing.
So hopefully it gets better. But yeah, good win for the Cowboys. It's exactly what they needed. Just get in, get out. Quickly onto the Titans, guys. We're way over time, so apologies to all the teams that we had to squeeze in. I know there's still going to be people that are a bit upset about it, but unfortunately we can only go for so long. Look, as I said, they fought momentum back a few times, but I mean, like, even this is the second time I've seen Tino chip and chase. And I love Tino. I love him. And it comes from a place of desperation. It really does. This is one area where I can not blame team, and I would just blame the fact that team is playing so poorly. But when your guy that's 6'6" and 120 kilos or whatever is chip chasing multiple times in a season, that's a problem.
The fact that
he's so desperate, he needs to do that.
Your leader and a bloke, known for discipline, all this sort of stuff. Tino, the fact that he has to think he needs to chip chase is like, what's his say about the rest of the side?
Yeah, like, he's getting so desperate. He's like, mate, I'm just trying anything because nothing is happening.
He's 2 from 2 though. Yeah. He got a try assist out of one and an error off Scott Drinkwater the other one. Yeah.
But it came off, which is like, great. But it's like the fact that he's having to do that, craziness.
Like Tommy Weaver, I like him. His goal kicking I thought was exceptional yesterday. In tough conditions, they need to go up by 6. But like, I said to Guru, if I was the Titans, I'd try and buy Reed Marnie and Toby Sexton.
Sexton back.
Both guys that are on the same page, played together, know how to get around the field, can kick.
Don't mind it.
Can bring in a little bit of mongrel to help with that forward pack. That's their strength at the moment.
Just play conservative.
Play to a plan.
Yeah.
They don't play to a plan.
They really don't
sort
play
of
to
like
a plan.
Get there and you could unleash Campbell at 6 and Brimson at 1. You know what I mean? Maybe Kinney off on one wing or whatever, but they just need some direction around where they're going and their game plan. They can't get it, which creates that.
You know what's crazy is when Sexton was at the Titans, he had the most repeat sets of any 7 in the competition.
Yeah.
So like at least you had that.
Yeah.
At least you had that. Whereas at the moment, you're right. Like Foz is trying his hardest, but he's been in for like 2 or 3 games, so it's going to take him time to get back to.
Yeah, but Philip Sami is so underrated when to catch the ball and go up for it. They got Fafita one side. Alan Fitzgibbon, we've heard about his try-scoring feats in the lower grades. They don't kick to him. They don't kick to him.
How's Khan Pereira getting dropped? What's going on with that? I couldn't believe it when I read that Khan Pereira's been dropped because I think Brian Kelly's back, so Jojo's going to an edge. Are you telling me that Khan Pereira hasn't been as good as Alan Fitzgibbon?
I agree.
What is going on with that with Desi? I don't get it.
I think the writing's on the wall.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's next? But yeah, it's...
If I was Khan Pereira, I'd be going to a club. I'd go into any decent club, and I'd win the top try scorer probably 5 years in a row because he's that. I've said defensively there's issues, and he's like far from finished product. But what he does, ball in hand, he's like the record says for himself. Was it 50 and 50 or something?
It's 51 in 51 games or
Should have
whatever.
called
But
Craig
also,
Bellamy and just when Farmer went down and said, "Craig,
imagine
it'd be the
can you
Fox.
fly me to
It'd be the Fox
Melbourne?"
2.0 pretty much.
Yeah.
Because like the thing is like people go, oh, it's his defense, his defense. Tell me a single back in this backline's defense doesn't have defensive issues. And also like, so you kept and look.
I was going to say the writing there, Kempy, is I might be cutting your grass here. Is if you're dropping a winger
that's scoring 50 tries in 50 games,
there, like that's a cop.
Is that your problem, please?
And the guy that you look like Fitzgibbon, I'm sure he's a gun and he's had a great Q Cup performance, but he had 8 runs for 60 meters. He made 3 tackles, missed 2.
But they've played bad all year. They haven't been great all year. They haven't brought anyone new in. So like, where's the next crop? Like at least when Para bring Joash Papali in, you're like, oh, okay, well the next crop's coming through, and other clubs like the Roosters, like the Titans haven't. Like, who we haven't heard of like one exciting player.
I mean, Khan Pereira's pretty bloody exciting.
No, but like a young guy that you're like, oh, why don't they give him a crack?
Yeah, it's
like
fair.
For the next 10, they're not going to win the comp. They're not going to make the 8.
Blow it up.
Well, if you're Desi and you're not going to be there next year, at least give away some jerseys, like debuts, and just see if they can help you do something.
Mate, it is. Some of these decisions from Desi, I just don't like. For example, the move. I've got to say, look, we've tried to put as positive spin as we can on it. The whole Brimo at 6, Campbell at 7, Kinney at fullback. But I just think the move from the get-go in pre-season to make Kieran Foran a 14, wrong move. I don't understand it. The club wasn't ready for it. The team wasn't ready for it. And Kieran Foran should have been the 7 from day one this year. I understand he's older. I understand you're trying to rebuild, but you're not ready for a rebuild. And also, if you are looking to rebuild, do it properly. A proper rebuild. Not like, oh, we're going to squeeze all these fullbacks into... That's
the other thing. Kieran Foran showed yesterday how valuable he still is to that side by the way that he ball plays. You can't surround him with 3 fullbacks that all want the ball.
Well, I just think
they need to make a trade.
Mate, we've said this for years.
They need to make a trade.
Mate,
they need to say to AJ Brimson...
Or Preston, or not Kinney, because they've just re-signed him till 2030.
Or Jaden. Look, guys...
I think Jaden will leave, and I think he'll leave for his benefit, to be honest. I think he's sitting there going... Because he hasn't re-signed yet.
Yeah.
And I can understand why he would want to go, you know what, like, I'm going to go... Like, I just think this whole club has been totally mismanaged over the last few years. There's so many decisions that have been made that haven't been the hard decisions. They've just been so desperate to fit all these fullbacks in, so desperate that they've got their one actual half training in preseason as a 14.
Yeah.
Mate, it is so strange. And then you're dropping guys like Khan Pereira, and I'm sure Titans fans say, oh, what about his defence? But, mate, like, at least he's scoring points for you.
Yeah, but you say this. If it's someone's missing a tackle on the wing
that's
it's
who
usually
cares?
5 decisions inside him. That's happened.
I get, like, listen,
for sure.
Maybe he has let in more tries than he scored, but I doubt it, like in most games. I reckon he's scoring more tries than he let in.
From 34 something, is it? Something stupid.
Mate, he's 51 tries from 51 games or something.
Mental.
It's the fastest ever to 50 tries. He equaled Sammy Radra's record.
Wow.
Anyway, I think they need to completely rebuild. I think they need to probably accept that they're going to either come second last or last this year. I think they need to complete from the total top up. I've said this quite a few times, but I would be going as far to say if I hear anyone say to anyone coming to this club, it's a great place to live, gone. If you're coming to this club, it's to become the best rugby league player, and I don't want you even thinking about the Gold Coast and how beautiful it is to live and bring your family. Honestly, I know it sounds silly, but I reckon that's their biggest problem is that when they go into negotiations, they probably say to players, oh, we've got this great facility, all this great stuff's happening. Oh, by the way, the Gold Coast, beautiful, one of the best living standards in the whole wide world. You bring your family up. And I think a lot of players, when they lose games, they walk off and they walk out of the stadium or they walk out of training and they go, yeah, that was really shit, but look how great life is. I don't want life to be great. I want life to be shit so you come back and get the best version of yourself.
Agree. Love that from you.
Anyway,
Great one, Speed.
Well, I just
Outside in, you've gone past your centre.
I'm going past my centre because I love the Gold Coast.
I'll
I'm from
scramble
Gold
at the
Coast.
back. Yeah, good, mate.
Yeah, don't cover tackle me then, mate. You fucking leave
I've
me
made
hanging.
I don't have to. You've made the tackle ball at all. I'm getting on side. You're going right. I'm going left.
Okay, thanks for that. We are done and dusted. Timmy's about to pass out. Thank you, Sowie, for joining us. We appreciate it, mate.
Thanks, boys.
Make sure to grab your grumpy coffee. And as usual, we'll go and fuck ourselves. Thank you.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.